Hello, hello. Happy Monday. Of course, as soon as I start, she wants to start barking. Of course she does that. Anyway, it's just me and the doggos today. The one that just jumped off my bed is my sister's dog. She's hanging out in here. Whenever they're done barking at whatever they're barking at, probably literally nothing. The wind maybe. But I got a good show for you guys today. We're gonna be live for quite a while. Okay. What we're doing today is we're gonna look at the debate between Candace Owens and Andrew Wilson. It was hosted by Patrick Bet David of the PBD podcast. And I've already seen it, but we're gonna take another look at it, and I want to break it down during the stream. We'll pause it quite frequently, probably. Break down some of the things that both of the people in the debate are saying, and I'm gonna try to look at this from an unbiased perspective. I'm not going in this with the idea that Candace is wrong. I'm not going in this with the idea that Andrew's wrong or that either one of them are right. The first time I watched the debate, I came out of this with, I thought both of them looked dumb. You can, I don't know if I can watch this again. Yeah, no, the debate, overall, I feel like it didn't really go anywhere, but we're gonna break it down today, and we'll see if that's actually true. We're gonna break down the any of the claims that are or aren't made, and so on. Freaking dogs, they just don't know when to shut up. But anyway, so we're gonna be starting the stream, and then, like I said, we're gonna break things down. We're gonna go through some of the claims that they're making, and we will fact check anything that gets brought up. So that's what we're doing today, and it's gonna be a very long stream. I already skipped ahead because thankfully, like, it's a 4-hour stream that PBD did, but it's not actually 4 hours. Like, for example, let's just transition to this screen over here. For example, I've already skipped ahead 24 minutes because, like, it's just empty screen for the first 24 minutes. I assume they're trying to set things up, trying to get everybody ready. They started it, and they're like, all right, we'll go when everyone's ready. That's what I assumed happened. So without further ado, let's start it, I guess. That's what we're here for. We're here for this debate. Like I said, I'm going to try to look at this from as an unbiased perspective as I can, and I'm not either side. Personally, if there is any bias, I'll give my biases so that we can leave them at the door. I don't like Candace. I'm not a big fan of Andrew either, personally. And as far as the Tyler Robinson stuff goes, my personal opinion on it is that it looks like it's Tyler Robinson. It looks like he had accomplices. There's a lot of things to question about the case, but I'm kind of just waiting for the trial. I'm just waiting for the trial at this point. Once the trial proceeds and we start seeing more of the evidence that they release there, then I'll make more of a solidified judgment call. But right now, like I said, I don't see anything else that's convincing otherwise. But without further ado, I'm leaving those at the door, and we're gonna go ahead and jump right into this.
Okay, so we're officially live. Candace, Andrew, good to sit down here with you, talking to you guys about the conversation that I think started with you being on Joe Rogan when you said, hey, I'm offering $300,000. And for the audience watching this,
Weird audio
when
glitch.
you see this final product, there's a lot of stuff that happens behind closed doors. There was still communication till midnight, even some of the stuff this morning. Like, it's like you're trying to sell a company. It's the last 24 hours that the deal doesn't work out, but kudos to the both of you guys that you made it work. The topic of discussion today, how this got prompted is, Andrew, you said there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson shot and killed Charlie Kirk. And Candace, your position was he's a patsy. Tyler Robinson is a patsy. So, of course, we'll talk about a lot of different things, but that's kind of how the whole...
Okay, so let's pause there. This is how they're starting the debate. Andrew's position is that they have overwhelming evidence for Tyler Robinson. Okay, so keep that in mind during the debate. So Andrew Wilson is supposed to argue that Tyler Robinson is 100% guilty. There's no argument to the contrary. Okay. Candace's argument is that he is a patsy to some extent. So she has to argue and show that. These are their positions. We have to lay those out and see how they take those, how they flesh it out.
Thing got started. For the audience watching, I think this is
The debate audio up. Let's see. How's that shitty go?
Truly for three different people. Number one is anybody out there that loves Charlie, respects Charlie, his legacy, what he did. We have a lot of love and admiration for what he did. He changed the lives of many people, young men, young women. You worked with him for many years. You guys were friends. You've said a lot of good things about Charlie, respectful towards him. You guys may have disagreed on some things, but you had a lot of respect for him. The second audience is the folks out there, you, that's watching this. And so for you, you've been wanting something like this to take place. And kudos for Andrew for coming out and saying, hey, I want to have this conversation, and for Candace to accept it. So you have the ability to say, I agree, I disagree, comment, do all the stuff that you're doing online. And if you want to see more of these things, any of the 3 channels, subscribe to them. The Candace Show, The Crucible. I'm sure some of the people from Crucible.
So I'm going to let them shout out all their stuff, by the way. I don't want to skip anything in case there's anything that's said that's important. I don't want to skip it. I also don't want anyone to claim that I'm taking anyone out of context in case I start, breaking down claims and stuff. I want to make sure everything is shown that is shown within the PBD podcast. When they get to the ad breaks and stuff, I will skip through that just so we can get through that, but I will start it towards the end of the ad break just so we can get the full beginning of the next segment. I want to make sure we get everything in the stream.
People are watching as well, and the PBD podcast. The more you subscribe to this, the more we're able to deliver these types of conversations to you. And last but not least, it's about the two of you. My goal is to speak as little as possible. 99% of the time, it'll be you guys speaking, and the audience will be able to see it. If I jump in, just so everybody knows, on the back end, both have agreed. In the back, there's 3 people representing Andrew and 3 people representing Candace to do fact checking. So at any point, if somebody makes a claim, the other can say, can we fact check this? I can jump in and say, fact check this. Even the folks in the back can say, fact check this. So it is a very fair conversation that we're having here. And so with that being said, kudos to Michael Knowles. Your name was mentioned a lot. You missed out right now. The last 10 minutes, we talked about you. There's a lot of love and respect here mutually from both parties, all 3 of them here. And then, of course, the great Joe Rogan that started this conversation. And he also volunteered, but it ended up being this format that we have here today. So with that being said, Andrew, your claim is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Opening statements, opening comments.
Sure. And what
Okay. All right, so let's see. So I did find this a little bit interesting, this part here, and we're gonna get into it right now. So they're going into opening statements. Andrew's about to give his opening statement. Let's see how he opens the debate.
I mean by overwhelming is I just find it very convincing. That's I think that's what most people mean when they say overwhelming evidence.
Whoops, what did I just do here? I just fully backed out of that. Whoops. Banned. So what I was gonna say to that is that's ridiculous to say that. You can't say that there's overwhelming evidence and then say, well, what I mean by overwhelming evidence, I mean it was convincing to me. That's not what that means. That's not a fair correlation to make. That doesn't make any sense, quite frankly, because what that means, if you were to break that down, he's saying there's overwhelming evidence, so there should be a flood of evidence. That's what that means. But what he actually means is that the things that he has saw and the evidence that he has personally seen was enough for him. That's not at all the same, just for the record.
So I have a brief opening statement. On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered. Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this. Within weeks of Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died. What special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved, and was our own government one of them? Because this was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime, the demand for answers was severe and palpable.
Andrew, let's go back. Hang on. What did he say?
One of them. Because this was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime.
The first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime. So COVID just didn't happen? Oh, that doesn't count because it was international? What kind of argument is that? There have been... Oh no, I can't list them. I can't list them just like he can't list all the charges. I can't list all the different things that Gen Z's had to deal with. Therefore, this is the worst thing they've ever had to deal with was Charlie Kirk's death. Yeah. Okay. Look, like I said, like I've said, it's a big tragedy that Charlie Kirk died, but there have been other tragedies that have happened in Gen Z's lifetime. This is just... What's up, son of Wiggum? What's up, Musically Medicated? Hello. Can you turn the debate audio up a smidge more, please? Yeah, sure I can. Can you hear me okay? Because if you can't hear the debate audio, can you even hear me?
The demand for answers was severe and palpable. The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked
It doesn't help that Andrew's talking very softly at the beginning here.
event in Gen Z's lifetime. The demand for answers was severe and palpable. The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with the United States government to murder Charlie Kirk. Within a day or two of Kirk's death, Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed Charlie Kirk, and the conspiracy caught on like wildfire. This theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence, that in his final days, on or around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, "Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause." This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson. From this scintilla of misleading information,
There were other things regarding that. Charlie Kirk was denying money from Israeli lobbies. He was starting to cut ties with the Israeli movement. There is more to that than Andrew's leading on. Let's be completely fair there. But Andrew is right when he says that to use that to then jump to Israel killed him is way too much for me. You can acknowledge that these things exist, that these text messages and conversations exist with Charlie, but then to take that and use that as your only set of evidence that Israel killed Charlie, it's just not enough for me. Personally, it's just not enough.
it was speculated that Israel killed Charlie Kirk because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war. Now, that's a fun theory, and who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them. But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. And if Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me. I'm open to suggestions, but to date, there hasn't been any.
I am also open to suggestions. I am never solidified in an opinion unless I have hard facts to back up what you're saying is wrong. So if you come to me and you have a opposing point of view on something, and you come to me and you have no facts for any of it, well, I'm likely not going to have my mind changed. But if I have a belief in something and then you come to me with a bunch of evidence, facts, and like a good argument, I might sit there and think about it, be like, oh, wow, maybe I should rethink my position. That's how most people should be. Unfortunately, most people aren't like that.
There is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him. No, he didn't come to me a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to his security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site. Charlie responded with this, okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me. That was a message sent September 9th.
Yeah, but that's not a surprising message for Charlie to send out for like his security team to be relayed. Like, if he's going to a college campus, everyone knows that college campuses are majority left-leaning. So yes, of course, you're going to tell your security team, hey, the people in the MAGA hats probably don't want to hurt me, but everyone else that's like the blue-haired ones, like, probably watch out for them. That's probably what he was meaning. I'm just playing devil's advocate. I'm trying to look at this from an unbiased perspective. All right. I'm not on Andrew's side. I'm not on Candace's side. I'm just trying to look at this from other perspectives.
Whatever could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said, that he was worried the left was going to try to kill him.
I'm sure he was. I'm sure he had that thought in his head constantly. He's constantly interacting with these lunatics, and he knows exactly how dangerous they are. So I don't doubt for a second that he has said that.
Now, we'll discuss it.
Son of Wiggum said, I'm working from home, and I got to use my mouse and keyboard from my work laptop, so I can only respond with emojis unless I unplug and replug like now. Well, thank you, Son of Wiggum. I appreciate you.
This more later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never-before-seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic many of these conspiracy theories have been. But that's what happens when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence. They seem to just make up evidence. And what did they make up? Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets. And I think it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man. But we came here today to debate, and so let's get to it. The debate topic today is, 1, my belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, and 2, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is the killer, at least based on evidence so far, and Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he's a patsy set up by the feds. To be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt. If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as a trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. But Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case. And I just think that that's absurd. And she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others. You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson.
So far, I don't think he has defended his use of overwhelming. He's already said that what he meant by overwhelming, he meant it was enough for him. So we'll see if he elaborates on that.
She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a...
Ooh, Slay Every Game has rated the stream. Thank you so much. Or I assume you guys were gaming. What game were you guys playing? We're hanging out. If it wasn't obvious, we're hanging out watching the Candace Owens Andrew Wilson debate. Andrew is going through his opening statement at the moment. Thank you for the raid, though. Much appreciated.
Patsy was supported by overwhelming evidence. Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim that there's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson's overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing. I see almost no evidence at all, only speculation on verified claims and suggestions of things that could merely be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like this. Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like. But if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 for this debate was to finally have a chance for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making. Candace's investigation is indistinguishable from a leftist operation. She couldn't be doing more damage to the right if she were trying. She uses her considerable platform to relentlessly attack one of the most...
So, as someone who claims to be great at debates, right? When I look at someone who's debating and they immediately go for character assassinations in the opening statement, it just doesn't look good for you personally. Attack her arguments, don't attack her character. If you want to show examples of her lying in the past or something like that to show that she's a liar, Sure, but right now that's not what he's doing. He's trying to set up the optics. He's trying to set up your perspective for the remainder of the debate. He wants to frame it in a way where you already view Candace as the villain, and that's just it's a debate strategy. I think it's a scummy debate strategy. It's one that I wouldn't personally use. I think if you're going to go debate someone, you go attack what they're saying there in the debate or what they've said about the topic previously. To bring up random, let's go back. What did he say?
To pay the $300,000 for this debate was to finally have a chance for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for
So,
the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making.
okay, so I didn't even address that part. He paid $300,000 to have this debate. And again, I've already watched the whole debate. We're just going back through it to give it a breakdown, look at it again. And I gotta say, it was a waste of money. At the end of this debate, I don't think he held her to account at all, like he said he was going to, and I think he should have just saved his money, honestly. And he's talking about enabling her or whatever, right? Well, what's more enabling than $300,000 to go talk to someone for 3 hours about nothing? They just talked in circles. My opinion. It's my opinion. Sorry, there was some bias there. Anyway, we're still breaking it down. I would normally agree with you, but the way Candace does things, from what I have seen, she just makes stuff up and lies 24/7, and she does this mid debate to him several times. We'll break it down, Wiggum. Don't worry. I'm not taking sides here. Candace is gonna get an earful from me as well. Don't worry. I have plenty to say about both of them, I'm sure. I bet he made more than $300,000 off this debate. I don't know. Maybe he did have like a GoFundMe or whatever it was to help him pay for it.
Candace's investigation is indistinguishable from a leftist operation.
Okay, so yeah, there we go. So he's trying to frame it in a way where you are immediately associating Candace with bad, negative.
Couldn't be doing more damage to the right if she were trying. She uses her considerable platform to relentlessly attack one of the most influential conservative outreach organizations for young people, and she's making a mockery of the online right-wing commentary class. She's harming Republicans in an election year by dividing them. She's attacking the very organization Charlie spent his life building. And she's attacking the people he loved, including his wife. And it cost me $300,000. But today, I hope that she finally answers for some of that.
Okay, I don't think Candace is responsible for anything going on within the Republican Party. Personally, I think she has zero effect in that regard. If the Republicans lose the midterms, it's because of Republicans, not because of Candace Owens. So
Thank you, Andrew.
that was my only thought there. So that was Andrew's opening statement. We're now going to move to Candace's opening statement.
Candace?
Did you get it out of your system?
I did.
Okay, great. Well, I'm not going to waste time with the preamble because I think I just want to get to the substance of the debate, and we'll just speak to the audience. I've obviously had an audience since we've been covering this case. People know that there was a personal friendship between me and Charlie, and diminishing the pursuit of something that makes sense regarding what happened on September 10th. By throwing it to, this is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I don't think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the government a great many times over, just the last couple of years, if you just think of the things that we've learned about our government. And I do want to say this. What's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense, which I'm going to demonstrate, I don't need to waste time with the preamble going through the points or trying to insult you or pretending that I've been running a podcast saying it's just dreams and vibes like I'm Miss Cleo. And that's the reason why it's taking so many influencers. It looks like $1 billion industry of influencers to dispute everything Candace says. It's not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream last night. I don't.
So just to pause here because I see Psycho Magus. Magus? I hope I'm saying that right. I don't want to say your name wrong. Yeah, I heard the Broke Quartering gave $5,000 to the GoFundMe. Go follow me on Twitter at Tyler Rittenauer. It should be in the description somewhere. Also in the description is the original debate for this. So if you want to go watch the original and you don't want to watch me reacting to it, it's in the description. But yes, apparently the Quartering, who was complaining about his business failing and him going broke and whatever else, yeah, he gave $5,000 to this to have this debate when he's not involved at all. He has literally no involvement. He has nothing to do with any of this. Uh, it was just kind of weird. Literally, just like the weirdest virtue signal ever. And when someone like called him on it, he like reposted them and said proudly, like he proudly donated this money so that Candace can get dunked on. And again, one of my biases going into this that I'm trying to leave at the door is that I thought neither of them won. I thought Andrew lost. I thought Candace lost at the end of this debate. Like neither one of them kind of proved themselves. They both. So it's like $5,000 for what, my guy? Hey, you know what, Shitty Gov?
Think that
We're
I
starting
think that
back
diminishes
up.
you as an argument. Obviously, we have presented a lot of evidence. You just presented a text message and said this is evidence. Well, that's how this entire thing began. You're talking about how Israel got into the conversation. It was because immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting like a 27 front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be strangely to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk when nobody was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody.
That's not true from Candace. And what I mean by that's not true is there actually were conspiracies before Netanyahu came out with that statement, but it was super weird that Netanyahu came out with that statement. Like let's be fair here. And that statement from Netanyahu is 100% real. Maybe I could find it. Let's see what, just to show what she's talking about. Let's see. Okay, so this right here. This is from The Independent.
Joseph Goebbels, the Nazi propaganda minister, said that the
Oh, why are we
bigger the
looking
lie,
at a black screen? Hang on. Oh, it's because I have this on full screen. Whoops. I'm trying to show you guys Netanyahu here. Big
the faster
Yahoo.
it will spread. Well, somebody has fabricated a monstrous big lie that Israel had something to do with Charlie Kirk's horrific murder. This is insane. It is false. It is outrageous. Charlie Kirk was a giant, a once-in-a-century talent who defended freedom, defended America, defended our common Judeo-Christian civilization.
Okay, again, super weird statement from Netanyahu. This was 9 days after Kirk's assassination.
Charlie loved Israel. He loved the Jewish people. He told me so in a letter that he sent me just a few months ago. One of my greatest joys as a Christian, he said, is advocating for Israel and forming alliances with Jews to protect Judeo-Christian civilization. He encouraged me to make the case directly to the American people about how vital Israel is to U.S. national security.
That just sounds like a lie. That's just, that sounds like straight bullshit.
He told me, the Holy Land is so important to my life, it pains me to see support for Israel slip away. Now, if Charlie
No, there's no way in fuck that Charlie was talking like this, bro.
disagreed with a policy of mine or a decision here and there, not only did I not mind, I welcomed it. This is the essence of Charlie. This is the essence of a free country. It's exactly what Charlie stood for. And I knew that his suggestions always came from the heart, from his love for Israel and from his love for the Jewish people. A few weeks before his death, I spoke to Charlie. I invited him to visit Israel again. And sadly, that won't happen. Now some are peddling these disgusting rumors, perhaps out of obsession, perhaps with Qatari funding. What I do know is this: Charlie Kirk was a great man, and a great man deserves honor, not lies. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. May your memory be a blessing.
What did they cut out there? Huh? What'd they cut out? They cut something out there. They cut something out there. I want to know what fucking let's see. Charlie Kirk's letter to Benjamin Netanyahu. Because, like, do we have evidence that he even sent this friggin' letter? Jewish Telegraphic Agency? I don't know if I trust that. Okay, the Jerusalem Post wrote a letter to Netanyahu. Do we have the letter? If we don't have the letter, I don't fucking buy it. No, you guys don't even link to the letter? Newsweek? Does Newsweek have the letter? Charlie Kirk's letter. No. Okay, so okay. Ryan Saavedra. This is from Newsweek. From the desk of Charlie Kirk. Dear Mr. Prime Minister, one of my greatest joys as a Christian is advocating for Israel and forming alliances with Jews in the fight to protect Judeo-Christian civilization. Most recently, I am proud to have taken over Ambassador Huckabee's show on TBN, where we continually support Israel and the Jewish people. As Muhammadism spreads into Western societies, it's critical that Jews and Christians stay united in the effort to contain and roll back radical Islam and Sharia law. Is this even real? I heard the debate between those two was comparable to the cripple fight from South Park. Yeah, sounds about right. Started to compose this letter to you on Easter. I should have been focused on my family, but I was getting bombarded with messages about the Israeli army making it difficult for Christians to access church in Jerusalem on Easter. At the time, I did not see any official statements pushing back on this narrative. It was frustrating because pro-Israel surrogates like me should not be in charge of fact-checking every piece of anti-Israel misinformation that pours into social media. It wasn't just Easter. On my recent campus tours, half the questions I get are about Israel, and they're all negative. I often spend half my time on these campus tours defending Jews in Israel, which I'm proud to do because I love Israel and I love the Jewish faith. I spent endless hours with Dennis Prager over the years studying the Torah. Sometimes it feels like I'm defending Israel in public more than your own government. My experience on college campuses matches a recent Harvard-Harris poll, which reported 48% of 18 to 24-year-old Americans support Hamas over Israel, even in young MAGA circles. Israel is losing support. We are getting huge crowds of 4,000 to 5,000 students on some of my college tours. My campus visits are becoming like a rock concert atmosphere filled with conservative patriots. Yet, on these campus visits, I'm constantly confronted with... End of the letter. So all the different statements about Israel. Above are just samplings of the negative Israel Jewish comments and questions I confront on college campuses. I'm accused of being a paid apologist for Israel when I defend her. However, if I don't defend Israel strongly enough, I'm accused of being anti-Semitic. I know you've got a 7-front war, and my kvetching pales in comparison, but I'm trying to convey to you that Israel is losing support even in conservative circles. This should be a 5-alarm fire. I'm often asked, why is Israel killing so many innocent civilians in Gaza? I know Israel goes to great lengths to drop flyers or even calling civilians to clear out areas but about to be bombed. I know Israel posts maps showing which areas should be evacuated. I know that Hamas uses civilians and human shields, but 90% of the younger generations get their news in social media and podcast, and there is little pushback or fact checking by the Israel government or pro-Israel supporters in the media. That's probably because they support the killing of civilians. To be fair, so Charlie, you were almost there. You were so close. I strongly suggest Israel does not always depend on subcontracting their information war efforts to surrogates in America. Mr. Prime Minister, I urge you to revamp your information warfare strategy from top to bottom. Sometimes the impression is given that Israel thinks everyone hates them, so why care about winning over hearts and minds? If there's any truth to this impression, I urge you to consider that the social media and podcast is where you fight for the hearts and minds of the younger generation. Obviously, all this negative Israel propaganda on social media easily translate into pro-Hamas, free Palestine sentiment on many college campuses. Here are some unsolicited recommendations my team and I suggest if your communications reset. For starters, you need a rapid response media team. President Trump does this effectively on social media with his own account. So he's like giving... This is a very long letter. Holy crap. I don't know how we confirm if that's actually from Kirk or not, but regardless, there was still a super weird video from Netanyahu. All of it. And I've had fatigue from the news for months, debating whether or not to buy Hell Let Loose Vietnam. If they'd had this 6 months ago, it might have worked. I think everyone has fatigue of this ish now. Possibly.
He was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk. And then we had a round of influencers who lied and said Charlie was not changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And I demonstrated via a text message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say, actually on your.
Yeah, but if that letter that I was just reading is actually from Charlie Kirk, who knows what he actually believed at this point? It sounded like he was trying to help the Israeli government improve their image.
Show it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel as well. And so, yeah, when all of these things happen in the immediate aftermath, and then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that, Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie. People then begin to ask a reasonable question, which is, why are we lying about this? If they were forthcoming with that and they had said, hey, yeah, Charlie was starting to ask questions. I think after October 7th, it's reasonable that people are starting to re-examine our relationship with Israel. We wouldn't be here today. But it has been lie after lie after lie, debunk after debunk after debunk. Yes, I did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say that I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's not exactly one that makes me nervous. Like calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially.
Okay, so she's glossing over the fact that she just accused TPUSA, his friends, and his family of being a part of a conspiracy. So she just glossed over that and was just like, this is how I feel. We're just to acknowledge that real quick. She literally just like put that out there and then moved on without making any like proof, like the no proof, anything. Just like, here's my claim. Charlie was betrayed. It was a dream. It's not anymore. Would you like to elaborate on that? Or no, I'm sorry. I can't ask questions to the people asking questions.
Saying that they demand further answers and they're not accepting the Fed slop. So I'm grateful that you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place, maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Colbert. He's a spokesperson. And rather than doing that, they send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes.
Just out of curiosity, are you between 0 to 100? What is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know. I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
So, Andrew. Oh my goodness. Okay, guys. So, like, Andrew basically just conceded the debate. Just right there, that was he just conceded the debate. He began the debate saying that there's overwhelming evidence. Then it transitioned to there's evidence that convinced me, and now we're at I'm not 100% sure it's him. Like, Andrew, dude, come on.
0%?
0%.
I'm at 0.
And then Candace goes, hold my beer. There's no way it's Robinson. No, you're not even like, you don't even want to throw like 5% out there? No, 0. It's 0%. Okay. All right.
So
With what we've seen in terms of the evidence, I'm at 0%.
So not only, that maybe somebody was behind him as a patsy influencing him, you're not even saying that he didn't even shoot Charlie Kirk and
Right.
kill him.
I would, if you said, was he involved that day, as
Right.
I have consistently said on my platform, I would say yes, he was. I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence?
0% Tyler Robinson's a shooter. Was he involved? Absolutely. But he was involved as a patsy, apparently. We'll get to that part, I believe. I think that's her position. I don't want to say that that's her position. I'll let her speak for herself in this debate, but we'll see. 0% is crazy. Like, Andrew's saying that he's not 100. He goes in with an overwhelming, and then he's like, I was convinced, and now he's like, I'm not 100%. And then Candace is like, nope, 0%. Which means that Candace is 100% convinced that it's not Tyler. When she says 0%, that means she's 100% convinced it's not him.
Forward.
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to all of the evidence that he feels that he has. I mean, I'm not even convinced that Charlie was shot from the rooftop on Losi that day, based on the evidence that has been.
Do you think he was shot?
I do not think that Charlie was shot from a 30-06 from
Yeah,
Losi.
but just shot at all.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie, and I'm open to other people's presentations, but I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30-06.
Can we see maybe if we're going to have an olive branch to each other, if maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you're not sure if he was actually shot. You're open to alternative theories. To that.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about was he shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It defies.
Candace, answer the question. He's asking, do you think he was shot? You're saying a projectile of some sort. Was he shot? Yes or no? A projectile of some sort. What are you saying? You saying he got hit by a fucking cannon? Like, what projectile, Candace? What projectile? Huh?
It defies common sense to think that he had a Superman neck, and even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated, I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up Spalhalla steel cages and shot it, and it went through. So under no circumstance will I.
So at least not a 30-06.
Definitively not a
Okay,
30-06
but you
from
are
Losi,
open-
150 feet. No,
But you're not necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at all.
with maybe a smaller.
Smaller caliber. Okay. And then
Okay, so she concedes that he may have been shot by a smaller caliber. That is fair. I've gone out and shot things in the middle of the desert before. Even like a small pellet gun, like it could make massive holes in things. So an actual 308 that should go through somebody. But if I understand correctly, let's double check this because I want to make sure. What round was used to kill Charlie? Okay. So I'm using Brave to search this up. Load. It's a 30-06 cartridge from a Mauser model 98 bolt action rifle. Yeah, but what branding? Who was it manufactured by though? Like, cause I think that matters, right? Good afternoon, the Quiet Part Pod. What's up, Chris? Right now we're looking up what kind of round was used to kill Charlie Kirk. We know it's a 30-06, but I'm trying to see if that we know what like brand, like what company made this round. It has not been identified in public reports or court filings at this time. While investigators confirm the cartridge casings were engraved with messages using a Dremel tool, it does not name the original manufacturer or the bullets or brass. Okay, so we don't know. Because that might help us determine the quality of the bullet, you know, like if it's a lower quality 30-06 or maybe an older 30-06 round, maybe that would explain why it wasn't as effective. I'm just trying to look at things from other perspectives. There was a type of round, but I don't think MFG is out there. No, from what I just looked up, it said that it's not public record yet. So maybe that's one of those things that we'll get during the actual trial. So,
there's some things that I'm going to make concessions on that I do think we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that. And we can get to those things as well. The other thing is in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline is that you think...
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, Wiggum. If we can find out who manufactured the round, we can see what kind of round it is. And then from there, we can make the determination if it actually should have stopped where it did or if it should have gone through. And then, you know, then we can have more of an argument. Because right now, if it's just a 30-06 and we're just assuming that it's like the highest quality 30-06, you know, we can't make that assumption. We need to know exactly. They said it was a soft core bullet. See, things like, if we can prove things like that, then that would explain it, right? Let's see. We got TJ over in the YouTube chat. What are you doing in the YouTube chat? Get over into the Rumble chat. What are you doing? Because the leftists were saying MAGA is saying he was trans because the bullets said TRN, not trans. MAGA is dumb, lol. Didn't the bullets have TRN imprinted on the back of the bullets? They had a lot of different things imprinted on the back of the bullets or just on the bullet casings. They were mostly memes and stuff. But yeah, that's another thing that people miss about the case when they say it's not politically motivated.
That Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in
Yes.
the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the compelling evidence that you think you have there?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant,
Mm-hmm.
and I have seen the receipt. I know the conversation that I had, and I think it's enough that, you know, it will be presented. Obviously,
His girlfriend was a furry tranny.
if this goes to trial. But yes, I do believe that he was in Panguitch, which is near his grandparents' home.
Did he give you an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to, before we get into like all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is.
Wait, no. Look, so she's trying to run past this. She has her own timeline. He just asked her about it. He asked her about her claim that Tyler Robinson went to a steakhouse hours away from the event. And she's claiming that the owner of this steakhouse says that this was Tyler Robinson and has a receipt from Tyler Robinson. Her evidence for that is, I heard from a guy, and I've seen a receipt that I believe to be unaltered. That's her evidence for that. Let's just be clear. And now she's trying to move on.
Evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is, since.
Well, I think that that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute. And that's why I'm...
Yeah, but
because if
we're
not
trying to get
establishing
to
the
whether there's
timeline-
overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
so
if you
whether
want to
then
use
starting
the first,
with
if you want to use the first part of that for the internal critique,
yeah,
for you,
we should
that's
go
fine.
over the actual
Okay,
evidence that
so
we feel.
The first reason that I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene. So I would consider that to be very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core lock absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from 150 grain Remington core lock, that's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know, but definitely upon impact. And we have the medical examiner who confirms this in a summary. And my team can bring that up, the summarization, which means he would have to be a part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
Okay, so just to.
So, and I agree with Wiggum here. Son of Wiggum says, I think he nails her down here and she wiggles out of it somehow. It's because Andrew's not actually as good at debating as he thinks he is. And I think you're 100% right, Son of Wiggum. I think he nails her down here. That explains everything when it comes to the conspiracy of why the bullet didn't go all the way through his neck. It was a soft core round. That would explain the whole thing. So, and she, again, like you said, she kind of wiggles out of it. The Nothing Archives. Leftists see Andrew raffle stomping Candace and then go around saying she won. So effing frustrating. Well, my position, Nothing Archives, because I'm watching this for the second time live on air. I originally watched it off air. And the first time I watched it, I came out of it with the conclusion that both of them looked more dumb than they looked going into this. So I don't think anyone won. I don't think Andrew won. I don't think Candace won. I think they both had moments where they made each other look dumb and moments where they had like good arguments. Like I think they were both equal in their in their debate. Like I don't think there was a true winner here. Yeah, I don't think he won either. I think they both came out looking like crap. Right. The only winner was YouTube. Absolutely. No, the winner here, guys, was Patrick Bet David, who got to sit here and watch them just like talk in circles around each other. I'm sure he raked in the cash that day. Like, good on Patrick Bet David, man.
Start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him. Near Losey Center, or I guess off in the woods. That gun. Did you watch the testimony? Did you watch the preliminary hearing?
Yeah, we covered it live. Yeah.
Okay, so forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony that was given by the Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner, any of those people who went into the science of?
Yes, I recall. You're talking about
the bullet analysis.
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay, so that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene. Right. That doesn't remove if you think somebody set up as a patsy, you could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in the woods near a crime scene.
I agree.
That's not convincing evidence to me.
I concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
So I think have
Son of Wiggum points out something excellent here. He's pointing out that Andrew Wilson has allowed her now to shift away from the wound on Charlie Kirk's neck and the bullet that was used to cause his fatal wound. She has now shifted to the gun that was used. So she didn't have to concede anything. She didn't have to agree with anything. She shifted to the next. She shifted the goalpost, and he let it happen.
I've said on a platform that you were a gunsmith.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and for how many years?
Many, many years.
For many years. Mm-hmm. You also said that you were an Army sniper?
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay.
And I never said that.
Sorry, your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it change 15 years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So
Army sniper is a colloquial term?
Yeah, I was never an Army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach this? She then I corrected it and said you taught rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles as a private citizen.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And I was an NRA instructor for many, many, many years alongside my gun shop.
As with your expertise, when she gave testimony on the stand, Samantha.
To be fair, Son of Wiggum, she was trying to get clarification on something. Apparently, she had found a tweet from his wife previously, years ago, where she claimed that he was an Army sniper for some reason. Maybe she was misremembering something or misinterpreted something. Andrew seemed confused by why she would even bring it up. I don't know.
Partner, that there was dust and there was debris that was found in the gun barrel.
Yep.
And then when we had the person who, and this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with a point at a time.
I'm not done. You said something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to do a point at a time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to, but I want you to respond to 2 points. I want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5+ actually by the end of the testimony, 5.
So I'm going to look that up while Andrew breaks down the dust part.
5 sets of prints for which we already...
Yeah, how about you debate each point? I would love that, Chris. I would love for them to actually go point by point instead of moving the goalpost. That happens a lot in this debate, though. They both kind of do it, is the issue. But so I'm going to look up her claim about the prints to see if that could be substantiated, and then I'm going to let Andrew explain the dust.
already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5+ prints. And among those 5+ prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded. So I would like you to explain how Tyler Robinson's prints could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched. You could have DNA on something that you've never touched. And to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5+ other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah. So let's get into all 3 of the claims. First, with debris. When it comes to debris, firing rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay,
So
you think there could be debris and dust.
Yeah.
He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
Not only that, he left it in a forest. Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but if you leave
Yeah, the fingerprints are not DNA evidence. Wiggum, she's conflating those. The Quiet Part Pod says prints smear and smudge with use. That, and if you're committing a crime, like let's look at it from another perspective, right? We're trying to look at this from an unbiased point of view. So let's say you're carrying out a crime. You're using a family heirloom as a weapon. It's been sitting up on the mantle for God knows how long. It hasn't been shot in years. It's gonna be full of dust. You take it. I don't even know if you're gonna wipe it down. You're probably just gonna load it if you're not super well versed in firearms, right? He was just looking to go take somebody out. So he takes this thing, assassinates Kirk, wipes it down in the areas he knows that he's held it because he just killed somebody, and then he stashes it, and then it's in the forest. It takes a little bit for people to find it. It's gonna get more dirt, debris, and dust on it. So it's not far-fetched. You wipe it with your shirt. Exactly. You could wipe it with literally anything. And him holding it after just killing somebody, he's going to know where he held it, and he's going to try to smear it off. And if someone's touched it prior, you're more likely to find those prints because they weren't wiped off.
a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that you fired the shot, it just didn't blow all the debris out, and it often doesn't. You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's dirty rifle and it's all dusty inside the bore and you go fire it, you'll often look down the bore and there's still dust.
Okay.
Happens all the time.
Okay, and the prints?
Yeah, so the prints, we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long testimony on the prints.
We don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made the claim that Lance Twiggs' DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, no, hold on. First, let's go to your first point, because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and this is the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis during the trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change, that among the prints, his was the most degraded. So I'm asking you to address that. How could that be possible?
Let's give it, let's just grant this for a second as a possibility that his fingerprints were degraded.
It's not a possibility. It's a fact. The person who took it.
I'm just granting it for the sake of argument.
You should grant it because it's a fact that she presented.
So now it's granted. So what?
What do you mean? So what?
Yeah. So what? What does that prove?
Okay, another terrible tactic by Andrew Wilson. Instead of arguing the point, he just says it doesn't matter. I think it does matter, especially for the average person that doesn't understand how evidence and DNA and prints work. You should absolutely at least try to explain that. But you know what it is? I think Andrew Wilson just doesn't have a good explanation, doesn't have an answer. So his response is, so what? Lazy.
It proves
spending $300,000 to debate something that you didn't prepare for is just insane to me.
Proves that if his prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them, you're going to have to...
Yeah, that's the other point I wanted to bring up, Chris. I believe it gets they pointed out at some point. That's why I said if you grab your grandfather's or your father's old rifle off the mantle that's been hanging in your living room and then you go and fire it, yes, there's going to be dust and debris still in the barrel. Even after you've fired it 5, 10 times, there's going to be dust and debris in the barrel. It's when you fire a bullet, you understand that it's not like a cleaning agent, right? Like you're not cleaning the barrel when it gets fired. You understand that, right? I hope everyone understands this.
Explain how that's possible if he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
Yeah, so wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded,
I'm telling you
if
to
that's the
explain it.
case-
You're the gunsmith.
Well,
so
wait a
explain it.
second.
Andrew doesn't have an explanation. He's not going to explain it.
How would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that I work in a DNA laboratory
So
with
your
fingerprints?
answer is I don't know. You can just say you don't know.
But
you
I
don't
did.
have to.
But I did.
No, you said so what?
Yeah,
so say
so-
I don't know. I
but what
actually
would
don't
that-
have an
what
explanation
would that
for that,
prove,
Candace.
though, is my question.
Well, I think that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun may have used it more recently.
Did they say who else had fingerprints on the gun?
They named Matt Robinson explicitly.
Okay.
And this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson, Matt Robinson, and Lance Twig.
Okay, so this is from Grok. Grok is saying that Tyler Robinson was a major contributor to DNA and prints found on the rifle. However, there were multiple people's DNA on some items, calling for further review, according to the defense. However, if this is a family heirloom sitting in your house, how many people are going to walk by and be like, "Oh, that's cool, that's nice. Oh, can I pull it down and look at it?" Like, there's going to be, or what about the person that put it up there, like his father, grandfather, whoever, right? Someone had to put it up there, and then their prints are just there for years. And like I think Wiggum was saying, it's just imprinted into the oil on the gun, like. So whose prints exactly? This is something that we need to wait for the trial for them to flesh this out. Check the trigger assembly and internals. Is Tyler Robinson's prints there? Grok says yes. Swabs from rifle parts noted possible ridge detail smudging, indicating potential Latin fingerprint-like marks. But reported results have centered on DNA analysis rather than matched Latin fingerprint identifications from others. Prosecutors and investigators stated that DNA consistent with Robinson was found on the trigger, the fired cartridge casing, and unfired cartridges associated with the rifle. So how does Candace explain that? If they can somehow explain away the rifle fingerprints having Tyler Robinson's being smudged on there, how do you explain away the engraved casings having his fingerprints? How do you explain that one away? Curious. The word degraded didn't appear in testimony. So that's from Jay Barty. I haven't actually read the testimony, Jay Barty. I'm going to be fully upfront with that. I haven't read the testimony because personally, I'm waiting for the actual trial. Right now, we're in pre-trial or whatever it's called. We don't even have all the evidence being presented right now. So I'm not even taking a look at it. I just wanted to take a look at this debate and fact check things from the information that we currently have available. And from what's currently available, Candace is wrong on this. Candace seems wrong. Even if there are other prints, it doesn't really seem to mean anything. And you would also then have to explain away the other prints that they found on other items.
So those were the 3 names they named.
So are you saying that
I don't think the spent casings get brought up a single time during this debate, Wiggum.
Twig's
Would you like me to
fingerprints-
finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
this was a portion of her testimony where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home. And she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3, their prints were found on the gun. She's explicitly...
Yeah, but if you tell that to certain people, Chris, and I'm sure you know some of the people that I'm referencing, you tell that to some people and they will just scream in your face that you don't understand and that the burden of proof is on the government and that they haven't met the bar for enough proof. That's just what they'll say. But Chris and I and normal rational people acknowledge that it's just the pretrial, and they had to give us the bare minimum before we go to trial. It's a pretrial.
Named Matt Robinson as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had.
Andrew Wilson seems to let her move on a lot, and it seems to be because Andrew Wilson doesn't have an answer for a lot of these things. $300,000 to not even prepare for the debate. It's just crazy.
Taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded, and you're saying
I can explain why his prints are the most degraded, Andrew can't.
He is the shooter, it's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there is evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
That wouldn't prove anything about him being a patsy.
It said it's evidence to support the claim that he could have been set up as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier, so what? Because even if it's the case that this doesn't have an explanation for it yet, that doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay,
hang on. I didn't cut you off, right? You would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied into Robinson being a patsy. Are you claiming that these fingerprints were Lance Twiggs or that he had any DNA there?
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson, it could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to come out during the trial.
How would that tie into the idea that he's a patsy?
Yes,
though?
because if his is the most degraded prints and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson as an heirloom. I had conversation with members of the Robinson family, Twiggs family, both of them. You know, like I said, we're not just dreaming. And if we're having those conversations and they told me that that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay, so it was his grandfather's gun or great-grandfather's gun. I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one it was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter, is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it, essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you could see that could be.
How do we get to the patsy part?
You don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence. So how could we get to the patsy part?
Okay.
Well, maybe you shouldn't have run-on sentences, Candace. Maybe you shouldn't have run-on sentences that never end and just keep going after you've made claim after claim. Is that an option? Can we not do that where you could like stop and let him answer a few things? No? Okay. What's up, Animal? What's up, our Sergeant? This stupid bitch, the DNA sample was not degraded. The fingerprints were because they were smudged, almost like Tyler took the towel the gun was wrapped in and wiped it down. Crazy! Or it's almost like he was shuffling it around and wrapped it in a towel and was trying to hide it in places and it was sitting in the woods. All these different things. Which is why I say debate each point claim. I mean, I'm going to have to, Chris, because Andrew doesn't. Andrew basically doesn't. So she's claiming that she talked to the Robinson family and that he's not much of a shooter. That doesn't mean literally anything. How far was the shot taken? It was about 150 yards, right? It's about 450 feet. That's not a hard shot to make at all. Not at all. Especially on a big target like a person, that's not a hard shot to make. 150 to 200 yards. So let's give them the 200 yards, 600 feet. That's about average. That's about an average distance for a shot. That's not very far. Especially, and he missed too. Not with a scoped rifle. Not with a scoped rifle, and he missed too. Did he miss? Well, I guess he was aiming for the actual head. He hit the neck, right? He was aiming for his head, and he hit his neck. Exactly. So, again, for someone, I have not, like, I've gone hunting and shooting and stuff like that, but I don't do it on a regular basis. It's not that hard to zero in a scope and then aim and shoot. It's not hard at all, especially when you have something like a 30-08, 30-06, whatever it's called. When you have a round like that and you have a rifle, it's very easy to just point and shoot. Like people make it out to be like, whoa, you shot someone from that far. Yeah, that's actually not that hard. Didn't account for bullet drop. Exactly. Apparently he didn't play enough video games.
Can't get to the end of the
I'll wait
sentence.
patiently till we get to
So
the
that could be a
part.
reasonable explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often shoot this weapon and he is indeed a fisher. And it could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's prints on this. Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things, they live together. That doesn't really mean anything. But that could demonstrate that somebody took his
Probably not musically medicated. He probably didn't account for weather.
weapon and put it somewhere. His prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's prints, and that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into
Yeah, but where are those prints? Because if they're on like the barrel and the buttstock because the grandfather put it up on display, that's not the same as Tyler Robinson's prints who tried to wipe them off and it's on the trigger and like the underbarrel of the rifle. Like, where are the prints, Candace? You want to elaborate?
But it
various
also
places.
could demonstrate nothing.
Because, yeah, they demonstrate nothing, exactly. Because we don't know where the prints are. If you're telling me that there's 5 different prints on the trigger and that Tyler Robinson's print is the most degraded, okay, now we can talk about that. That's interesting. Why would Tyler Robinson's prints be the most degraded after firing the weapon? Why would his prints be the most degraded on the trigger? That would be an interesting topic of discussion. That's not what's being discussed here because we don't know that. We don't know where the prints are.
So the problem that you have here is that this is pure conjecture.
No,
Hang on.
It's like someone breaks into your house, the police sweep the house, and they're like, all right, we found 20 prints. We can't convict the guy. Okay, well, where'd you find the prints? Were they on the broken door where he broke in? Or were they around the kitchen in the living room area? Like, this matters very deeply. Where the prints were.
This is not evidence that
They were in your house, therefore we can't convict him.
Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that, well, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun.
I didn't say must be
Describe
patsy.
how this actually links in to Robinson.
Yes, when I asked Grok, our sergeant, Grok said that Tyler Robinson's prints were also on the shells, but it didn't elaborate as to whether or not there were more prints on the shells than Tyler Robinson's. So we don't know for sure there. But yes, there were prints recovered off the shells that were Tyler Robinson's. So that's another point that Andrew just doesn't bring up. He's not arguing very well here. For someone who literally got hired by TP USA to train their people how to debate, he's not very good at debating. Maybe he is great at debating, and he's just not good at debating this topic. I don't know. For someone who spent $300,000 to have a debate, you would think they would have prepared better.
Being a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But to just go back to your point about this is not evidence, you can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there's evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the preliminary
no, I
hearing?
didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position you think is strong and convincing.
What
okay?
I'm here to do is represent.
Notice how she said, did you watch the preliminary hearing? Oh, it's the preliminary hearing? You mean the one where they don't show all the evidence? They just show the basic shit so that they could bring it to trial? No, I didn't watch that because they didn't present all the evidence. I don't care.
My own opinion,
You
which
said
is
in
that
your opening
based
statement-
based on the evidence presented so far by the state,
The state has
that I find it
presented
convincing.
evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any.
Yeah, no. Candace argues very well. Despite how wrong she is, she at least is arguing way better than Andrew is. I think Wiggum's right. He greatly underestimated her, and to his own detriment. I mean,
Patsy
No, that's very
behavior.
important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time,
Great.
Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just a probative
I
hearing.
don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that,
no. This is a huge point. This is crazy
we
that you
can
don't
call
know
for
this.
a fact check if
Yes,
all the
well,
evidence
we need
was
more than a
put
fact
in.
check. This was every single
The team
day.
in the back is
Utah
actually
Rule
saying they want to
1102.
go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up, and then Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well. But they're
Yeah, Wiggum, I think he was expecting one of these whatever podcast thoughts. Like, I think he was expecting to be debating, like, someone of that IQ level, the whatever podcast, like, thought OnlyFan people. He's used to debating that low-level intelligence, you know? Candace is wrong and a liar, but she's not dumb in the sense that, like, she doesn't know how to argue. She clearly knows how to argue even if she's wrong, and he was expecting one of these whatever thoughts.
requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up so we can show it. And in the interim, is that it?
Yeah. So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
Yeah, so this says the bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially perforated the interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left common cartoid on the left internal external jugular veins. The bullet also obliterated the left side C27 vertebrae, transacted the cervical spinal cord. Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercausal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination is that he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling that up for.
Okay, and I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that, so I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102?
It's brought up as a fact check because what they're saying here is that the wound is consistent with a soft core 30-06. Am I wrong? Like, that's the whole point Andrew brought this up for, was to show that the medical examiner is saying that it was a bullet that fractured on impact. He, again, corners her and shit talks about something else. Yeah.
Utah Rule, because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying.
And again, he lets her slip by. Yeah.
That I am not allowed to
Andrew could have easily won this debate multiple times, but he's just too dumb to keep her there. He's too dumb to keep her on topic.
infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But your entire reason, like you asserted that you believe that
he keeps also shifting the goalpost. He brings up things like the medical examiner, and then he's like, yeah, but how does this relate to him being a patsy? Stay on topic, my dude. You had her right there. And then you're like, how does this relate to him being a patsy? That's an open doorway for her to go to another topic. Congrats.
there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the
Correct.
preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
No, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to Shooter. Tyler Robinson did it the same way that you
I
got
didn't
to
get
Tyler
just
Robinson.
Shooter from that.
Yes, you did. You again, this is something important, so we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah, and under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the
I
trial,
agree, they
swear
don't
them
have
in.
to.
But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagley
But
was
not
saying,
all of it, like I said.
the overwhelming
And
majority,
again, no
I mean,
dispute.
outside of the one
But
that you
there's
don't
no-
that you don't
that's
want to
not
give,
what's
please don't
in
cut me off.
dispute, though.
Outside of no, that is what's in dispute. It means
not.
that your entire brand of saying you don't have evidence, you don't.
I know that was her prompt, but he's trying to disprove that prompt, right? And I'm responding to Howie over on YouTube. What's up, Howie? He's trying to disprove her prompt, right? Her prompt is that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. Well, he keeps bringing it up again at the worst times. He needs to walk her there, clearly. He almost does. He just about does. He gets her to the part where they're talking about the bullet. He gets her to the part where they're talking about the dust and the prints on the gun. He gets her to the part where they're talking about the medical examination, but he doesn't keep her there to force her to concede her points. He allows her to move on and concede nothing. And when he brings up things like, hey, how does this relate to him being a patsy, instead of, hey, explain this away, like, instead of pushing her on why the medical examiner says this, instead of he was exploded at the chest, or it wasn't a projectile, or it wasn't a bullet, or whatever, he doesn't hold her there to explain the topic. He allows her to move on when he says, how does this relate to him being a patsy? It's a doorway for her to move to the next topic, instead of staying on the topic where she otherwise would have not have been able to argue Andrew. So again, Andrew fails at keeping her on topic, which it was a topic where Andrew was winning, technically, because the facts were on Andrew's side, but he keeps letting her slip through.
Have evidence falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony before they had about an hour debate, actually maybe it was more than an hour debate before he sat, and they said, this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution, 1102. It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then, they would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance just can't willy-nilly say,
I'm not disputing.
But the entire
Yeah, there's nothing to dispute there. It's a preliminary trial. They're trying to see if there's enough to charge Tyler Robinson. She's not saying anything wrong here, but she's making it sound like it's a bad thing. And then she's saying that all of these statements from people like Lance Twiggs won't be able to be used in the trial. Okay. So they won't be used in the trial. What's your issue? If they're using it now and it won't be able to be used in the trial, okay, let them present the evidence that they do have, and if it's not convincing to the jury, and then all of it will be public after the trial or during the trial anyway, so then us, the public, will be able to decide for ourselves as well. We don't have all the evidence.
Substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence. That's what you're saying to me. When you say, Candace,
Here,
you
I'll
can't
give you
talk
the
about the degraded
argument
prints, which is a
now.
fact.
Yeah, I'm not
and then
saying
infer
that.
off of that.
Didn't say that.
Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're just
literally
making stuff up. So
I'm
here's
not
what the
making stuff
position
up.
is.
I'm
I'm
not making
asking
stuff
this.
up.
Well, I
I'm
have Rule
saying
1102
that
ready
I
if you
think
wanna
you.
read
Let's
it.
pull that up.
Hang on, what happened? Let's go back. They started talking over each other. Let's go back.
Asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution, 1102. It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then, they would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance
But
just
you're
can't
arguing
willy-nilly
things I'm
say,
not disputing.
but the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence.
No,
That's what you're saying
it's
to
not.
me. When you say, Candace,
Here,
you
I'll
can't
give you
talk
the
about the degraded
argument
prints, which is a
now.
fact.
Yeah, I'm not
and then
saying
infer
that.
off of that.
Andrew didn't say that we can't talk about the degraded prints. Andrew didn't want to talk about the degraded prints because he didn't seem to have an answer for it. He just kind of sidestepped in and said, so what? But that wasn't him saying, let's not talk about it or we can't talk about it. So she's wrong there.
Say
that Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're just
telling
literally
you,
making stuff up. So
I'm
here's
not
what the
making stuff
position
up.
is.
I'm
I'm
not making
asking
stuff
this.
up.
Well, I
I'm
have Rule
saying
1102
that
ready
I
if you
think
wanna-
She did make that up.
I'm
let's
just
pull that
trying
up.
to
Let's
pull
pull
up
that up.
how
I
you
am
get
doing
there from the
exactly what the
inference.
state did. I
Okay.
am looking at a piece of evidence, and I am saying.
But you're not showing me how you get there
Can you
from the
describe to the
inference.
audience what Rule
Yes.
1102
So
means?
just so everybody who's watching this at home understands what I am saying, even if he doesn't. What Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from
Never
a
made that
fact
argument.
like
Just making it up. Just purely making it up. I'm asking based on
Andrew.
based on
Can I
your
show my evidence? You
inference.
just showed yours.
She is going off on a tangent, claiming things that he didn't actually say. That is a fact. So Andrew is right to cut her off there. She's going off on a tangent. We brought this up for you to explain whatever Rule 1102 is. Explain Rule 1102. Stop bringing up things that Andrew didn't say.
Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. The entire preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay. And what that means essentially is the people who are making the statements can just...
Oh my God, she's not even going to fucking read. All right, she's going to piss me off. All right, we'll read it since they have it pulled up. Rule 1102. Statement of the rule. Reliable hearsay is admissible at criminal preliminary examinations. Definition of reliable hearsay. For purpose of criminal preliminary examinations only, reliable hearsay includes hearsay evidence admissible at trial under the Utah Rules of Evidence. Hearsay evidence admissible at trial under Rule 804 of Utah Rules of Evidence, regardless of the availability at the declarate of the preliminary examination. Evidence establishing the foundation of the authenticity of any exhibit, scientific, laboratory, or forensic reports and records, medical and autopsy reports and records, a statement of non-testifying peace officer to a testifying peace officer, A statement made by a child victim of physical abuse or sexual offense, which is recorded in accordance with Rule 15.5 of Utah Rules and Criminal Procedure. A statement of the declarate that is written, recorded, and transcribed verbatim, which is under oath or affirmation, or pursuant to a notification to the declarate that a false statement made therein is punishable. And so she's complaining about the law that basically what this law does is if a child is being abused by somebody, the child can declare that this is happening. They will go to pretrial, and then they can decide whether or not it is believable enough or not without actual evidence. And then once the trial actually begins, then they actually have to prove that. That's what this law would do. And she's complaining that they're using this law in the Tyler Robinson case. Why? So anything that ends up being hearsay in order for them to go and gather the evidence, if it's not usable or it shows that Tyler Robinson's not guilty, we will see that in the trial. What is even the point of bringing this up? I guarantee you almost every state has a law similar to this.
Patrick told me that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not here, and that is they can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative. And so it's the state saying, here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence, and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence. Okay. Case in point, that's a demonstration that's a demonstration of what I just did. I said the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring.
What's funny about her bringing that up, right, is she has this up on the board right now that they can use scientific, laboratory, or forensic reports and records as hearsay. So the claim that she's bringing up that she's using from the preliminary trial could literally be hearsay while she's complaining about the pretrial being hearsay.
Is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That doesn't. Okay? That's the point in contention.
That's not a point in contention. That's
the point in contention.
It's not a point in contention. If you're saying it's a point,
it is the point in contention.
It's not the point in contention. I'm telling you that was what the entire hearing allowed for. So the evidence that he is describing.
But we're asking.
Yes, most pretrials probably allow all of that, Candace. I think you just don't understand how the legal system works at all. And I think a lot of her fans don't either. That's literally how a lot of the court systems work in the United States. The pretrial allows things that the normal trial doesn't so that we can get to the point of having and acquiring evidence. How it works. Literally how it works. And she's complaining about it. And then she's taking that and then using it to blanket the entire case to say that it's all hearsay. The whole case is hearsay because they might allow hearsay. So the whole case, it's just so stupid.
He is using to argue his case is all based on inference, not fact.
Great.
Inference, not fact. So what they are inferring off of the facts.
So again, we're going to take this, and I'm just going to even grant it because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get to the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that when you tweeted, I think that this evidence is overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car, okay? They are inferring that that's Tyler Robinson.
Can you walk me through the inference that I understand?
It's not a fact. It's not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept citing that we have images.
I'm talking about your inference that the fingerprints.
Oh God, this is so frustrating. I feel for Andrew here. Because she's clearly sidestepping what he's saying. What he's asking for is, all right, guys, let's pretend that I am completely. I'm clueless. I have amnesia. I just woke up from a coma. I have no idea what's going on. First thing I get interested in is the Candace Owens and Andrew Wilson saga. Okay, and I find out everything that happened with Kirk and all the trial, whatever's going on, and I'm like, that's interesting. So Candace, how did you get to your position on this? And she goes, well, I got to my position on this the same way that you did. If you remember the thing that you tweeted about. What? No, I'm asking how you got to your position on this topic. What piece of evidence or what did you see and what chain of events did you see them for you to be like, this is what happened. This is why I believed what happened. She just completely sidesteps it.
Even if they're degraded equals Patsy, how do you get that inference?
I didn't say it equals Patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary was.
There's evidence that should be explored. Please elaborate. Please elaborate. If you're talking about the prints, I've already explained. Just because Andrew couldn't explain them doesn't mean they're unexplainable. I explained them here, and I'm guarantee you that during the trial that they'll be able to explain it as well if it gets brought up.
No,
In the
but
inverse.
that's not in dispute. What's in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a Patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to Patsy from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun than Tyler Robinson did. So it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts, okay? It is plausible that somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Is there equally
that's how it works.
And is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make.
I'm just asking questions. All right, well, if the question you're asking is, hey guys, do you think that someone took Tyler Robinson's gun and left it in the woods near the crime scene to try and frame him? I would ask you, that's interesting. Is it possible? Yes, absolutely. That's within the realm of reality and its possibilities. Absolutely it is. Is it most likely what happened? From what I've seen, no. What's most likely to have happened is that Tyler Robinson shot and killed Kirk and then hid his rifle in the woods. But the trial will show that, hopefully. Why does the prosecutors have to explore everything? Their job is to build a case based on a fact pattern that makes sense to them. The defense's job is to poke holes in it and introduce doubt with other explanations. Exactly, Chris, because that's how our court system works. Lie, his was 70% of the DNA. Well, from what I looked up, Howie, that we can't confirm that just yet. But again, that's probably true. And even if it wasn't, so what? He could have wiped it down. It was over right there. She said 0% killed her. No other possibility. Yeah, that's the thing, right? At the beginning of the debate, she said that there's 0% that Tyler Robinson took the killing shot. So she's already the one jumping to conclusions. Because how do you even get to the I understand if you're questioning whether or not Andrew, who I'll be fair to him when he says 75 to 85%. It's a little annoying when he's like overwhelming evidence and then he doesn't say he's 100% positive. I criticized him for that already. But it's fair when he says 75 to 85% because there might be evidence that comes out where it's like, okay, I was wrong. But Candace isn't even leaving room for that. She's not leaving any room for her to be wrong. She's saying it's 0% that it's Tyler Robinson, which means 100% that he didn't do it, which means she has no doubt that Tyler Robinson is not the shooter. She's leaving no room for any other possibility other than Tyler didn't do this. And that's just not how you come to conclusions on things when you don't have all the facts. When you don't have all the facts, you have to leave room for you to be wrong. If you leave no room for you to be wrong, then you're just dumb. You're just an idiot.
Makes sense.
Got it.
So yes, at the beginning of that.
Or the towel wrap, exactly.
This is how the court process works.
So
just so we're clear,
if there's
this is the
100 other
state's evidence,
plausible
and they're inferring.
explanations, then Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a patsy?
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a patsy. I am saying that there is.
I thought that was the whole defense. Your whole claim.
No,
today.
my whole claim was that there is more evidence that he.
It could be very. That could be very well our sergeant. Our sergeant says that She is conflating smudged fingerprints and degraded DNA. Let's say she's not that dumb. Then she is in fact lying and manipulating every aspect of this argument in order to make herself seem right. Son of Wiggum says, I don't think you did this, Tyler. You are a good guy. 0% chance you shot Charlie. I hope so. I hope you guys realize that my name and initials are the same as the shooter. So I have never liked talking about this topic because every time I see TR and shit like that, I'm like, I didn't do this. I didn't do this, guys. Stop saying I did this. All right. It was 0% chance that TR did this. All right. Tyler Robinson may have done this, but TR did not. All right. I did not do this.
He is set up as a patsy.
How does that equal evidence of patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like, I'm saying that
You're not saying anything, bitch.
I am using the exact same mechanism that you are accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom.
Yeah.
Right. To say, I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states and you're accepting it. And they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing.
Right. So what is it? What is it that Tim Pool used to bring up? Because this is where I learned it. Occam's razor or something like that. The least amount of assumptions seems to be the most correct. Okay, well, the least amount of assumptions seems to be that Tyler Robinson did this. Looks like he told people about it and may have had accomplices that we just don't know about yet. And his family helped turn him in. And now if they're saying statements to the contrary, it's because they regret having their son sent to prison for the rest of his life, or possibly having his life ended short. Or ended early, sorry. But, like, it's just ridiculous.
Was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
The standard white guy coming up the steps that.
But she's not even presenting anything to the contrary, Chris. She's saying that there's all these other possibilities, but she's not giving us a fact pattern, as you said. She's not giving us a fact pattern to follow to show us how she got to this conclusion. And this seems to be a pattern with all of the people that support Candace's worldview, not supporting Candace directly. I know not all the people that agree with her support her directly, but the people that agree with her worldview or agree with her view on the Charlie Kirk assassination, all of them seem to have this same assumption where if you don't immediately think the way that they do, that you're dumb, and they're using the new line that she had during this, that she can explain something, but she can't understand it for you, or whatever the statement is, which, don't get me wrong, that's funny to say, but that doesn't all of a sudden make your argument right. If I say something that's nonsensical and stupid, and you're like, that doesn't make any sense, I can't then reply with, well, I can explain something to you, but I can't understand it for you. That doesn't mean anything at the end of the day. That's just a funny tagline to say to someone during a debate, just to be like, haha, loser, just dunk on them real quick. It's really pointless in a debate to say that. Haha, Tyler, you speak the truth. Oh, I live with someone like that. Again, there's no fact pattern to follow. If I am to be convinced of anything, and I've said this long before, I've said this forever, ever since the trans shit, all this stuff, if you want me to be convinced of your position, you have to give me an argument to convince me. I can't hear something like if I have an opinion about the Charlie Kirk stuff, let's say I came out and I was like, Tyler Robinson's 100% guilty. And then you're like, but hold on, Tyler. There's evidence that shows that he might not be. And I asked you, okay, present it to me. And you're like, oh, yeah, well, you can't see it? You don't see it's right there in front of you. You don't see it? If that's your response to me, I'm not gonna be convinced. In order for me to have a new opinion, I need to have arguments to defend that new opinion. So if you just tell me, haha, you're wrong, okay, I guess I'm just going to stay wrong because I have arguments to defend my wrongness over whatever you thought was right, because you didn't even try to defend it. You didn't even try to explain it. And that seems to be what she's doing here. She's playing the, I guess you just don't understand. No, you're just not explaining. You're not giving us the pattern. You're not giving us the path in which you took to get to the conclusion that you're at. Haha, you're wrong. Pew, pew, pew.
Could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can
You
we get a
yeah,
fact check on
fact
that?
check
Can
it.
we pull up his
I didn't-
tweet where he goes over
I
the
didn't say
four?
that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said this
Right.
is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it was.
Well, there's multitudes of things that I find
You
to
just
be
said you didn't
compelling
say it, so we're going to
evidence.
get a fact check on that. You
Sure.
did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps. Quite literally,
Yeah,
when
and-
Officer Bagley testified, they talk about when I'm talking about making.
Andrew called her out on the receipt, and he didn't push her on it though, because he's like, "Can we see the receipt? Is there some way you can prove that this receipt even exists?"
Inference. This is the most I thought was the most absurd testimony I've ever heard. And pardon me, it was actually Hull, David Hull. They asked him a question. How did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt? And he said, they're wearing the same shoes.
Why is that absurd?
That's how you decided these two are the same people. Oh, wow. What a scientific. They're both wearing Converses. Okay. That's an absurd thing to say. That is not evidence that these are the same people if we're both wearing Converses. That was what he said. That's what flew on the stand.
But I still don't understand.
That is evidence though. If you're trying to track someone throughout the day and they're committing a crime, and in between committing crimes they're changing clothes, one of the things that they're least likely to change on themselves would be shoes, because shoes are harder to conceal than just like a t-shirt or you know, you could take off your sweater, things like that. Shoes are a lot harder to be swapping out and hiding and stuff. So yes, is it 100% proof that they're the same people? No, but it's evidence towards it at the very least. And to say that it's ridiculous to make those comparisons is ridiculous itself, okay? If you're trying to follow someone on cameras throughout the day, or you're trying to identify someone through, you know, and their whereabouts throughout the day, one of the things that you can look at that would be easy to identify is shoes. It's not a major leap to jump. Like, it's not a major leap.
Understand how that would be absurd if
It's
somebody,
it's an absurd thing.
for instance, if somebody were
Okay, what about the matching change of clothes they found in his backpack? Oh, that's just hearsay, our sergeant.
to change their clothes but keep the same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person? If
The
they were changing
idea
their
that on a
clothes?
college campus, 2 people wearing this totally different outfits, but both wearing Converses can't happen is such an absurdity that I don't even need to like argue that. I'm just
Howie in the YouTube chat is claiming, I don't have proof of this. Howie, if you have a link for that, we'll pull it up here. Maybe I could try to find it. But he says that the steakhouse owner actually posted on the restaurant Facebook page last month, and it does not support that Tyler Robinson was there, and she still has it in her timeline of events. So that is interesting if true.
going to let people deal. Why is it
Okay.
absurd? Just concede that point. Obviously, it's an absurd
I
thing
don't.
to say.
I'm not
I know
sure,
these are the
I'm
same
not sure
people
in
because they're both
context-
wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened, but
It
even
is.
if it
You
is,
can get a fact check on
but
it.
even if it is, again,
And it was
if
Hull.
we're utilizing inferences, whenever we're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference, we're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logical proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
But you just told me I couldn't.
So
do
when
that.
I never
Completely derailing his train of thought. He never once during this entire debate has told her that she can't do X. Not once has he said that to her, by the way.
happen. You're just making stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about logical inferences, what I'm looking for is the logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on the totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through your other evidence, but we should find his
Yes.
tweet where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So let's start with the 30-06. I think that's fine.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
The tweets of the 5. Did you delete it or no?
No,
Did
I
you
don't
delete
delete tweets.
Okay, cool. Just look for. He said
Unless I
it was his
misspell.
car. It was his. It was the car, and it was definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was
Okay,
going
she
on.
has it. Perfect.
She
If you,
has
can,
it.
if you got, Skylar has it. If you want to pull it up so we can
Fantastic.
see it.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact, that he is seen 4 other times on camera. The fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah,
well,
but just
you
5
said
seconds ago, you should concede.
You said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming, actually.
So I said this on Twitter yesterday. For Twitter conversations, like when it comes to legit debates, Twitter is not the place for legit debates. All right, it's the place for quick soundbite, quick clips, and stuff like that. So to take Andrew Wilson's tweet and be like, "Oh, this is everything," no, I guarantee you, if you ask him to elaborate, he could probably elaborate for like every 3 words in the line for at least a paragraph each. So no, it is a little bit ridiculous just to pull one person's tweet. And then the other thing too is people misinterpret the way that you say things or the way that you word things in a sentence, and then they use that to just go their own direction with it, make assumptions, and it's just terrible because once they get off on that path, the arguments you make preceding that, they still hold you to this view that they perceive you as having, and it's not. It's just weird. So when it comes to debate, it's always better to do it face-to-face, preferably, or at minimum on like a voice video call, something like that. Using your voice, texting, writing, things like that, where you put it into words. Words can get minced, and people can misinterpret things.
That's not what I said.
It is. You could even
Patrick,
pull your
did
own
I
clip.
say that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing is funny here is like we still aren't getting to any of these.
Did she say that?
inferences.
Let's
So
fact check it here.
you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on the totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through your other evidence, but we should find
Yes.
his tweet where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So let's start with the 30-06. I think that's fine.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
The tweet of the 5. Did you delete it or no?
No,
Did
I
you
don't
delete
delete
any tweets?
tweets.
Okay. When all I heard from the investigator was, "We believe us that," and on the screwdriver that he.
This one thing and here is like we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
I'm
these-
sure they
are
pull
you
it back up,
pivoting?
right?
But just say
Well,
you
I'm
were
not.
wrong.
I'm
It's cool
gonna-
to just say I was wrong. I can say it.
I'm not.
Wrong about what? Go back. Wrong about what? He's not wrong about anything.
Should
You
concede.
said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming. Actually,
That's not what I said.
it is. You could even pull
Patrick,
your
did
own
I say
clip.
that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing is funny here is like we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
Why are you pivoting?
so
but
that-
just say
well,
you
I'm
were wrong.
not. I'm
It's cool
gonna-
to just say I was wrong. I can say it.
I'm not wrong. So back to the tweet. The tweet.
Yeah, no, I don't think Andrew's wrong. He was saying he was listing a few things in the evidence that he believed was convincing for him. Like what is he wrong about exactly?
aspect here. It was really funny. That's not an exhaustive list of why I find it.
I didn't say it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of well, no, you didn't. You said that I only said this one thing, and then said based on that it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all of these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you?
Yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to
Wasn't
the
gonna ask
evidence
if you're
itself.
okay.
Yes,
Actually,
I'm
I'm
fine.
glad you're asserting that you're
But
okay. I wasn't worried about your health. I'm
but
just saying
back to
that I
this.
just said you tweeted this. You said no, I didn't. We got a fact check, and now you're like just gonna gaslight me and pretend that I
There's
said
no gaslighting.
it wasn't exhaustive. I never said that. I just said you did say this.
Zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more,
Yeah.
but I would like to address what
I mean,
you
this
said
is
in
your
that tweet.
time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
I'm just addressing what you asserted
Mm-hmm.
on your Twitter was like the hard evidence that convinced you was overwhelming. That's literally
That's
your debate
not what
claim.
you said. That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange. I was here for it.
So what's your position here?
Yeah, so my position is that based on all of the evidence, which has
Mhm.
been demonstrated, at least all the evidence to my knowledge, that I am actually not seeing anything that's compelling as an alternative theory. I'm not seeing anything which is convincing me of something otherwise.
That is the exact position that I currently hold. I don't see anything as convincing otherwise, but I'm absolutely open to evidence being presented to me. Like I said previously, if you want me to change my opinion on something, you have to give me something to argue this new position.
then what the state is presenting is evidence. That's my position. If
Okay.
that's what you're asking me.
So just going back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair for me to ask questions about that? That's
Is that the
evidence.
only tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair,
but not
right? I feel like
sure,
that's fair,
but not exhaustive. Just so you know.
And I never said it was
Okay.
exhaustive,
Go
even
ahead.
though you said I did.
Sure, whatever you want.
But yeah, so going back to that, all of that, as you say to me, well, Candace, why are you addressing and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I never asked you why you're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay, so I would like to know how you got to the conclusion. And I'm just going to throw it right back at you because for some
that's
reason
fair.
you permit yourself to do it. And that's what I'm demonstrating is that you permit yourself to do it. And then you say, when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
No.
How are you able to infer off of blurry staircase images that that is Tyler Robinson?
Yeah, so in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So it's not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because, I mean, we'll just use this. If you don't agree that that's Tyler Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because you make everybody, you
that's
call them
literally
conspiracy
what I'm trying
theorists.
to explain to you.
Okay.
So if you're asking for my
It's a college campus. There's cameras all over the place. I guarantee you that once they get to trial, they will have video of him in the park, pulling into the parking lot, getting out of his car, walking into the building, walking through the building, walking up the stairs. They will have a video play of events. And this is a 2026. That we're in 2020. Well, it was 2025 at the time. There's cameras everywhere. Right now, we're concerned about flock cameras. Guys, there's cameras everywhere. There's going to be video of him everywhere he went.
inference why I think it's Tyler Robinson is because Tyler Robinson said in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. Said it.
He said that to Lance Twiggs in a message. He did say that, according to the pretrial. That was said
in his own messages. On top of that, Twiggs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say.
Yeah, I would. I'm sorry. I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
Yeah, I'm paraphrasing,
Can
but
we
it was
pull that
close
up?
to it.
Yeah,
If
I
you
don't-
may
I feel-
have
I
it.
think
if
And
you
that's
by the
have it,
not
way,
pull it up.
Twiggs himself said that he
You're
had
gonna see me on
some
the staircase.
that he had some maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance, sorry.
Hang
Go
on,
ahead. You're
hang
right.
on. So there's multiple reasons why it is that I believe that that's Tyler Robinson,
Mhm.
not just because of blurry footage.
Did you have a dream? Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined multitudes
sorry.
of evidences.
Okay, so let's address those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the stair. I mean, or
Well, he didn't tweet
texting.
it.
Texting
Yeah.
that's me in the staircase. I think that
I didn't say that. I said I literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, "You'll be able to see me in footage at UVU," and I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said.
Yeah, could we get a fact check on that?
You
The
can find
second
it.
thing you said was Lance's testimony, and actually what Lance says is, I'm not 100%,
I agree.
but in terms of what he wears, again, pointing out the absurdity, he wears Converses, he wears sneakers. If his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it.
Why is Candace overwhelmed that Lance would say that? If the camera footage isn't like 4K 1080p quality and Lance is looking at this and he's like, yeah, that kind of looks like him. It's the clothes that he would wear. I can't see his face 100%, so I'm not going to say 100%, but yeah, it looks like what he would wear. Okay, so it's him. The boyfriend says it looks like him. Everyone else thinks it's him. What's your evidence that it's not him, Candace?
That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you that Lance's statement would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing, that they were leading. All the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial. And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that. Use immunity.
I understand.
Which means like...
That happens, by the way, all the time in these cases.
And I'm wondering why it particularly happened for Lance and this testimony. And I would also like to point out that something that's remarkable about this, again, leaning to my perspective, that Lance has a lot more, which I have said many times, Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more is going to come out.
That either.
Because they interviewed him
Yeah.
on September 11th, and then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as
Well, our sergeant later in the debate, I believe she actually claims that Tyler Robinson's family is denying that that happened, which I've made the argument. Yeah, I would assume that the family would be having second thoughts turning their kid in, even if he did do this heinous crime, you know? He's facing the death penalty or the minimum life in prison. So yeah, the family might be having second thoughts about about their testimonies. And then the argument is do we believe the initial story where they turned him in, or do we believe the story now where they're saying that didn't happen? You pick.
as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May. They bring him back to do this interview, which, in my opinion, should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him. But I understand Utah 1102, do what you do. It's all hearsay. But to allow it,
she's like, oh, it's all hearsay. It's all hearsay. She just makes this blanket claim that everything used against Tyler Robinson is hearsay. That's just not true. I'm looking at this from an unbiased perspective. Candace, you're wrong. Not all of it is hearsay. And any of it that is hearsay will not be used during the trial. It will not be used to convict a man that you believe is innocent, apparently. So even if there is a hearsay in the preliminary trial, they won't use it during the real trial. And if they do, we will all see that it's hearsay and be able to complain about it. Just like you're complaining about it now, and I'm complaining about this debate.
in that way, for him to just be able.
Someone give me $300K to debate this woman. Dude, I'll do it for $3K. What do you I'll beat her 83 times in this debate. Only 83, Chris? Come on, dude. I know you could do better than that.
To also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything, and he's not going to get in trouble because the use immunity was given to him in April, I believe. April 28th is when they gave that testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April 20th of 2026. That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
He did.
What's so funny about her complaining about the hearsay of the trial, right, is that one of her evidences in her timeline is that he went to some steakhouse. And what's her evidence for this? Oh, it's hearsay, you say. Okay, interesting. I thought we weren't cool with that, but okay.
Actually, you can get a fact check on that.
Yeah, that's
Skyler,
not,
I think
he
you
said
pulled
much
it up
more
if you
than
want
that.
to. So a couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages, that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about. Skylar, I think you have it. You just texted me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text.
This debate would have been a slam dunk for Andrew had he been more prepared. Like, it would have been so easy to take Candace down, just from what I'm seeing from this debate so far, if he had just gone in more prepared.
If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said I didn't remember this, and I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I don't remember that from the time.
I'm just saying to you, like,
Okay.
I'm trying to be.
So this is a text message from Tyler Robinson to Lance Twiggs. Debate over. Tyler Robinson messaged Lance Twiggs. It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. I'm serious. Trying to convince his boyfriend that, yes, I did this.
Concise for you.
And then also bring the 801 that you just said. What was the other one?
Yep, the 801. Tyler messages saying it's not hearsay, if you have that as well. There you go.
Wait, what are we saying is not hearsay? I thought
Statements
you said
that
the
are not
messages.
hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on.
Okay.
Okay. Is consistent with the declarant's testimony, and the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten. or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut the express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the issue with his
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the opposing party, which down the line, like I said, they talked about this for about an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him. So that is why his video testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what I said to you is this entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
No,
so the
you didn't
judge,
say
when
that.
he
You said most of it was hearsay, actually.
yeah,
The
it was.
No, she didn't. Andrew, let's be very clear here. She didn't say most of it was hearsay. She said it was all. She said it was all hearsay. The whole trial was hearsay. Don't even give her the benefit of the doubt. She didn't say most. She said all, dude.
Majority.
Well, I mean, I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal rule 403 or 402, some of those parts were quite
Sounds
scientific.
like you're backtracking quite a bit.
No, I'm not backtracking at all. What do you feel like let me help you. Where do you feel like I'm backtracking? It literally was done under Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that.
Okay.
What the dispute was is whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly hearsay.
Yes,
is that the case?
it was. Yes,
Okay.
that's a fact. I'm not backtracking on
And
that
what
at
are
all.
the things?
Okay, so she's again saying it's overwhelmingly hearsay. Andrew just proved that some of that hearsay can be used during the trial, and even then, it's not all hearsay in the preliminary trial. Witness testimony. That's hearsay. Witness testimony is hearsay. So if you have witnesses to this event, you're just going off of what they've said and what they say and what they've claimed that they've seen. And that's literally the only evidence. Let's go through the list of evidence that Candace has presented throughout this, right? She's showed the Rule 1102, saying that they're using hearsay for the trial. She's claimed that his prints were degraded and that there were other prints or DNA on the rifle. And she's claimed that he was at some sort of restaurant hours away during the time of the shooting or around the time of the shooting. Okay, well, the steakhouse is hearsay. The DNA, the prints, is hearsay from the person who took the prints because we don't have them in our hand. We can't physically see the report. So that's, again, hearsay. We don't know where all the DNA and prints are. And then what was her last claim? 1102, where the whole trial is hearsay? She's saying that it's all based off of hearsay? No, it's not all based off of hearsay. That's just wrong. You're just taking this rule and saying that, yep, that's all of it.
How many times did you, if you watch the preliminary hearing, it's like they constantly, I'm 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102. And the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this stage, but I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be, where is your hard evidence? This is what I heard and I agree with what I'm watching. You are watching the state put on a hearsay preliminary hearing, and all of those things are not going to be allowed, right? Even when they got into witness statements and things of that nature, there's a reason why they swear you in and they say you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth. Did you, write this statement? So it's the overwhelming majority of what you saw was hearsay because other people were representing other people's statements. They were saying they had conversations. We don't know where it came from. All allowed at this stage, okay? But it's hearsay. So,
but even a lot of that stuff may not fall under hearsay under what we just read, right?
But the evidence that you're speaking about, like when you say that we're going off vibes, you don't know Tyler Robinson, okay? His boyfriend is not 100% it was him. So I'm going back to your points that you made that this was overwhelming evidence for you. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, overwhelming just means
you
convincing.
can't consider another option that there could have been another white guy wearing Converses on campus?
Yeah, do you agree with me that I said that what overwhelming means to me is that it's just very convincing to me?
Yeah, and I find it to be completely unconvincing.
And that's fair. I understand that
I looked at those blurry photos that they presented and said,
look, Andrew concedes that is completely fair, that the evidence that is currently being presented is not convincing to her. And I agree. If you are not convinced by the currently available evidence, I agree, neither am I. I'm waiting for the trial to really give my opinion about the whole thing because I want to see all the evidence presented. I'm not going to come to some conclusion when I don't have all the facts in front of me. I'm just not going to do that. What I will say is currently, as of right now, the direction that I'm heading is that what's most likely is Tyler Robinson did this, and then he likely had accomplices to some extent, whether it was just people that knew that it was going to happen or if he actually had people that was helping him. I would like to know more about that, but I believe it wasn't just him. So that's where I'm at, but I'm not going to come to the conclusion where it's like, yep, 100% Tyler Robinson. I'm not there yet. I'm waiting for the trial, but I'm definitely not going to say 100% wasn't him. That doesn't make sense either.
Your statement on right.
And that's exactly what Andrew said at the beginning. He said that 75, 80% that he's guilty, right? And so far, Andrew's demonstrated that, yeah, that's about the percentage that we have right now. Is there a little bit of a doubt? No one is saying that well, okay, I shouldn't say that. I'm not saying, and rational people aren't saying that there is not a doubt there. But what those same people that are saying that there is a doubt there, they're also saying, let's wait for the trial because the trial will likely clear up that bit of doubt anyone has.
Right now is that he's wearing Converses and he also that's just crazy.
But these aren't the evidences that I find.
Her 0% was not him. No, I know. The 0% is Candace's claim. Candace's claim is that 0% it's Tyler. And that's just ridiculous. She doesn't leave any room for her being wrong.
The most convincing.
Well, you said that in your Twitter.
That's not the only thing I've ever said on my Twitter about this case.
Right, but the question that was asked of you was pretty direct.
Yeah.
Right? What did you find
this
to
is
be...
not an exhaustive list of all the things that I find
that's not what you said
convincing.
in the tweet. You can tweet longer, too. It's not like we're limited now to 240 characters anymore.
So anything that I tweet and all other tweets that I've ever made are now excluded because I used the word overwhelming in this one.
Well,
even though all of this information I've said so publicly over and over and over again is what informs my position for why I'm convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew. Somebody asked you a question. What are the points that you find to be the most overwhelming? And you answered.
You mean from that day, from that particular day of the hearing that I was responding to?
Okay, this is something you find to be more overwhelming? Let me answer that question.
Yes,
okay.
that's what I was saying.
Okay, go ahead. Go on. What do you find to be more overwhelming?
Yeah.
Can we do this? Do we want to get into it, or do we want to do a quick ad break? Are you guys good to keep
Shut
going?
up, Patrick.
Or
I'm fine to keep going, but we can also.
Would you like to take a quick break?
Doesn't
or
matter to me either
if
way.
we're going into a different topic, that may be another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't want to stop you guys in the middle of it.
It was still the same.
Be more overwhelming.
It was still the same topic. Patrick, shut up.
Yeah. So if we're for me, it's the confessions, the text messages, all of that is what I consider to be, from my opinion, that's the most convincing for me.
Okay, we should discuss the text message confessions when we get back, if you'd like to.
Okay.
I think that's a good idea. Folks, we're going to take a quick ad break. We will be back in 3.5 minutes. Thank you.
All right, you guys, for nearly 2,000 years, Christians have lived continuously.
That's not accurate. Okay, so my thoughts of the debate so far. Again, we're trying to look at this from an unbiased perspective. My thoughts of the debate so far is that Andrew has had a lot of different opportunities to nail her down on a specific point regarding the case, and he fails to do so. He allows her to sidestep and move the goalpost or shift the topic. Candace is repeatedly conflating topics. She's outright lying about some things, and she's also sidestepping a lot of questions. She's purposefully changing the goalpost and moving the topics. She's not addressing certain things that he's bringing up, like the dust found in the rifle. They didn't stay on that. They didn't stay on the camera footage and his shoes. They're going to come back to the text messages, so they're about to talk about that again. But she seems to be sidestepping a lot of her positions. Again, at this point in the debate, neither one of them are winning. But Andrew could have been. Andrew could have been winning the debate. He's not winning the debate because he's not nailing her down on a lot of these different topics that she wouldn't be able to argue. Because you can even see there's been multiple different points now where they get down to the details of a topic, and then boom, the goalpost is shifted, and now we're talking about something else. Oh, we were talking about the DNA on the gun. Oh no, now we're talking about the cameras. We're talking about the cameras. No, now we're talking about how the trial's hearsay. Like the goalpost keeps getting shifted once they get down to the details that she can't explain away. And Andrew's allowing her to move these conversations, and he can't be doing that. That's why he's losing the conversation. Well, he's not even losing the conversation. That's why he's not winning the conversation, because he's failing to do these things. What are you guys saying in the chat? The dust thing, Andrew makes her look dumb. Absolutely, because the dust thing's a weird thing to bring up. Again, bullets are not, they don't clean the barrel when you fire them. Is dust going to blow out of the barrel? Yeah, but it's not going to just be dustless. He says that the dust would still have been in the muzzle. It still would have been in all parts of the gun. If it's an old antique gun and he didn't give it like the best scrub down it's had in the last 5, 6, 8 years, whatever. Yeah, it's going to have some freaking dust on it. And then it's also going to have dust on it after you put it in the woods. Even if it is wrapped up with a blanket, it's going to have some freaking dust on it. Here we go. We're back to the debate.
Okay, we're back. Fantastic. I think we're back. By the way, just an FYI, for those of you that are watching The Crucible, there's 30,000 concurrent there watching. Support Andrew Wilson. That's your fans of his. Click that subscribe button and helps him grow his business. If you're watching Candace, I think there's 225 to 250,000 concurrent right now. We'd like to see that 300, 400,000 number on there. Click that button as well to subscribe and share it with your friends and family. And if you're watching it on PBD Podcast, do the same there as well. This allows us to have more conversations like this. The mainstream media hates the fact that we're having these conversations right now. Just so you know, they want to control it. This is free for all. This is what's best for the audience.
Yeah, I think Candace should absolutely be allowed to say whatever she wants to say, but I absolutely agree that people should be able to question her about whatever it is that she says, and she shouldn't. She keeps detracting from arguments instead of elaborating on things, and I wish she would elaborate more. Because, hey, Candace, maybe you would convince more people of your position if you actually elaborated beyond, I just feel this way.
That's why we like freedom of speech. Having said that, let's go back into the text conversation you were having, right?
Okay.
Let's stay there, and then we'll go into the cross-examination stuff in about 30 minutes.
Okay, that sounds fair. Okay, so yeah, I used basically 3 pillars for the totality of the evidence. Okay, so if you want to know exactly what those 3 pillars are, this is going to be the testimony with the text messages and the confessions. This is going to be the physical evidence, and this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay, so right now we're focusing on one of these pillars in my defense, which is fine. I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned. The defense hasn't questioned them, as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so first let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not they're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state, okay? So they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages.
Agreed.
The relevant portion of what the defense did do was actually before we got to the preliminary hearing. I had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for some time in May. They asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted, because they did not receive discovery on their text messages. That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right? So forget just the general sense that these messages feel off. And yes, you are allowed to have an intuition. You are allowed to have a sense and just go, this is very weird. We're being told this kid had like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I mean, the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like he wanted to get away with it. So he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did, down to what I didn't even remember, saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage. It felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message. But then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note under and burn this and get rid of the evidence. But don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told he's like a.
Why is that weird? How is that any of that weird? He's not like he's a young guy. He's not a hardened criminal. He's not a trained assassin or anything. Just some average dude who's upset with politics and the things that Charlie Kirk has said, takes his old antique rifle, goes on top of a building, shoots the guy, runs, hides it in the woods. That's not very smart. None of this is very... You're saying that, oh, it's just common sense to not send these messages and to have these things like, oh, there's a note to burn it. No, that's not common sense. How is it common sense to go and carry out an assassination and not get caught? There's no common sense in carrying out an assassination. And even then, if you look at the way that it's supposedly had to have been carried out, if you follow the official narrative that they're presenting us, he wasn't very smart. So why are you surprised that these messages exist? What is your point in bringing up that they're weird? Are you saying that they weren't sent by him? What is your point in bringing this up? Because I don't think they're weird. I don't think they're weird at all. I think they were from a young guy who did a stupid thing and made a lot of stupid decisions in the course of doing it.
Gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascists, but then suddenly he's writing like a 1700
Also, as a Helldivers
novelist.
player, he did actually get the 500.
Got Chris from the Quiet Part Pod screaming in the chat, you're not allowed discovery until a trial is set. That's what a lot of people are missing, though, Chris, is that we just don't have everything. That's why the preliminary trial allows hearsay, so that they can figure out what things need to go and get warrants for, what things need to be pulled, what even needs to be discovered. They need all the hearsay in the preliminary trials to find out exactly what they need in order to discover for the trial. So Chris is right in getting angry, because, yeah, no discovery. Yeah, they're trying to figure out what needs to be discovered. Stupid.
K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll say that if we start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes,
but my point being is just that, first, it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes catch.
Yeah, but do you see how
fascists.
that's intuition?
That is, I just said that. I said just parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition. You should actually do that. If you say the COVID vaccine is running out, feels like it's coming out too fast, and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it, I'd like to take a pause. That's good. That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
But hang on. Let me respond a little bit here, because you've been going for a minute. Let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine, not trusting the COVID vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just...
Yeah. Andrew's absolutely right. She's bringing up things like, guys, it's okay to question things. It's okay to question the narrative. Look at what happened during COVID and the vaccines. Yeah, the science was, don't take the vaccine, because the things that they were presenting us was, oh, it's 100% safe. You don't need any studies. That's not science. The science is waiting for the studies, waiting for to see what actually happens to people that take it. So what is your point in bringing that? You're trying to conflate like, oh, no, I'm right now about this topic like the people that were right about vaccines during COVID. No, you're not. No, you're conflating things again.
Intuition. That was the science. There was tons of competing science. Now they try to suppress it. That's true. But there was tons of competing science for why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine. And mass and things like this.
Kept telling us was 100%.
Now, when you're talking about intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence.
Andrew's absolutely right. Your feelings can sometimes cloud your judgment, and you need to ground yourself in something factual and real. However, sometimes things that seem factual and real might in fact be wrong, and your intuitions say that. It's fine to trust your intuition sometime and look into things more deeply, but if you start making things up in order to justify this new worldview, you've gone astray. You've gone astray. If you have this intuition that like you're being lied to and you're not getting the full truth about something, okay, All right, that's fair. You have this feeling. Let's flush it out and find out if it's valid or not. But upon finding out that there's no basis for that feeling, you need to disregard the feeling. Unfortunately, people get these feelings sometimes where it's just not grounded in reality. I thought we've already gone over this. I thought MAGA Republicans and conservatives or America First people understood this, because these are the same people that also understood that you can't change your own gender no matter how you feel about it. You can't change the facts of something no matter how you feel about it.
Not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition's the first step. Something feels
Okay.
off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign, by the way. Another element of that is why people don't feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers saying things? It's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? Can you switch it up? I'm overwhelmed. I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say, I found some
Kinda
parts
like Fed
compelling.
slop?
I think this should go.
Like
I
Fed
found,
slop?
I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should, see at the trial. That would be kind
Don't
of.
you think Fed slop's a buzzword for the counter industry?
But everyone on the same day of watching this trial, which was, I would say, not overwhelming at all. Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect. But I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being
well,
overwhelmed.
they're trusting their intuition.
Okay, well, actually, in that scenario, they're looking at the preliminary hearing and have a reaction to it. It wasn't their intuition. But like
Why?
I said,
How do you know
parking
that?
aside, just getting to the substance, parking that aside, parking
Okay.
aside just a general intuition that sometimes might be second messages. Then we look at the filings, which came from the defense, and they were requesting an extension saying, we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th, and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture.
Let's pause here. So she's talking about discovery, which hasn't fully happened yet because we haven't even gone to trial. We did get a Rumble rant from our sergeant. He sent in $1. Thank you so much, our sergeant. He said, this dumb bitch acts like she and every other conservative commentator were not talking about the radicalized violence from the transgender community almost every day before Charlie got shot. Exactly. Like, how many mass shootings have been carried out in the last, just 5 years, and they've been by radical trans people? So, and then people will say, well, Tyler Robinson wasn't transgender. Yes, but his boyfriend was, or girlfriend, or whatever term you're comfortable with. It's a male, so I'm gonna call him a boyfriend. Lance Twiggs is transgender, so I believe this falls under the category of trans violence because it's someone's significant other. But yeah. So carry on.
Of the text messages, and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even been given access to my client's phone. She can't tell you, as a part of their discovery request, it's not enough to say to me, Candace, I just got a text message from Candace, and I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what her client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send those messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord? Could there be someone who logged in to his Apple? George could be sending text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common.
So her argument is that Lance Twiggs, because they're in a relationship, may or may not have access to his text messages and Discord. Is that within the realm of possibility? Yes. Is that likely? Is that the most likely thing to have happened? No. You're making assumptions without facts. And again, this has not gone to trial yet. You don't get the phone.
Sense, he may come during the trial, and when they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those messages. I was here. Lance, my boyfriend, was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud, sending messages. I know that we have the capability because my husband does it. He has the capability to send messages from my phone.
Okay, so her argument now, currently, is that Tyler Robinson didn't assassinate Kirk. It was actually Lance Twiggs, and Lance Twiggs is framing his boyfriend? Is that the... I'm just trying to follow what her argument is.
It is not convincing to the public.
Right. What Howie says. Is there evidence to show that he, one, had access, and two, with that access, tried to frame his boyfriend? Where, like, I'm not saying that it's impossible. I'm not saying that there's no way it ever happened. I'm saying, like, how did you get to the conclusion that that's how you believe that?
When, for whatever reason, the FBI combined with the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from. Because you're saying my client was here, right? I want to know if that message actually was generated from his iPhone when he was waiting to retrieve his, rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer, like just weird messages. I want to make sure that, yes, it was actually him. He was holding his phone, and his boyfriend didn't just log in to his computer when he was home. Lance was his boyfriend.
These were weird, degenerate, furry, transgender couple. You think it's weird that they're talking about the pooch having a bad sniffer? Who knows what they're talking about in Discord? You're worried about text between the two of them? They're in a relationship and they got these weird kinks? Oh, it's so weird that they would send this talking about a furry transgender? Yeah, they're gonna have a weird message like that.
That is a crucial fact here. That discovery was not met by the time we got to preliminary hearing. So I remain unconvinced by these text messages.
And yes, Tyler Robinson did have an iPhone.
Just as you feel convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them.
Okay. So then the idea here is the reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It is all conjecture, Howie. It is absolutely everything Candace just said about the potential of Lance Twiggs or someone else with access to Tyler Robinson's, what is it? What is it called? Your crap. What do you iPhone people call it? I've Apple ID. Your Apple ID. So someone has like your Apple information. And someone has his Discord information and sent these messages to frame him. That's the argument, which is all. So far, she's presented nothing to support that. Nothing to support that. Let's just be clear here. Not a zero thing to support that claim. It's all conjecture.
It has not been proven that these messages are valid, and they don't sound valid to me. I don't think
they don't sound valid to you. That's not evidence for fucking anything, you dumb bitch.
Anyone, even if someone was selling like I don't
Also, most may not be aware of this, but Discord logs the device used to send every message on its platform, and that evidence was turned over. Yes, because Chris, excellent point here. Chris makes an excellent point. Guys, Discord loves working with the government. I don't know if you know this, but the Discord loves surveilling everybody. They watch all the Discord servers. They love working with the government. So this idea that, someone else logged into his Discord would turn over everything, and we would be able to see, well, apparently Tyler Robinson sent this message while he was at home, and the only person that was home is Lance Twiggs, or whoever, whatever the case may be. We would see all of it.
Pot on the corner would be smarter than to write a full-fledged confession. He even writes, I thought I would get away with it, and I was hoping never to tell you until old age, and then we're being told that he wanted to commit suicide. And
oh no, a dumb criminal that's trying to reconcile what he's done and is having a crisis within himself now because he's facing the reality that he's likely going to be caught and either put to death or face life in prison. Oh no, he's sending weird messages. Yeah, he's probably fucking losing it right now. He's like, holy crap, I actually carried this out. Holy crap, I just ruined my life.
Okay, but he just said he wanted to get away with it, but he's not smart enough to, I don't know, maybe not text.
Yes, our sergeant.
Like, it's such a confession like we've never seen. I think this would be like the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire, I'm in this surveillance footage and I'm here and I'm wearing my Converse. I'm being a little facetious here, but it was a little ridiculous. It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids. And
I
you
do.
love them more than anything.
I do.
If it was the
Oh,
case
they're tracking
that
me right
you
now.
thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, he didn't actually confess to me. He didn't actually. None of this happened the way that the state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, two things I can answer that, and if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twiggs, the FBI put him into a safe house they paid for. They went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically said, your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk, and we're going to watch you. And they went into a federal safe house. What happened next is that they started thinking that the feds were maybe gonna, maybe not as honest as they thought. And
how do you know any of that?
So you gotta watch the show, right?
Yeah, no. How do you know that?
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source,
Yeah.
an anonymous source.
So it's all hearsay. I have a source within the Robinson family. It's all hearsay.
Of course. So there's no way for us to verify that what you're saying right now is actually even true.
Do you find it to be reliable hearsay?
No, I don't find it to be reliable.
No, I don't find it to be reliable. It's so weird. Again, I'm trying to look at this from an unbiased perspective. I am not trying to side with Andrew because he's doing a terrible job at confronting her on these things. But I find it so weird that her criticism of the state's case against Robinson is that they are using hearsay in parts of the pretrial. But her evidence for why things don't make sense is hearsay. Okay, so do I believe the hearsay from some fucking podcaster who's making thousands of dollars from this? Or do I believe the hearsay of the government investigating the assassination into a high-profile figure?
Reliable at all. It's just a source.
I'm just doing what the
what you're
prosecution
doing
did.
is a cool story.
It's
You're
not
giving,
cool. Well,
hang
you
on,
must
hang
have
on. You're
hated
giving
watching.
us.
You must have hated
Hang on,
watching the
you're giving
preliminary
us.
hearing.
You're giving us a cool,
Okay,
cool
but
story.
wait,
You're
here's the-
saying that according to your sources, that the reason that the parents haven't recanted any of this.
Recanted what? They have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just want to make sure that if it was the case that was being reported in mainstream media that your father came to you and said, "Hey, is this you? What's going on here?" And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, "No, that's not what happened."
That is
Okay, so looking it up, it's still confirmed that Tyler Robinson's grandparents have doubt that he was framed, or they have doubt that he was either that he didn't do this, and that he was either framed and that he did not do it. So that's his grandparents saying this, and of course they're gonna say this. They're gonna deny that their grandchild did something so heinous. They wouldn't want to believe that. And then his parents, Matt and Amber Robinson, recognized him from released suspect photos. They confronted him according to what they told police. He implied he was the shooter, referenced not wanting to go to jail and wanting to end it, and when asked why, said Kirk was spreading too much hate and evil. They, with a family friend who was a former law enforcement figure, persuaded him to surrender and bring evidence. They have attended court proceedings in support of their son, but have not issued public statements denying his involvement. So, again, the official police report says that he turned himself in after his family confronted him, after they recognized him on TV. That's the official story, and his parents have not come out directly denying this. And the anonymous source that Candace has could literally be fucking anybody. It could be the distant cousin of the Robinson family. It's someone within the Robinson family. That means absolutely goddamn nothing.
what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay, maybe
Yeah.
I'm paraphrasing.
He's not just wrong on this. You're fucking wrong on this. You don't know what you're talking about.
What am I wrong
So
on?
what is your, sorry, just so I'm clear, where is your evidence that the parents turned him in?
Well, no, I didn't say that.
You said
I
it was the
with
mainstream media?
I said with.
That's the other point too, Chris, and everyone's neglecting that fact too when they bring up the point that, oh, his family might be denying some of these claims. Have you ever met a mass shooter where the family comes out and they're like, oh yeah, there were signs. There were signs. We just did nothing about it. How often does that happen? How often does the family come out and they're like, oh yeah, there were signs. We didn't do anything about it. Yeah. You're tripping, dude. You're tripping. It's exactly what Chris said. It's almost every time they're like, "Oh, he was just the sweetest person ever. We did not see that they were going to do this." It's just like the biggest amount of doubt from the family. Every time, of course. Of course you don't want to believe your family member did something terrible. No one wants to come to face that reality. Come on.
With a sheriff friend.
Yes.
But the father did confront him.
The father confronted what?
Bogger, the voice in Candace's head would have equal weight to some random family member's hearsay. It's of equal weight. So
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler
Well, I mean,
confronted
that's part
him?
of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But yes.
But I'm saying, but when you say official documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through and fact check pre-debate.
Are you talking about like the charging documents?
I think it was it could have been in the charging documents, but I do, we can pull them up.
No.
And yes, are you disputing this?
Do we have that in the back to pull it up? 'Cause
I can
know-
already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents, because
Okay,
this
go
is
ahead.
where we had to figure out where this story came from, because everyone was operating under the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in. Until we got to the preliminary hearing and we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing. So they didn't have statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. I believe my son did this. But what happened was they did interviews, but also the crucial person here who you just brought up is Mike Mitchell.
notice how. Okay, so we're just gonna pause there, right? What did she just say? Let's go over this. What did she just bring up? She brought up that their statements did not say that their son did this. Okay. I would assume what would precede that is what their statement did say. No? Oh, no, you don't want to elaborate on that. You don't want to elaborate, because what did their statement actually say? If I haven't read the statement, but if I had to bet, their statement would be what the official report has been, that they recognized him on the TV, they confronted him, and then they turned him in. Their statement could be that I don't believe my son did this. This is crazy. I recognized him on TV. I convinced him not to kill himself, and he turned himself in. That could be the statement. But the way she phrases it, it makes it sound like, oh, they're saying that he didn't do this at all. She frames it in that way, and that's just so disingenuous.
Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that. So when the person wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up what became the charging document, he after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office up to, I think it's Salt Lake City. I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning that they got up there. He then writes the what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people and here's the information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this negates the point, though.
Why wouldn't truly negates parents... the point, because you don't have a statement from the parents.
Yeah,
you are going.
Why wouldn't they just correct the
it's not correcting.
misinformation?
That doesn't negate the point. The point is that we now got the preliminary hearing. If the parents were the ones who said, I'm turning my son in because he's guilty.
I didn't say they turned him in.
I think you're talking about the over. You said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that, Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty.
Oops. I hit the wrong button.
Wouldn't they just correct
it's not correcting.
misinformation?
That doesn't negate the point. The point is that we now got the preliminary hearing. If the parents were the ones who said, I'm turning my son in because he's guilty.
I didn't say they turned him in.
I think you're talking about the over. You said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that, Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty and turned him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him, and we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference. And he said, they know it's you and you're going to come in peaceably, or people are going to be banging down your door. He was a undercover cop, which I don't like that. I don't know what he did undercover. It's very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why Tyler Robinson knew him was because he lived nearby and he was also his Boy Scout leader.
How does this negate that the parents could write this second? And by the way, if you had the evidence, I'm going to address
that point. I'm just saying that your first point, which is that the
also she's taking this statement, and what she's saying could be true, but she could also be leaving out all of the parts where it's a family friend, because the official story is that the parents recognized him, confronted him, and then he said he was going to kill himself. So then they got a family friend who was a former police officer. Maybe they thought he was a former police officer. Turns out he's undercover, and they convinced him. The father and this undercover police officer convinced him to turn himself in. Is that what she's talking about? And then she's taking it to sound like, oh, no, it's just some random undercover police officer that just contacted him randomly. So how did they get in contact, Candace? You're not explaining that.
Parents did this.
Yeah.
We don't know that the parents.
I didn't say that they did ever. It never happened.
I'm saying that they did, because it sounds like what she's saying fits the official story, but she's trying to frame it in a way where it doesn't.
Quoting the parents as having said, you said that Matt Robinson said that his kid was, did you say involved? I don't want to misquote you.
Confronted him about it.
Confronted him.
Yes.
And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that that is true.
We can fact check that.
Okay.
Because we do have evidence that
And
that's
I'm
true.
saying it's the charging doc, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
Two things I have ready in the back. One
Cool.
is the charging doc, and the
Yes.
other one is a video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can
Okay.
run
Which
Kathy to
one
go
would you
back,
wanna
and
see
then
first?
just to
You
go
wanna see
backwards
Kathy
to
first?
Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah, and then I think we'll go to the. If
A
you're
thing
okay
not,
with that.
A thing not in dispute. These are all things that are not even disputing.
Okay, so we don't
And
have to show it.
We never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, I was just providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages as something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you that it's not concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that. And she didn't even get to see your client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages are real. You don't get the discovery on these messages just yet. She will during trial. They will actually get
Don't you
discovery on the
think
messages.
that would make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages?
It's called winners and losers. They may not be fabricated, but by the way, as what they are saying, like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone, they may not be fabricated. That's the point.
So let's get to the
they just
let's
could
get
be
to
somebody
the
else.
parents fact check. That
Yeah.
was
So
the
I
other
was
one,
saying,
right?
I believe.
The dad saw images and consulted sheriff friend, and they went to Tyler together and said you should turn yourself in. Okay, so point of clarification there. The father contacted the sheriff friend before confronting the child. Okay, or before the child, before confronting Tyler Robinson, who was an adult at the time and made a very adult choice that day.
What you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis.
Let's pull it up.
Let's see if that's correct. What are we looking at
Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a
here? Is
little
this
bit?
the charging
I
doc?
can't see it. Robinson's
yes.
father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yes. So this is proving my point. This is from the charging document, correct? Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed, Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very shady that they decided to bring.
But why aren't the parents disputing that?
No. Well, first off,
That's the question
First
I've
off,
been
the
asking.
parents are not going to ever play in court. Play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison
But
forever.
they're playing to somebody else who's your source?
I'm not going to address that.
They're
'cause
playing to
I don't-
someone else
I don't
who's your
think- I don't
source
think
but
it's-
won't go publicly tell the media this
yes.
is not true?
Well, what I did not say to you that I just said I have a source, so I want to be very clear and take it from somebody who is involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean, there's so many things that I want to respond to when people are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
I am telling you that you would nary find a lawyer who would advise you to go to the media. And, speak.
This mother,
especially when your son is
if I
up
thought
for,
that my kid
was up for death.
If I thought that my kid was in any way, shape, or form going to be up, you couldn't shut me up. Or my wife, she would be like, that's not.
Yeah, that does sound a little bit ridiculous. If I believed my kid was innocent, Like, they're going to deal with their lawyer and stuff, and they have to be silent because of the trial and stuff like that. But if I believe my kid is innocent, I would be on my stream every day professing his innocence and trying to do what I can to show that he's innocent. So, like, if the family is disputing this stuff, why aren't they trying to just be more open about it? Because winning the minds of the public can affect a court case. If the public, we've seen this with the Derek Chauvin trial. The jurors were getting harassed and stuff because people felt so strongly about the case, and it affected the trial. So absolutely, the family should come out and say how they feel if they feel he's innocent. They just haven't.
True? That's ridiculous. There's no possible. That never happened. These people are lying through their teeth. They'd be public whether you like it or not.
Yeah, that's for you and your wife. But when a judge issues a gag order in a case and your son is up for death, and your lawyers could be advising you that if you say anything, you could blow the case, you would have a more responsible consideration.
I see.
And we're speaking opinion here. You're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it, and I'd violate the judge's orders and see what would happen.
If you have
It's the judge's orders for Tyler Robinson. The judge, unless the father is directly involved, which he might be, but he could. It depends. It depends greatly. But we don't even know if there's a court order or a hush order for the father.
Source, it seems like they're violating it with them.
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I am saying to you is speaking
exactly, Chris. What gag order? Do we even know if he wouldn't that be public if the Robinson, like the father of Tyler Robinson, had a gag order? Wouldn't we know that?
Just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell. And Mike Mitchell would be a part. He's
based
saying,
on the statements of the,
it's
parents.
him saying the parents told me this. The parents could dispute that. That's going to come down the line, right? They're going to be able to seat the parents. I will say this, putting together context clues. If the state had it on, 100% certainty that Matt Robinson and Amber Robinson said it, a 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence. And I can tell you why Matt Robinson made this statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That would also be a good time for the defense to say that's just totally fabricated.
No, it's not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not receive discovery.
You're saying that they didn't receive that information?
No. They just received the text messages. But in order to...
That's not the text messages.
The probative information.
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text messages.
They never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still have presented this. Yeah,
no,
they could have said they're
no,
they're not allowed to. Are you sure?
In a preliminary hearing,
yeah,
the defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on. They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up there,
so they're not allowed to present anything.
They're responding to the state's evidence.
I'm asking, are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say...
Like if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there, would they present that in one of these hearings?
No, it wouldn't be the right time for that.
I disagree. I think
it's
that
not disagreement.
That would be the exact time you do that. What is she arguing? Okay, let's be clear about what Andrew's asking. Andrew's asking if there is evidence to the contrary of what the government is trying to charge Tyler Robinson with. She's saying, no, this isn't the right time to do that. The pretrial is to decide if they can even move to trial with the charges presented. So she's saying that, no, that's not the right time to prove these are the wrong charges? Am I understanding this correctly?
They not only could do it, but they would do it. In fact, when I talked in depth with my attorney, they said that's exactly, if you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds, that's exactly when you would introduce.
Exactly. That is exactly the time when you... Okay.
So when in the document that they filed yesterday or a couple of days ago, the appropriate... Like what you're doing at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying, we have enough evidence that we think this needs to go forth to trial. Hence the reason that there's this extraordinary... We allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough that we feel like we can move forward, right? And okay, I disagree with that in general when somebody's rotting in prison, but whatever. The next phase is for them to meet in court.
So Howie's right. She goes from it's not the right time to they can't do it.
and for the defense to essentially present an argument to the state that says, we find this filing to be defective in and of itself. We don't even have to defend ourselves because you, the state, have enough, you know what the laws are on the books.
She just has I think the people that are angry and upset about this case right now are fundamentally misunderstanding what a pre-trial is and means. They're taking it to believe that this is the trial that decides whether he is going to get life or death, and like life in prison or death. Like they're making the leap that this is the trial. They're conflating pre-trial and trial.
And this filing is defective, and you should get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on a law in the books. So then that's why they then file the dismissal, right? So in the dismissal, what they're doing is they are engaging, and this is what was widely misinterpreted.
Well, yeah, they're engaging as though as it's a hypothetical. If this is hypothetically true, then
so
X.
they're saying all of
yeah,
these
but
charges.
I'm not disputing any of that.
So that's
what I am.
you're asking.
What I
why
am,
you're saying could they
no,
just
what
put
I'm
out?
Exactly, Howie. Exactly. And that's one of the things that everyone seems to be missing when they're talking about this case. There are two sides to this. There's the state bringing forward all of this evidence, and then there's the defense team defending Tyler Robinson. Their whole job is to prove to the jury or the judge and the public that Tyler Robinson is innocent. So if they can't do that, that's not the state's fault. That is not the state's fault if the defense can't prove that Tyler Robinson didn't do this or that he was a patsy or whatever the case may be. It's the defense's job to defend Tyler Robinson.
Asking specifically is like, who could shut parents up?
And they would have access to way more evidence than Candace Owens does. The defense, I mean. The team defending Tyler Robinson would have access to far more evidence than Candace does. And they would have needed to use that during the pretrial so that the trial wouldn't move forward. They failed to do so. So now they need to defend Tyler Robinson during the trial, and they will be able to present their evidence for why they believe he's innocent. They will have their time in court to do that. Everyone's missing this. I shouldn't say everyone. A lot of people are missing this.
We're like, no way. There's no possible. This never happened. This is ridiculous. They would be shouting it on CNN. They would be shouting it from the rooftops. They would be losing their minds. And you're like, nope, the gag order would be enough to keep them quiet. Not enough for them to talk to your source, but enough to keep them quiet. I think that's quite ridiculous. But
Right. There's a gag order on the Robinson family, but she has an anonymous source within the Robinson family saying that it's all bullshit. This lady can't keep anything straight. Hearsay is not a good enough standard for us when we're talking about Tyler Robinson being guilty, but it's good enough for her when she's talking about him being a patsy, is what I'm understanding.
I'll even concede this whole point to you. Let's just say maybe this was misconstrued, right? There's a little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the case, then why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You're just waiting for trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait a
reason
second.
we're here.
Wait a second.
That is the exact position Andrew has taken. He may have made statements around it a few times here and there, like he's saying it's overwhelming, but he has said that it's 75, 80% that it's Tyler Robinson. He has said that he's waiting for the trial so that we get the rest of the evidence. He has said that. So she is wrong when she says that he's doing the same thing as her by not waiting for the trial. No, he's saying let's wait for the trial.
I just want to make sure that I got this right. That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what?
Your argument to me is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew. There's not enough here that convinces me, right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you, is that you are saying, why are people engaging in what you term to be conspiracy theories?
No.
I term it to be thinking. They're just thinking because they're recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories.
I've done a lot of thinking during this stream as well. I'm trying to look at things from different perspectives. And the things that I'm thinking about have a basis in reality and facts around the case and what we have available to us. what she's going off of, it's funny, she's projecting her argument. She's saying that the whole trial, the whole case is based off of hearsay. I think she's conflating the state's case for her own case, because her own case that she's making for Tyler Robinson being a patsy and that there being a grander conspiracy here is all hearsay. All of the evidence, all of the claims that she has brought forward is based off of legitimate hearsay. And that's an unbiased perspective on this.
And that this is not strong evidence, right? This is the reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you, this is the reason that they're doing it. I'm addressing what you view to be overwhelming evidence. And by the way, I want to be clear.
That which convinces me.
But thus far, every point that you've brought up, every point that you've brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize
remember what I said in my opening.
Going to be
it's not beyond a
No, I don't. I've seen a few people on the extreme end, but you're always going to find those few people that make the claim, right? You can never say that no one says X, because you can find people that say X. So you can find people that say that it's without a shadow of a doubt. No, I wouldn't go as far as that. It's not beyond a shadow of a doubt just yet. I'm waiting for the trial to make that claim so that I could see more evidence and then be like, all right, here we go. Here's the evidence. I believe it's beyond a shadow of a doubt. We're not at that stage yet, but she is. She's beyond a shadow of a doubt that it's not him. He didn't kill him. She, at the beginning, like Bogger said, Candace at the beginning in her opening statement said that there was 0% chance that he made the killing shot.
Reasonable doubt. It's just what I find convincing is what I find overwhelming.
So why are you so upset when people say they don't find it convincing?
If that was the limitation of the claims that you made, if it was just, wait a second, there's a little bit of problems. There's some problems in this case that I have questions for that I want answers to. Nobody'd have a problem, actually. At least of all me. I would be the least likely person to have an issue with you, any of your fans, anybody saying. In fact, I've had tons of Discord calls about this. My position's always been clear. Of course, conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence than others, but I've seen them myself. I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds of thousands of laws about conspiracies.
I am a big fan of conspiracies. I love talking about them and conversing about them. I am not opposed to conspiracy theories, but the conspiracy theories that I want to talk about and converse with are ones that have a basis behind them. If there's no basis for what you're claiming beyond I heard from a guy who heard from a guy, I don't care. It might be interesting in the interim, in the moment, but beyond that, and I'm not gonna have some grand conversation about it where we argue about facts and logic in something that is based off of hearsay.
See them everywhere. We both know this, right? That's never what the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside of, well, wait a second. I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning what the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that, where you claim that there's good evidence or good standards you should believe because, and then it turns out that it's all nonsense or it's wackadoo stuff or it makes no sense. And when we have a chance to cross-examine your evidence that you've presented, I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture that's based on literally nothing, that leads from no inferences whatsoever. Like you couldn't even infer it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, you know, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too. That's never been my problem. My problem is the claims which are external to that.
Okay.
I completely agree with Andrew. If you're not convinced by Tyler Robinson, that Tyler Robinson did this 100%. It's just him, or he has some co-conspirators. But you have an alternate belief to that. That's perfectly fine. But if you start making claims that it's actually this, oh, actually Israel did this, actually this person did it, or the government did, or CIA, FBI, whatever, you start making alternate claims, You need to have some evidence behind it. And then the people will be like, yeah, but JFK the assassination of JFK was a conspiracy. 9/11's a conspiracy. All these other conspiracies that never end up getting proved. But a lot of us have these conspiracies because we can look at the evidence and be like, huh, that's interesting. I'm not seeing the same thing here. There's no evidence being presented to me where it's like, huh, maybe there is a conspiracy here. No one's been able to successfully do that for me.
I'm not sure I really care if you have a problem with what I think in my own spare time.
And let's not forget that Candace is the one that has evidence that only she's seen and can't produce due to the bombshell nature of it, doesn't constitute as evidence. And that's another good point, Chris. She's talking about this evidence, and it's like, I saw a receipt that I believe to not be doctored. I spoke to a restaurant owner, and this is what he told me he saw. What was the other one? The other one was, I heard from a family member that's all wrong, actually. At the press conference after the shooting, they said this instead of the official story. We need to go off of things that we can prove, all right? Like, can you prove that he said something that was divergent from the official story? Sure. But does it actually diverge from the official story when you actually piece things together? Not necessarily. So again, her evidence is hearsay, and then she's stretching it out to appear like it's much more than it actually is. And it's really frustrating. I'm not going to bring up names, but I had arguments over the weekend, if you want to go look at my Twitter, with people that literally buy this crap and that then can't produce why they buy the crap. They're falling into the same trap. The same thought pattern that she's using to come to her conclusion is the same thought pattern people are coming, the same thought pattern she's using is the same thought pattern that other people are using to come to the conclusion that she's actually right. Replay it by 30 seconds. Let's go back 30 seconds.
Logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too. That's never been my problem. My problem is the claims which are external to that.
Okay. I'm not sure I really care if you have a problem with what I think in my own spare time. I don't understand this lecture that you just gave. But beyond that, what I'm saying is that
What
the
lecture?
state is allowed to use.
I didn't
This
lecture
is what
you.
There was no lecture.
what my problem is. You guys are not allowed. Yeah, you guys think while it's still legal. You can. You are allowed to do that. So, but anyway,
Nobody said you can't.
going back to you saying I wouldn't have a problem. I think
She's playing the victim card like she just got attacked for thinking. Not at all what happened.
I just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what you claim that you have a problem
You didn't demonstrate a single fucking thing in this debate so far.
with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it just doesn't make sense.
That's not the case. In fact,
So
the
if people
thing
look
is,
and they say,
the thing
I'm
is
looking at the
funny-
gun and I see, and I'm inferring this, and someone else says, I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that, they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying, I want to do it for the state.
That's propositionally false. And
That
I'll
is not
explain, I'll
propositionally
explain
false.
exactly how. It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period. That's just logic, right? It's the law of excluded middle. All propositions are going to be true or they're going to be false. When we get into when we're making inferences based on propositions. We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises inside of a proposition. In fact, what we're talking about here is not whether or not you feel that you're convinced by this evidence.
But you felt like you were
Right?
convinced.
Sure. But here's the thing. When you ask me my reason, Andrew, why are you convinced by this? I can give you my reasons why I'm convinced by it, why it seems reasonable and rational to me to be convinced. You could even say, but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If that was the limitation of your claims, we wouldn't even be having this conversation.
Andrew nails it right there. That's 100% true. And I've said it repeatedly throughout this. I don't need to repeat myself. He nails it right there. I don't even need to repeat myself.
That's why I wanted to have the conversation, in fact. was so that we could move into your actual claims that you've made, which transcend the idea of I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into that, your team has one thing they want to show before you go into
Okay.
that. So if you want to pull that up, this is the prosecution filing showing defense had full discovery by April 1st.
Oof.
They did not. That's not true.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is presently and reasonably available to them as required under Rule 16, Utah R Criminal, to be more precise, as of April 1st.
Yeah, that was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was an entire, and we can pull this up. Like, we should now play the Kathy Nestor clip because that's from there. So, and they were basically
Reasonable in regards to the preliminary trial, Candace.
saying you don't need it at this stage, meaning it's not reasonable.
Yeah, exactly. So she acknowledges that you don't need it at this stage. Yes, it's the preliminary trial.
That you're asking for this when we're going into a hearing that's just going to be based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course, by the time a trial comes, you're going to get all the
Where
discovery
it's just show
documents.
cause.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what they're saying.
Yeah,
there.
I understand.
Okay. So that's
and I'm even fine with
yeah.
it.
That we all.
Also, I forgot to fact check this earlier, but looking this up earlier, no, your lawyer does not get possession of your phone, even if it has evidence on it during a preliminary trial. They can get data from it. Let's see. They can inspect, examine, or obtain copies of material evidence, but they do not get the physical phone.
We all know. And then, by the way, just now that the hearing is over, and you can also fact check this, they now at the end of the preliminary hearing dropped like an insane amount of the discovery stuff they gave to them like the week after. You guys can give me the exact amount. I don't want to say because I don't know my I don't remember how much it was. It was an absurd amount of stuff that they gave to them right after the preliminary hearing that they had been asking for. Because that was one of the things that I kept saying on my show is as we were watching that preliminary of the preliminary, why not just give them the stuff now so they can engage in these arguments? Because I feel like you, it's like, I want to hear what they have to say about the text messages. Why can't you just give them what they're asking for so that they can actually engage you? And it didn't happen. So, but the judge ruled that it wasn't necessary at this stage. And that was the whole point of that
because it's
preliminary
a show
to the preliminary. Yeah.
Would you like to play the Kathy video?
Well, he's saying he's not disagreeing, so I don't think we need
There's
to.
no point here.
There's no
Okay.
disagreement
All right,
that she said that.
Yeah.
So so I guess
Yeah.
the
I'd like to
disagreements now
also-
would move into the
I
evidences that you have stated
Yeah.
on the record, which transcend elements of reason.
Why are we
in regards
having
to this
a
case.
transcendental conversation now? Because I mean,
Because they're all related to this
your
case.
entire thing was about looking at the evidence, which never made sense to me. Again, because all of the evidence that you felt to be overwhelming was hearsay. That was bizarre to me.
You told me that I could take as much time as I wanted
no, you
to
can.
question you on
no,
these
but
things.
I'm just asking you just to lay the groundwork of what you're saying is
Because you've
problematic.
made
That
many,
you
many
decide that it trips
claims.
into
I'll
something
explain.
else, and I do still want to hold you for going through because we've discussed the gun, we've discussed your.
And you can hold me to those things, but I
yeah.
would like to get into the
and
things
we should
that you've
discuss
said.
the screwdriver as
So,
well.
and I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is. When you make claims which pass the idea of I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying, I have a claim. It is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is what we're talking about, not just the case of Charlie Kirk, his assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made in regards to the assassination itself. You should, yeah, agreed. So if that's the case, then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence and dive into it.
Well, just to be clear,
Yeah.
and I'm happy to have you talk about, like I said publicly, you want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our
This is
debate
this is the major
is me
substance.
demonstrating that all of the quote unquote evidence that you feel that you have, which demonstrates that Tyler Robinson, I mean,
For someone who has to go through many legal battles, she doesn't pay attention to the process. Well, Chris, I think that would be a point to that she's just lying. She knows she's lying, and she's just making shit up.
that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
You don't find convincing. I get it.
It's been invalidated by the testimony that we saw, and in your answer for when I
Well, you haven't
explained to you that he had
invalidated
the
it.
most degraded prints was I don't know. Okay, well there lies my ability to process that.
It's just fine for you
Okay.
to not be convinced up to this point. All of your viewers, everybody watching, nobody's
you're conceding.
Nobody's giving a
that.
dispute that if all your claims ever were just up to now, the evidence that the state's given, I'm just kind of not convinced. That is not what's been happening. What's actually been happening is that you've made tons of claims in regards to this case and in regards to the Kirk assassination, which are far above and beyond, I just doubt, the state's theory.
Okay, yeah, I mean, sure.
those are
I
the
do
things-
doubt.
Yeah, absolutely. You've made statements about TPUSA, Erica Kirk being involved to some extent, whatever that means, if you'd like to elaborate on that, and what your evidence for that is. You've made statements that the text messages have been fabricated. You've made statements that he was at a restaurant, and you've seen evidence for that, but won't provide any of the evidence. You've made a lot of claims, Candace, that people are buying into and are losing friendships over because they're arguing with people, and they don't have claims to back it up. They don't have evidence to back it up, and neither do you, because you're not giving it to them. So I say again, if you want me to change my mind on something, give me something to then argue my new opinion. I can't go and argue something to someone and not have evidence to back up my new worldview.
I do doubt the state's theory. I also am welcome to say what I think. If you want to move into opinions, if you want to talk about Erica Kirk, if you want to talk about Turning Point USA,
I'd like to talk about all
and
of
get
it.
into it, I'm totally happy to do that. But I just want to say that, like, I do not feel, because I've said what's important to me is that we exhaust this topic first of our actual debate claims. I do not feel that you sufficiently have argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
I'm sorry.
Candace, question for you.
That
What,
Tyler
But I am
Robinson-
sorry you feel that way.
Candace, one question. What evidence do you need to see for you to say Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
That's a great question. So I actually expected in this preliminary hearing, actually, the inverse of what he was saying is true, right? So this is now the time the state is putting on their evidence. That's the purpose of this hearing, right? The state is using hearsay, but they're also putting on their evidence. So I was just expecting some sort of a slam dunk. Like, we got him on camera taking the shot. We have him clear on camera. You're telling me this guy drove 13 hours all around. Like, we can definitely show you a picture that it's going to be beyond a reasonable doubt. Before we even get to the trial, people are going to see and go, oh crap, like, it was really Tyler Robinson. I was expecting to at least see evidence that, because I had reported early on that the source was saying that Tyler did not step foot on campus that day. It is my perspective that he had something to do with something. I do believe he was disposing clothes at this stage, at this phase. I do believe he was disposing clothes. He was involved somehow. I find Lance to be more.
Just to follow what she's saying, guys, she's saying that Tyler Robinson wasn't at the campus that day, but he was at the campus that day disposing of clothes.
Suspicious, if I'm being honest with you. And also, like I said, the use immunity that was given to Lance by the feds, the fact that the feds didn't ask him any questions, the fact that I spoke with Lance Twiggs' family, and they were like, it's very weird that the feds are not asking him more questions. He's exactly the person that I would imagine to be involved in some stuff. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly. But when we got to the preliminary hearing, there was not a single piece of evidence that I felt was slam dunk. I was waiting for that, a photo. I mean, anything would have made me go.
It's not the trial. Chris is yelling again in the chat. The point you're missing, Candace, is they cannot present everything, so that you don't taint the potential jury pool. You only present just enough. Exactly. We're not even at the real trial yet, so everyone complaining that there's not enough slam dunk evidence. Yeah, I agree. But then to take that and be like, that must mean there's a bigger conspiracy afoot. There's no evidence for that. There's more evidence that Tyler Robinson did this. Is it a slam dunk? No. But we're not even at the trial. We're just talking about the preliminary trial.
All right, I think this could be the guy. If they had handed over the discovery on the text messages, since that was their big ta-da, we've got the text messages, that would be the first thing that I would hand over. But actually, who was holding them up? Like I said, it wasn't the prosecution. They're right to say we were handing things over, and we heard the defense argue on behalf of the prosecution, saying it's not them and it's not the SBI, it's the FBI that's holding on to things. Is the FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun. The FBI took initially the screwdriver. And then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious, example being the backpack, that's something that really bothers me, that they say they traced the shooter, they traced the route that he went on, and then there was an abandoned, we know it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library, and they felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that because I think I'm blending last names. She was the forensics for the FBI. And then she says,
Right. They can't just like throw everything at the jury in the preliminary trial. It'll taint the jury pool. And then why even have the like that's the whole point of the trial, is to present all of the very compelling evidence. The point of the preliminary trial is to show that there is evidence that needs to go to trial, that it goes to trial. Like, how is this lost on people?
she gets a call on the 13th and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map of the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell are they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere. And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back. That's like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their team before.
Hang on, let's go back. Let's hang on. Let me go back a minute.
To the preliminary hearing, there was not a single piece of evidence that I felt was slam dunk. I was waiting for that. A photo. I mean, anything would have made me go, all right, I think this could be the guy. If they had handed over the discovery on the text messages, since that was their big ta-da, we've got the text messages, that would be the first thing that I would hand over. But actually, who was holding them up? Like I said, it wasn't the prosecution. They're right to say we were handing things over, and we heard the defense argue on behalf of the prosecution, saying it's not them and it's not the SBI, it's the FBI that's holding on to things. As the FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun, the FBI took initially the screwdriver. And then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious, example being the backpack, that's something that really bothers me, that they say they...
Okay, so she's bringing up a backpack, just a backpack.
Trace the shooter, they traced the route that he went on, and then there was an abandoned... We know it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library, and they felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that because I think I'm blending last names. She was the forensics for the FBI. And then she says she gets a call on the 13th and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map of the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell are they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere. And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back. That's not...
So we know that Charlie had security that day. Chris brings up the point, and again, another excellent point by Chris. Do you not understand a security perimeter? Yeah, there might be belongings to his team on campus. He had a lot of people there that day. Did you see the amount of people that were just around him after he was shot? Imagine the people walking the outskirts of the crowd, walking the outer perimeter in the buildings. He hired a full security team. It's not far-fetched to believe that someone left a backpack somewhere on campus and it was a part of Charlie's team. And what's the argument here? That the police found a backpack that had crucial evidence in it, and then upon finding that it's someone from Charlie Kirk's team, they're like, oh yeah, just give it back. It had some bullets and rounds and knives and weapons in it, but give it back. Like, no, that's not what we're talking about. You're jumping to conclusions that like this evidence is that this backpack is crucial to the evidence, and she's also conflating that the shooter had a backpack and now there's a backpack missing. Do we know if they're the same backpack?
Like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their team before, right? So I found that to be very strange, that it was on the exact route that the alleged gunman ran, and that their excuse was, we just gave it back because we heard that this belonged to somebody on Charlie's team. So that to me is, this is why the investigation itself feels underwhelming. When you learn, and this is completely crazy to me, that some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing were immediately returned to Erica. That's absurd. That is absurd. Everything should be in evidence. When you learn that the car that they carried Charlie in to go to the hospital, they had immediately towed, cleaned, and back up for resale, that's absurd. That should be sitting in evidence. And any police officer that you speak to will say, or a person that's been involved in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff back for years. That had nothing to do with anything. It was just around. And they kept it into evidence until the trial was over, and it has to be approved. I think somebody said by the attorney general has to sign off on giving you those objects back. And we were told this is all fine. And we see, this is just one example, Erica holding the crucifix. That should be in evidence, irrespective of if you feel bad for her and think she should have have it and it's sweet. That should be in evidence. Immediately paving over the crime scene. This is like the craziest thing ever. This is like defies common sense. You immediately, and when you heard the guy who did it actually go up on a podcast and explain, I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency. I've never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency. They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there on Sunday, the dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down.
So she is correct. The vehicle, according to the vehicle history, the vehicle that took Kirk to the hospital, it was an SUV, reportedly a 2025 GMC Yukon XL, that transported him to the hospital after the assassination. It looks like it was designated as junk and salvage and resold relatively quickly. She's also talking about what was the other thing that she said? Let's go back.
Entire sense. You immediately, and when you heard the guy who did it,
she's talking about the paving, the repaving of the school. I've seen conflicting reports that this was actually planned. A explanation that could explain it away is that the shooting happened. They had this redesign planned. The shooting happened. The redesign got pushed back. The cops came in, got what they needed. It's a public place. They don't need to leave it open forever, or leave it closed forever from the public. They need to reopen it to the public. And the school hired a paver, and they're like, "Hey, this was supposed to be done last week. We've had to wait. Can you get this done now?" And I don't know. That's one explanation. I'm not saying that that's what happened, and I'm not saying that that's a good enough explanation. I'm just saying that's one explanation.
Actually go up on a podcast and explain, I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency.
And that's another explanation. Chris points out that they would have had to dig up the area to find bullet fragments and other bullets that may have been fired, and they're gonna have to fix that. It's a school. The kids are going to school there.
I've never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency. They had already had someone come.
Yo, what's up, Soundboard Lord? He said JFK's assassination has a damn museum there now. Charlie's death location was repaved, and now a damn Taco Bell is there. That's pretty wild.
Dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there on Sunday, the dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down pavers. That is what people are looking at and going, this is weird. There needs to be answers for why this was done. And he tells us the call came from the feds and the governor's office. UVU's washed their hands of it. And what he's saying sounds true, because we heard during the testimony, one person described the regions of who was in control of everything. Mm-hmm. The feds were in control of the courtyard. So in order for anybody to have paved anything, that was federal territory, so to speak. I'm maybe not using that in the best cop term, but the feds were in control of the courtyard. So these are things that I think should be answered for. Why are we doing things different? So
the cops came through, got what they wanted, dug up the area, and then the school said, "Hey, the cops came through, destroyed this area because they were looking for evidence. We were gonna redesign it anyway." What am I missing here?
Differently than you would in any other criminal scenario of keeping the evidence until we know more, until we're confident. The various decoys. I did it. It just doesn't look right.
You just got raided by Joey Cannoli. As you guys can see, we are only halfway through this debate. I believe we're coming up on a break here pretty soon. Yeah, in like 20 minutes. But hello, everyone. I hope you guys enjoyed Joey's show. I think he was talking about a few different things. He was talking about one of the friends of our show, Jessica. She's running for a position in government. So that you go check out Joey's show for more of that. But we're only halfway through this. And right now Candace is laying out all the things that show how she's come to her conclusion.
Okay, so go back to the question. So what would you need to see for you to say
something? If they had, I was expecting, here we have him, he took the shot, here it is, and then I'd be like, great, a clear image of him on the staircase where I'm like, that's definitively Tyler Robinson and he was on campus. We got nothing. We got literally nothing. but hearsay of people saying,
But you basically get no case.
what?
You basically no case.
Yeah, I mean, you almost never get the like 4K video of the guy shooting, killing somebody. But what you do get is, grainy video footage, and then you also have Tyler Robinson himself telling his boyfriend, "Hey, you're gonna see me in camera footage." Like, it's just ridiculous. So to be like, "Oh no, there's not 4K footage of this happening, therefore didn't happen." That's a ridiculous bar.
It's on planet Earth. You get the
Sure.
Oh, we
Yes, thank you, Abakar. Smash those like buttons. Smash all the buttons, people. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Welcome, Raiders. We definitely hit the chatter goal for the month after today. So you guys are freaking amazing. I love every single one of you. Being able to sit here and chat with all you fine people is fantastic. I love every minute of it. And we're going to be talking with another person in just a moment. Let me get ready for his let me stand ready for his arrival. There we go. Okay, I think we're ready for whenever he shows up. But let's continue Candace's talking point here. Let's back up a few seconds because we got distracted by the raid.
We got more until we're confident. The various decoys. I did it. It just doesn't look right.
Okay, so go back to the question. So what would you need to see for you to say
Something, if they had, I was expecting, here we have him, he took the shot, here it is. And then I'd be like, great, a clear image of him on the staircase where I'm like, that's definitively Tyler Robinson and he was on campus.
You want him to like just look dead in the camera, like no glasses, no headset, nothing, right? You want him to look dead in the camera and be like, yeah, I did this. This was me. Like, you're not going to get that. You will never get that. 99.9% of cases, you will never get that. That doesn't make any sense. 0 cents. Thank you, everybody, for stopping by. Thank you.
We got nothing. We got literally nothing but hearsay of people saying.
But you basically get no case.
What?
You basically no case on planet Earth. You get the
Sure.
Oh, we got a picture.
Okay,
Here's him with the murder weapon.
you're right.
Here's him taking the
But
shot.
Most of this doesn't take place on a college campus that has surveillance everywhere.
Yeah,
One clear image of his.
But I don't understand when you're
his
asked
car plates.
If you're
know,
asked
like-
the question, what would it take to convince? It'd be the
I'm pretty
same
sure they
question
do
be
have his
asked to
plates.
me. Andrew, what would take to convince you that the oppositional is
Patsy?
true, right? That he's a patsy or something like
Cows? I don't have cows. The only cow I have is this fucking massive beast over here. 80-pound Boudreaux. That's our English bulldog. 80-pound fat mother.
that.
That's my cow. He goes and mows the grass.
Just good, clear, concise evidence that's been presented, right? And is being presented that I could go through and link all together to see if there's actually some clear picture of there being a patsy. That's what it would take for me.
Okay.
Just a
I don't-
good.
I don't disagree with
just
that.
a
We
good,
haven't heard the
hang on,
defense
just
respond.
a good evidentiary standard, and then of course I would change my mind.
So just to qualify this, so there is a
Cyber Valkyrie, so far during this debate, she has elaborated more than it was just a dream, but all of her evidence for her claims, it's funny, like you said, she's saying it's hearsay, but all the evidence for her claims as well is hearsay. And all the evidence towards Tyler Robinson is not just hearsay. Is there hearsay in the evidence? Sure, that's literally every case. Have you ever heard of witness testimony? That's hearsay. So it's just funny that she's trying to use that as a point against the case for Tyler Robinson when that's literally her entire case for his defense.
possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Tyler killed him. So you're saying yes to that.
Yeah.
I think it's very important for the audience here that from
Without
you,
question.
For you, is there anything that you could see for you to say, yeah, this guy was a patsy, the
Of
government was
course,
involved?
I'm going to always follow evidence.
Perfect.
So my whole thing is just this. It's really important to me. I don't mind people being truth seekers and justice searchers, and the internet has helped solve tons of crimes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, right? However, there's also people who, they not only don't solve crimes, but they just come up with conjecture and what's called flooding the zone. You flood the zone with tons and tons of conspiracy-based ideas, and they go nowhere, right? And in fact, they actually take away from legitimate investigation. Now, I'm not even saying anybody here is purposely flooding the zone. That's not even the claim. All I'm saying is that the claims made absent, this is just me not being convinced by the state's evidence. Those become claims, and claims have to be defended.
No, absolutely. And Andrew, again, he's nailing her here. When you go beyond just, I'm not convinced, and you start making counterpoints or counterclaims and one of the arguments that I've seen from people who defend the story that Candace portrays, they say the burden of proof isn't on Candace. The burden of proof isn't on me. It's on the state to prove their case. Shut the fuck up. You're actually retarded. Room temp IQ when you say shit like that. No, motherfucker. When you make the claim that you believe something alternate than what is being presented, when you go beyond, I don't believe this, I'm not convinced, when you do that and you start making claims past that, the burden of proof falls on you. You making the claim, that's on you, 100% on you. Not on anyone else. It's not on me to prove you wrong. Like, if you come to me and you call me a racist, it's not incumbent upon me to prove that I'm not a racist. It's incumbent upon you to prove that I am one. So it's just ridiculous. It's just absolutely fucking ridiculous that we have these people that I considered friends too, by the way. Go on Titter for Titter. I'm gonna fucking call it that from now on. Go on Titter to see what I'm talking about. And to have friends be like, no, the burden of proof is on the government. The burden of proof is on you to prove this. No, the burden of proof is on you making the goddamn claim. And to gaslight someone to believe otherwise is absolutely fucking atrocious and scumbaggy. Very scumbaggy. Sorry, I had to rant there.
Just like mine have to be defended, yours have to be defended. And that's what we're going to get to now, yeah?
You want to get into it? Would you guys like to take an ad break?
We'll take an ad
come
break.
back?
Take an ad break, sure.
And then we'll talk Erica Kirk and TPUSA.
And the conspiracies that have been conjectured by Candace Owens in regards to this case in the Charlie Kirk
Perfect.
assassination.
Folks, we'll take a 3.5 minute break and we'll be back soon.
Exactly
guys,
what
you
he
have
said. We're going to take a
probably seen
3.5
all of
minute break. I'm going to play some music for you guys. I'm going to go use the restroom and get a drink, possibly grab a snack. We've been going for how long now? How long? We're still waiting for Joey anyway. I'm just going to play some music for you guys. We got 60 people watching total over the three platforms. I'm currently streaming to X, YouTube, and Rumble. I mainly focus on Rumble, so if you're not over on Rumble, please head on over to Rumble. You can find it either on my Twitter if you're watching there, or you can find it on my YouTube as the pinned message or in the link the links below. So thank you guys so much for watching so far. We're going to continue. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. I'm going to play you guys some music. We're going to play a fan favorite on the channel, Shadows in the Capitol. So I'll be right back after the song. Don't go anywhere. If you need something to do while I'm gone and the music is not enough for you, please like, repost, share the stream somewhere, and comment something. Comment something down below. Let me know. Are you agreeing with Andrew? Are you agreeing with Candace? Do you think neither of them won the debate? Do you think both of them are winning in their own regards? Let me know in the comments down below. Thank you. I will be back as soon as I can. Let's see. Where's the song at? Here we go. Be right back.
The suits sit high while the streets sing low, counting gold in the towers, letting fires grow. I hear whispers in alleys, truths they don't show. It's all smoke, no mirrors, just a puppet show.
They sign the papers, inked with lies, while we're left with broken skies. They take the bread and leave us the crust in this machine. Who can we trust? Shadows in the Capitol, the power's all a game. They point their fingers, but we know who's to blame. Whispers in the corridors, screaming through the shade. Shadows in the Capitol, nothing feels the same.
Now, the ballots feel like broken dice. They play their games, we pay the price. Promises painted in black and white, but they vanish like thieves in the dead of night.
Laws written with invisible ink, pouring poison in the water we drink. They build their walls, we feel the squeeze. Freedom's just a word on a broken marquee.
Shadows in the Capitol, the power's all a game. They point their fingers, but we know who's to blame. Whispers in the corridors, screaming through the shade. Shadows in the Capitol, nothing feels the same. Where do we go when the truth's been sold?
When the streets run cold and the lies get old.
Where do we go when the truth's been sold?
When the streets run cold and the lies get old.
Where do we go when the truth's been sold?
When the streets run cold and the lies get old.
Shadows in the Capitol, the power Capitol, nothing feels the same.
And I am back. Thank you guys for sticking around. I appreciate all of you hanging out. I appreciate all you guys watching. All of you that have liked and reposted. You guys are fucking awesome. I just gotta say it. You guys are freaking amazing. Let's see. Is my guest here? No, he is not. How dare he? How dare he? I don't know when he's showing up. But let's get back to this. Let's get back to the program. Unmute this. Skip ahead a little bit. We're going to skip through this ad break a little bit. They have quite a few ad breaks. I believe there's 1 or 2 more after this one. So Tyler threatened us. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. No, I just said you can't go anywhere. That's not a threat. Threatening you with a good time, maybe.
In your position of
Okay, here we go. All right. Resuming.
Okay, so we're officially back. Andrew, before we go into the other issues you want to talk about, is it fair to say you're good defending your position of the overwhelming evidence?
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. You take the lead. Go for it.
Yeah. So I have a bunch of questions for you, and I want to make it super painless, right? So no traps, no gotchas. I'm just going to ask them direct. And I think that as long as they're not loaded, if they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no. But
Mighty Pete with the... What is that? I've never seen that. 10 something. That. Thank you, Mighty Pete. I'm not sure what that is. That's awesome. I've never seen that. I think that's a W Mighty Pete. Is that the first time someone's ever sent something to my Rumble wallet? Is that what that is? Is that what the Rumble wallet looks like? Dude, Mighty Pete, you're fucking awesome, man. Guys, W's for Mighty Pete in the chat. W for Mighty Pete. I've never seen that. That looks awesome.
as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer. So here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that. So
That
just to
does
be
go in the
clear,
wallet. Cool.
We agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lap and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that I want to be able to question
well, this is a meta conversation.
Guys, I'm not even going to comment on that just yet. Listen very closely to what she just said.
For a reason you think that you hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lap and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that I want to be able to question you.
Well, this is a meta conversation.
You're afraid of being questioned on your position? Let's just make that very, very clear here. She's saying that Andrew Wilson has no right to depose her. What does she mean by that? Question her. He has no right to question her.
Right, but okay, so now we're transcending. Like, let's use a word to use a word that you're saying. But this is what you're doing, right?
Okay.
So this part to me feels like a
So
bit of
am I allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said you can ask questions,
Then
but I
let me
made it
ask
very
them.
clear to you via email and with you in conversation that we should be speaking. This
Yeah, I
isn't
know,
like
but
you
I
get to
wanna-
sit.
I wanna
if
ask
said
you
if you
some
want to
questions.
depose me, you should join
I'm not
Brigitte
deposing
Macron's
you.
defense team.
This
But
is
you're
part-
like, I'm
this
just
is
going
a
to ask questions.
legitimate
Can you
part-
answer it? Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask. And
I
I'm
know.
going to
And
answer
if
as
you
I
have
see
issues
fit
with it,
because I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah.
I
okay,
get it.
Just
If-
so we're
That's what a debate is. I'm sorry. Hey, Chris, next time we debate about Epstein and like what should or shouldn't be done about Epstein, I need you to present me a list of every question you're going to ask me. And if you divert from the list, oh man. That's ridiculous. What is a debate? What's a debate? What's a debate if not asking the other person to defend their position?
clear.
Usually in the debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct with
because
the
you kept
question,
saying
with
I'm
the
Joe
answer.
Rogan. They have no evidence. They have no evidence. And now you're like, let's move away from the evidence.
You
Just talk about
actually,
transcendentals.
yeah, okay. Anyway, so direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA on the rifle, as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
Oh, why can't we say that for certain? Maybe because it hasn't gone to trial yet?
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So no, as far as you know.
Expert gaslighter. The gaslighting has turned into grifting, the GG of commentary, apparently.
We can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were on
So that
there.
would be no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say no, as far as I know, for certain.
We can't say that for certainty. I actually,
Hey, Joey, if you're listening, put that on a shirt. GG, grift and gaslight.
You
I-
can
I'm
say
just,
that
you
for
know,
certainty.
if your energy here is going to be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say, you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm
Okay,
familiar with
but-
this debate strategy.
but I
like,
am just
yes or no,
telling
yes or
you.
no, yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already addressed that in the first half of this about why.
No, we're still
there's-
definitely debating. This is still
no, it's not a debate.
This is
Now
inclined
this
to
is
your,
you saying I want to probe
Yeah.
things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually already
That you've
addressed this.
stated.
You asked me.
Uh-huh.
You're not going to go like where you're
Okay.
sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So
let's
you
talk
can
about
have a
the
conversation
let's
as
talk
we've
about the
agreed
French.
to.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Well, it was
Positive evidence.
It was told to me by
Let's go back and play that part. I was responding to the chat. Let's go back about 2 minutes.
So am I allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said you can ask questions,
Then
but I
let me
made it
ask
very
them.
clear to you
Yeah.
via email and with you in conversation that we should be speaking. This
Yeah, I
isn't
know,
like
but
you
I
get
wanna-
to sit.
I wanna
I
ask
said
you
if you
some
want to
questions.
depose me, you should join
I'm not
Brigitte
deposing
Macron's
you.
defense team.
This
But
is
you're
part-
like, I'm
this
just
is
going
a
to ask questions.
legitimate
Can you
part-
answer it? Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask. And
I
I'm
know.
going to
And
answer
if
as
you
I
have
see
issues
fit
with it,
because I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah.
I
okay,
get it.
Just
If-
so we're clear. 'Cause-
Usually in the debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct with
because
the
you kept
question,
saying
with
I'm
the
Joe
answer.
Rogan. They have no evidence. They have no evidence. And now you're like, let's move away from the evidence.
You
Just talk about transcendentals.
actually, yeah, okay. Anyway, so direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA on the rifle, as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So
was-
no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were
So
on
that
there.
would be no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say no, as far as I know, for certain.
We can't say that for certainty. I actually,
You can
I'm
say
just so
that
you
for
know,
certainty.
if you're
Again, she's saying we don't know for certainty because it hasn't gone to trial yet, and all of the prints that this goes back to her claim before when she was claiming that Tyler Robinson's prints were the most degraded and that there were other prints on the rifle. We don't know who the other prints were. We don't know where the other prints were on the gun. We don't know any of that. That's why she doesn't have the answer.
your energy here is going to be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say, you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm
Okay,
familiar with
but-
this debate strategy.
but I
like,
am just
yes or no,
telling
yes or no,
you.
yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already addressed that in the first half of this about why.
No, we're still
there's-
definitely debating. This is still.
No, it's not a debate.
This is
now
inclined
this
to
is
your.
you saying I want to probe
Yeah.
things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually already
That you've
addressed this.
stated.
You asked me.
Uh-huh.
You're not going to go like where you're
Okay.
sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So
let's
you
talk
can
about
have a
the
conversation
let's
as
talk
we've
about the
agreed
French.
to.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Well, it was
Positive evidence.
It was told to me by somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office. And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when people say, I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like, I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank account and say whether or not the information
I agree.
but then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls and says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you, and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds. Then I go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information, and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people. And that's what I did.
Got it. I just want
Cool.
to make sure.
And so
I'm not
it-
trying to trap you.
Well,
I just want to make sure I got it clear.
and that's why I say I want to know what you're doing now. Because
And if this is true, I hope our government follows it up and looks into it. But there's no proof that this has happened. Like, one way that Candace could try to prove that this happened, just to show that she's not lying, she could show the email and redact certain things. Like, maybe she doesn't want to show the name of the French official publicly. Okay, redact that and then show the rest of the email. She doesn't even offer to do anything like that.
because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim. So we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embarrass her. I reported
I'm
exactly
not
as I
trying to
received
embarrass
it.
you. I just want to make sure that I get your
Yes,
positions
I
clear.
have not
Howie, I do it all the time. If I'm in a debate with someone or I'm talking with someone and I will often say, I don't know. You know why? Because I don't know. I'm not going to pretend like I know in the fear that, oh no, I don't want to make it look like I'm stupid or something because I don't know something. No, I don't want to pretend like I know something and then be found out to be I'm wrong anyway. Like, that would be way worse than just admitting from the jump that, no, I don't know. Can you elaborate to me? Can you please explain to me? But so many people they just skip that part of the conversation and they're just like, yeah, I know. But do you?
said, yeah, go ahead.
And now you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give
Yes,
me...
we can pull up the clip.
Can
I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context for what are you talking about? Like, when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved?
hmm
Okay, where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence?
That's the other thing too, Cyber Valkyrie. If you're blowing the whistle on something in a foreign government, why would you go like, what's another example? Michael Knowles is going to get assassinated by Iran, and someone in the Iran government contacts Michael Knowles to let him know that it's going to happen? How, like, make it make sense.
Whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk.
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I believe that he was so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues.
That is such a ridiculous statement to make when literally he's in a relationship with a trans woman, a man seeking to be a woman. You're telling me they never had conversations about that? Never got brought up. The issues around that never got mentioned. They went to the restroom and out to eat and everything was just perfectly fine. No questions were asked the entire time. Now I'm just asking questions. Do you really believe that?
That he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which, if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues, because,
Oh no, he ate at Chick-fil-A. He doesn't care about the trans people. Oh no, I got Starbucks. I don't care about Palestine. Shut the fuck up. Oh no, I have an Android. I can't say slavery's bad now.
Yeah, but do you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want to answer it. Like I said, you don't get to, for an hour and a half,
Oh, I know it's all about feelings, Candace.
But the question I'm
questions and
asking is
tell me-
about positive evidence.
I'm telling you that in any case, establishing a motive and and again, I already explained this at the top of the show. But the reason why people find Israel to be an interesting question is because, truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid, I mean, not even that. It's like everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So then,
loved
other
Israel.
than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show and the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim that Israelis, there were also, obviously
Ian
Joe
Carroll
Kent.
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe they were students, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary, was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss in the Hamptons the week prior, or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place. And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to see.
Say there's no
pulled.
positive evidence.
Whatever you want to say, however, positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well,
I
like
don't
positive.
So she's conceding that there's no evidence for any claims that Israel was involved. The evidence that is used is kind of like, it's more around like political opinion. It's not like Charlie's in text messages talking about the destruction of Israel and then all of a sudden he ends up dead. Like, that's not what he's talking about, how his feelings have turned against Israel a little bit. We have that letter that I read earlier in the stream where he's actually talking to Benjamin Netanyahu about improving their image within the United States. So I haven't seen anything that it would even make me lean in that direction. I'm all for conspiracy theories. I'm not one of those people that thinks that we should even be supporting Israel. I'm at the point now where we need to sever all ties with them, just completely, just leave them to their own devices. But I don't then make the leap that, no, they assassinated Charlie Kirk because he was starting to oppose them privately.
So I
Evidence
can just
would
have a
be
conversation.
material evidence and other evidences which would
what we've
point you
said
to it.
is on our show is what we said, which is this feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird, and the way they tried to shove the
That's not a bad point, Cyber Valkyrie.
Israel narrative down our throat immediately. I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI'd photo on the president's feed doesn't feel right. So
Do you have any evidence that Erica Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk. So how could I?
That's actually not true. She's outright lying here. She has repeatedly said that she's not satisfied with the conversation she had with Erica Kirk. And she has said, at a minimum, this is her words, a minimum TPUSA and or Erica Kirk is involved. What does involved mean? You mean involved in his murder? Got it.
I say that
So she's just lying.
I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk.
Okay. So then you don't believe that they did?
I never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay, fair.
Your team.
That's not a personal question about things you've said on record. You see how she's trying to frame things as a victim again. It's a personal question. No, that's not a fucking personal question. He's trying to get to the bottom of what your actual position is on this fucking tragic thing that happened. Because you've made a lot of different statements about it, and he's trying to get to the root of what your claims are.
Is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what the video is.
And then
Since Israel was involved.
Yep.
there's like a delay.
Knew that Charlie.
Okay.
I said
ahead
this
and
is why
play it,
people think
though.
their involvement.
So she
If
can
they have the clip,
yeah,
they
if they
can
got
play
the
the
clip.
clip.
Yeah.
They're
Sorry, I
referring
was trying to
the
skip it
clip.
because they're just like talking about the clip instead of getting to the clip.
Via whom? My guess is Pierre. Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Okay.
I also now
Involvement.
have-
I understand.
Yeah.
So back.
I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination.
So she keeps using these words involved and then saying that, oh, I'm not saying they're responsible. Well, what the fuck do you mean by involved?
And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Okay.
I also now
Involvement.
have-
I understand.
Yeah.
So you
That's-
think you with full confidence you think that
Yeah, I think
that
Israel's
France
involved.
and Israel.
Yeah, I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day.
Mhm.
Again, this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not
But
the
you
United
don't have
States
any
government.
positive evidence of
Okay,
that.
okay.
Right?
Liz, I don't. Can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think, and I just tell you, yes, I think
Well,
they are
that's
involved.
a claim.
No,
Look, she just outright said it. Yes, I think they're involved. Let's go back.
Right.
Liz, I don't. Can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think, and I just tell you, yes, I think
Well,
they are
that's
involved.
a claim.
No, I said here's what I think.
I have every
I
right
think-
to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's
I said,
positive evidence
in
for
this
your
statement,
claim.
I literally just said I think, and I am allowed to think. And
Yeah,
you
you're
keep
allowed to
saying, do you
think,
have
but you're making
positive
a
evidence?
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think. Yes.
I think Candace Owens is a dipshit grifter who's making a bunch of money off the death of one of her friends. What is my evidence for that? Oh, I have a lot more evidence for that than she has of whatever the fuck she's talking about.
agree, you're allowed to think.
Okay. So
Nobody's disputing whether or not
yeah, but,
Candace
like,
Owens is
you're-
allowed to
you're-
think. What
you're-
I'm asking is
but
you have
what's your issue then?
positive
What is your issue with the statement?
evidence.
I think
Uh-huh.
that is
Okay, what she's not understanding and what people fail to understand is you're completely allowed to think whatever you want to think. But if you then go and publicly espouse, I think X, be prepared to defend it. It's literally as simple as that. I think Donald Trump is not doing everything he said he was going to do. Hey, no, you can't question me about that. I just said I think it. I think that. I don't need to give you examples or proof or evidence for why I think that. No, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous that you would ask me even such a personal question like that. I'm allowed to think. Am I not allowed to think anymore? Am I not allowed to think any? Like, that's the gaslighting she's doing. When you put your ideas out into the free marketplace of ideas, be prepared to experience other people's ideas and thoughts and what they think. You may think something, but guess what? Crazy, right? People think others think. Other people think. Isn't that crazy? And they might want to tell you that what you think is wrong. And just like you're allowed to say what you think, so can they.
Israel is involved.
That's
I
not
do.
what. That's not just what you said. You said
I did
that
say I
it's with
think.
it's with full confidence.
Yes.
You would
I
think that if you had full
can you have confidence
confidence
to think when you think?
If I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right, with full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew.
That's how you would know whether or not you had full
I'm just
confidence.
gonna tell you something. My
Hang on,
sis-
let me finish.
Sure.
If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right, and I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think.
And that's a perfectly fine position to take, Doc McPherson, because you're not sitting here telling me that you're sitting here telling me you're not convinced. That's fine. As long as you don't start saying, I believe actually that Israel did this or that X, Y, Z happened, then I'm going to start questioning you. Why do you believe that? How did you come to that conclusion? Can you show me like what convinced you in this regard? Like, that's what we're talking about here. And she's getting upset that she's being asked these questions because she's going beyond what you're saying. What you're saying is you're not convinced. That's fine. That's perfectly fine. You can not be convinced. You have that right. But if you start claiming other things happened, be prepared to defend those claims.
That. So I'm asking if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with
I
evidence.
actually don't have to walk you through why I think. I can give you something that I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do. I'm
They're
allowed to
pertinent
think
to this debate.
it's not exactly pertinent to this
It's
debate.
100% pertinent.
It's not pertinent because our debate
These are claims made about.
Wait, let's go back. What is she saying is not pertinent to the debate? Hang on. Look at that pause for Andrew.
Evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right? And I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with
I
evidence.
actually don't have to walk you through why I think. I can give you something that I think with
Oh, I actually don't have to do that. I could just make claims and not explain to you how I got to the conclusion in these claims. I could just do that. Yeah, you could just do that. You can look like a piece of shit, too. I mean, that's up to you. You can look like an absolute idiot who's making baseless claims when you do that. If you don't want to explain to someone how you got to your conclusion, then fine. Go ahead. Go on convincing almost nobody. Congrats.
full confidence. I think with full confidence that you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do. I'm
They're
allowed to think
pertinent
that.
to this debate.
It's not exactly pertinent to this
It's
debate.
100% pertinent.
It's not pertinent because our debate
These are claims
claims
made about.
Okay, so she's saying that what the questions that he was just asking is not pertinent to the debate. It's specifically pertinent to the debate. What are you talking about? That's the whole debate is about, is why you think these things. That's the whole debate, is why do you think what you think?
Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete
but
substance of the debate.
no, actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind
You
that you
said-
said I
It doesn't matter what the original debate claims were. The answer and the question are still the same. Why have you come to the conclusion that you have come to? Why do you think what you think? That is the question. It has everything to do with the original claims. He's not detracting at all here.
could ask you about any of these things
I
to
said
my heart's
feel
content?
free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me
I'm
why
not
are you allowed to
structuring how you're
think.
allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
He's acting very He's asking very direct questions, and she is just refusing to answer. She's getting upset and defensive.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well. And so now what you came
That's
prepared
nice.
to
I just
do is
wanna
to
know-
present yourself like a professor of
I
fallacies
just want to know.
and to say, you are not allowed to say that. You can't.
You can-
She's not saying anything. She's literally not saying a word. This is what is known as a word salad. And then she also threw into the salad words that he didn't say. Like, again, claiming that he told her she's not allowed to do X. At any point in this debate has he said, you cannot do XYZ. You are not allowed to XYZ. He's not done that once during this debate.
You can say
podcast.
whatever you want. Nobody's
I said
disputing that. I'm
It
asking.
seems like you are disputing
I'm
it.
asking
I think that
specifically
when this
why
is
you
all
think
said
that.
and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this why I think Israel is ultimately going
France.
to be proven to have involvement in this. I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think, and I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need to structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is
No, I
that
don't-
Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Like, here's why
it's
I
not
think
dripping.
that?
Every time we come across any of these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So, for example, when you're bringing up, well, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who was high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless?
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
But
So there's good reason to
so it's not a
doubt this.
conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just go out there making a claim to the federal government. You can get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature. So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that? This happened
I
to
can
me.
ask you, well,
This
that's
is
not
my
what I'm probing
podcast.
specifically.
This is my podcast. I am sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me.
Mm-hmm.
And you're basically coming in like you're going to, regulate how I'm allowed to say
Nope,
it, if
I'm
I'm
not
allowed
trying to
to
regulate
say it.
anything. I'm asking
you're,
very
you're
pertinent
sounding a bit
questions.
like a professor trying to regulate and say, Candace,
You sound very
can't say, I
defensive
think.
and like you just don't want to answer questions.
I did answer your question 3
You
times.
She literally hasn't answered any questions. She has dodged almost every step of the way. Again, I'm looking at this from the... I left my biases at the door, guys. My biases are that I don't like Candace, and I very much don't like Andrew. In fact, I might dislike Andrew more than I dislike Candace, in fact, because I've seen more of Andrew's debates, and I don't like the way he debates. So, if I have any bias, it's actually in favor of Candace over Andrew. So there can be no claim that I'm going after Candace unfairly. If anything, I would be going after Andrew more unfairly. So Candace is dodging questions. She's not answering things. If I were to repeat back Candace's arguments, I would not have any ability to defend anything she said. It's as simple as that.
Just didn't say it in the way that you wanted me
You
to
just
say
kind of
it.
obfuscate and you run away from it. But I would like for you to
let's
actually
just go
focus
through every
on it.
clip that you guys have prepared, because it's pretty. I think with full confidence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip you have prepared.
Sure, they can pull up whatever clips
whatever
they want.
it is
yeah.
that you guys have prepared. So let's go.
But I would still. On this point, I just want to make sure that you have full confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
I think in
and
the
you
end,
have no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
Well, I already did tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand
Did
it
that
for
same
you. So if
higher
you
up
need to,
tell you
if you
that
need
he was
to-
going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
They said that the French Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You just don't like hearing it.
No,
Candace, just out of curiosity,
Yes.
when you pass down that message to Tulsi or Trump,
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's office, are you giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, here's what I heard from
And
somebody?
I have this information.
Sure.
And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about maybe.
Oh, I you know what I think, Candace, because I have no fucking evidence for this claim, but what I think happened is you did send this email to the government and some governmental body, and they read it, and they're like, what the fuck is this lunatic talking about? And then deleted it.
That maybe they're not the correct office to. I did receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I
Got
said.
it. So the call was, hey, I've been
Emailed.
told
It's-
the email.
Yes.
Email was, I've been told
I have
somebody is-
information, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination, and that, it was a lot of information, but
Well, you didn't give specifics who it was from.
not in the first email because I figured they would
So we have cameras everywhere, a government that seeks to surveil every movement of everyone at all times. We know basically everything that's going on in this country at all times. And France sent over a military group, something like the CIA, FBI, or Mossad, the French Legion, and took part in the assassination of Kirk. This is what we're talking about right now. And your evidence for this claim is, hearsay from some random motherfucker in the French government that you won't name, and you have no evidence to show that he even made the claim. Literally hearsay. All hearsay, and then jumping from that, because keep in mind, that has to be true for the rest of it to be true. So she's taking that and then expanding it into this whole narrative. And it's all hinging on this one thing that is complete and utter hearsay.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So if they do contact you,
100.
are you
yes.
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely give them as much information
can I
as
ask a
possible.
question? If whoever's the U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
You know, so if that's the case, now they may respond back and say, we did. You know, that's their position.
I did.
I'm
That's
not
why I
involved.
did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case
Yes.
because So if they
And
do
right
ask
away in
you-
Trump's office, his like Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk, so he has that. There's no.
And if you do say that and
Mm-hmm.
they contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here.
Mm-hmm.
Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources
Yes,
are? Okay. I mean, that's,
it seems reasonable. And so why he's asking me to defend that is like
I'm not. Never
Okay.
did.
I think those
I think that if she did actually go and report this to the government, that she either got trolled by some, like, let's say this is legitimately real. What's more likely? That someone in the French government contacted her and gave her this breaking fucking news that her life was in threat and that they threatened Charlie's life and possibly murdered him. Okay, so they gave that to Candace Owens, someone, random motherfucker in the French government that she won't name. Well, what's more likely, that happened or that some random person posed as a figure from the French government and tricked her into thinking this was real? Because it's all hearsay. It's all hearsay. It's not like she's like, yeah, I got the battle plans from him. Like, there's all these reports that were being sent from these intelligence agents. Like, there's nothing to even back up what the guy is saying. So not only does the message to her have to exist, but what the guy from the supposed French government is saying also has to exist and have happened. It's not enough for me. That it just doesn't sound like a real thing. And that's probably why the government didn't look into it, because they're like, why the fuck would we waste our time with this nothingness?
are two different things. That's more.
I'll take things that never happened for $800, Alex. Exactly. Neurodivergent nailed it.
Something I'm
totally
asking
different
to say,
claims.
why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my
They're not reaching out because nothing happened.
podcast.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
What?
The fact that she emailed, she gave it, and nobody reached out to want to contact the
They
source. that she's
probably
willing
didn't
to
think it was
share.
actionable, is my guess. But
Exactly.
even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TPUSA
Well, we
and
don't-
had a relationship with
Wait,
Charlie?
who?
No, her relationship. Like
Yeah.
this isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the source is. We don't know any
Well,
of
then
this.
if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to, even you assign it to one of your
There's
guys
no
to
guarantee
say,
they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't
How
know.
could they
No,
if they
how
didn't
could they
come
if
get
she didn't give it
the
to them?
information, more of the information, because it
And
was a
by the way,
long file.
Yeah.
This is a separate, this
Did
has
you
got
send
nothing
them
to do
the
with the
guy's
debate. This
name?
is more on
Keep in mind also, let's say she didn't even go into an office anywhere. She didn't go to like a police department, anything, FBI office, nothing. She's talking about an email that she sent. So like, how do we know that we don't have any evidence that any of this ever happened, that she sent anything, received anything, or that anything ever happened? Literally nothing. It's all hearsay based off of, just trust me, bro, I'm Candace Owens. Because she has such a great track record of being proven right?
Well, I sent the email, assuming that's I'm saying like you go and you make a report. You think they're going to.
Play back 5 seconds? All right.
even you assign it to one of your
There's
guys
no
to
guarantee
say,
they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't
How
know.
could they
No,
if they
how
didn't
could they
come
if
get
she didn't give it
the
to them?
information, more of the information, because it
And
was a
by the way,
long file.
Yeah.
This is a separate. This has
Did
got
you send
nothing to
them
do
the
with the
guy's
debate.
name?
This is more on.
Well, I sent the email, assuming that's I'm saying like you go and you make a report. You think they're going to come back to you and say, "Hey, what's more information? We're investigating this," and that didn't happen, and which is what I raised.
No,
I
I'm
found
asking,
that,
did you send them the
especially
source of
because
the
this was at
claim?
a time where they were saying that they wanted to explore every possible lead. I even texted Dan Bongino.
But did you-
So actually, it was three offices.
Let me ask
the
one question and then
executive
I'm gonna come to
office,
you.
Dan Bongino, and Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so a follow up to that is the following:
Mm-hmm.
if they contact you to say,
Okay, terrible follow up by PBD. Shut the fuck up, Patrick Bet David. You're an idiot. Always, God, I don't like the PBD podcast. They're just it's just a room full of meatheads. Anyway, terrible follow up question. It makes me lose my train of thought. The actual question that you should be asking her, because she's talking about what is it? Let me go back. She's talking about the French Foreign Legion. See, his question just threw me off. She's talking about the French Foreign Legion and how she got this email and she reported it. So she's saying that she reported it to 3 different people. I'm back on the point now. She said she reported it to 3 different people, but she didn't give the name in any of the posts or any of the reportings when reporting this. Okay, so me as a government official getting a random message from an influencer saying, hey, the French Foreign Legion may have been at Charlie Kirk's event that day, and they're also threatening my life. I'm just going to think you're a fucking lunatic. When you go to report it, include the name, or at the very least, include the position of the person you heard it from. Like, who the fucking government's gonna believe some statement like that when you're not even providing where or who you heard it from? And even then, it's hearsay. So, like, provide an email or something like, hey, I received this email with his email attached. Like, what is this? It's not a real effort, is what it is.
Is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie Kirk?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
are 2 separate things.
That wasn't about Israel.
Okay,
It was they were
got it.
saying the French foreign, that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that
So
day.
I'm surprised they haven't called you.
Then I find that to be very strange too.
I do as well.
Because who would want to make a report? Like, I mean, I've never made a report with the
Patrick Bet David's an idiot. He's just asking dumbass questions because he doesn't understand.
federal
But
Let
when
me
he
ask one
did-
question.
but
Let me
when he
just
did
ask one
send
question.
it-
Let me just ask one
Okay.
question, and I'm going to bring
Okay.
it to you.
Patrick Bet David, shut the fuck up. It's a debate between her and Andrew, and she's said multiple statements now. You just asked a question. The debate is not about you, bro.
Sure.
The question is in regards to, I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now. I'm full confidence. I believe that Israel French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is what I publicly have said here. I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that they won't even explore anything else that was going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that
She either didn't report it correctly or reported it in a way that made her sound like a lunatic, because the way she's describing it, she's saying that she didn't include any evidence or names.
Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not the only people that believe there's a conspiracy here. The police officers that were involved, the many police, sheriff's offices, that were departments that were involved that day, all believe there was a conspiracy. Down to the U.S. Marshals believe there was a conspiracy. They were, my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources?
Am I not allowed to have sources?
Well,
Like
the thing is funny.
So is CNN allowed to have
well,
sources?
hang on. I
but
have
we can't?
sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say, what?
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one
That's an excellent point by Andrew. And Candace is about to go through examples of how she's provided evidence. No, she hasn't.
supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things, people are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say
You're just saying things. You're just saying that this is legit. You're just saying that this is real without providing any fucking basis for it.
Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leaving.
No, that was definitely one of the winning moments from Andrew there. Like that was a slam dunk that's not going around there.
The pro-Israel cause, when everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams, and that's why they keep watching my content, because like, for example, when I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes.
And we covered that video. It didn't show anything like what Candace was talking about. And I even criticized Alex Jones over that, because Alex Jones was kind of agreeing with her. The video doesn't show a lateral crawl. It shows someone who's trying to not get spotted on the roof while trying to get closer to the edge.
Seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
Yeah, I'm not sure that that would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, oh, they all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now. How
Well,
would that
I was
actually,
just-
hang on, I'm almost done.
Not
How
I
would
was
that-
talking to PVD.
How would
without
that
realizing.
legitimize? Well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it? How would that legitimize
Well,
any
what
of
I
that?
am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here, and I think that you understood.
Well, our sergeant, that's probably true considering he dates a tranny. Anyway, our sergeant, why are you thinking about these things anyway?
What I was saying is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public, and this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they don't believe, they think that there's a conspiracy, that's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think
but I am-
questioners should get questioned as well?
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? By just like
Well-
saying,
How bad did he just throw her off there? Wait, go back. Go back.
whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they don't believe, they think that there's a conspiracy, that's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm
No one's saying that you're saying that. No one's saying that you can't say these things. The whole argument against you specifically, Candace, is that you do not provide a basis for the claims that you make. Like your claim about the French Legion, about your claim about Israel's involvement, about your claim about TPUSA's involvement, your claim that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, your claim that Erica Kirk is somehow involved because she'll go on later in this debate to say that, oh, the spouse of the person who's murdered is usually the first suspect. Therefore, why didn't they look at Erica Kirk? Maybe they didn't look at Erica Kirk because she's not the one who did it.
saying.
Well, don't you
But
think
I am-
questioners should get questioned as well?
By who? I'm not committing.
Wait. I was talking there. Let's go back again.
Not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you
But
think
I am-
questioners should get questioned as well?
By who?
Such a long pause there. But by who?
I'm not committing a crime, am I? By just like saying
Well,
what I
I
think and
mean,
collecting
aren't
evidence.
most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should answer questions where? Like at a police station? Like
no,
what are you
just
saying?
like if you
Immediately plays victim, immediately jumps to like the biggest extreme. No, again, how many times this seems to be a recurring theme in the debate where she doesn't seem to understand that if you make a claim, you need to be prepared to back up the claim. It's very simple. It's a very simple thing in life. If I come to someone and I say, hey, did you know X, Y, and Z? And they ask me, oh, that's interesting. How do you know that? Dude, we're not in a police station right now. We're not in an interrogation. Don't fucking be interrogating me, bro. Who are you, the government? Like, is it illegal to tell you things now? Like, that's literally what she's doing.
you want people to come in and answer questions for you. I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
Well, they're not answering our questions, so it's also fair that they don't answer them.
And look at the little smirk she does, like she just said something clever. No. What questions? What questions? You don't have any legitimate questions. You have no evidence for any of these things. If someone, again, I brought this up earlier, if someone asked me to prove that I'm not a racist, it is not then incumbent upon me to approach you and prove that I'm not a racist. Fuck you. Why don't you prove your claim? You've made a lot of claims, Candace. Why don't you prove one of them? She hasn't even successfully proven one of them.
So you're
That's why I
okay.
said
So I just
Andrew
want to.
Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
But
That's
isn't
his
that a double?
prerogative.
But isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but what that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that you think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe
She keeps claiming that he at some point told her she can't do or say things, and it's quite annoying because I think, who was it? Cyber Valkyrie was saying that she's trying to frame it like she's already won the debate and acting like she's won the debate when, quite frankly, she's proven nothing and shown nothing.
answers?
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions about. I mean, I'm talking about Andrew.
Okay, well, to be fair, PBD shouldn't be asking you any fucking questions. It's not his debate. Second of all, you're not really answering questions. You're kind of going around them when they don't go in your way, in your favor. Funny thing is, she's in her studio and has access to all of her info. Right. If there's at any point she like doesn't remember the full facts of something, we know from the start of this debate that they both have 3 people on their team just sitting in the background. So at any point, she could be like, what was the thing about the, and then her team could be like, oh, gotcha, boop, here, pull it up. Hasn't happened. At any point, her team could have been like, hey, Candace, what, can you text us your email or something real quick? Or maybe they already have it so they could pull it up. Or maybe she had a screenshot ready. Pull up literally fucking anything related to what she's talking about. It's been available to them the entire time. Andrew hasn't needed to do that. And in fact, he's done it a couple times. The only time Candace has done it is to show that, oh my God, the state where this is happening, they have a law where in the preliminary trial, you can have hearsay. Oh my goodness. Witness testimony? Terrible.
Colbert, his position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA.
Uh-huh.
So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information or because there has been, I don't know, seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because it doesn't need to be me.
But aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of distrust?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
people love to do that.
The thing is funny is
people
like,
act like I'm
I think
ground
their
zero.
PR I'll be fair with you.
Ground zero of people not trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that there was some
actually
PR
kind of
there.
last.
I think there was some PR there. Sure, they could have done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I've said is on my podcast. I think firmly that if I was the investigating officers, I would seat them all and I would ask questions. I would at this phase. I would.
Okay, so without saying it directly, she said it. She's saying that they should be seated down by an officer and questioned. So she's saying that she believes that she has seen something somewhere at some point that she's not sharing with us that has led her to believe that TPUSA or people within the organization, including his own widow, was involved in his assassination. With zero evidence, zero base for that claim. I would grant her the claim if she had a basis behind it. Like, oh, there was this text message between Erica Kirk and their staff, and it said this weird thing about Kirk that day. Like, there's none of that. There's not even a hint of, like, where it's like, oh, like, it just doesn't even, the sniff test here is just like, I'm in a room full of shit right now. Like, the sniff test has failed.
So
Okay, what does
using a
that mean?
hypothetical.
Does that mean that you do think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true of 80% of homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that was never considered?
Because they gave back the backpack as just one example. They gave back the backpack. They gave back the.
That doesn't show a conspiracy.
Well, I mean, it shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a
Yeah,
second.
they
and
ruled them out as suspects.
that quickly. I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's $100 million incentive. People, this is
What $100 million incentive?
what I'm saying is his organization, like it had grown to, I think it was 100
plus per year.
Yeah, per year. If that's something you want to factor,
Yeah, but
that's
what was
fine.
the-
Your
what-
team wants to play video, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
There's a video they want to play.
What was the claim that she was just bringing up? I missed it.
Ruled them out as suspects.
that quickly. I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's $100 million incentive. People, this is
What $100 million incentive?
what I'm saying is his organization, like it had grown to, I think it was 100
plus per year.
Yeah, per year. If that's something you want to factor,
Yeah, but
that's
what was
fine.
the
Your
what-
team wants to play video, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
There's a
What kind of fucking argument is that? Like, oh yeah, someone on his team or his wife killed him because the organization was worth a fuck ton of money. That's not an argument. That's not evidence for literally anything. Okay, so are you gonna argue that the healthcare CEO that was murdered by Luigi Mangione, his family must have been on it? He's a big time CEO making all this money off of declining claims. The mother of his children must have been in on it. His company must have been in on it. He's making all this money. Fucking stupid, man.
There's a video they want to play of Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erica's complicit. If you guys want to play that video.
Could also just ask.
And so right now, their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, yes, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it? That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because what?
Those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's just say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in...
But I want to see Candace's answer to this one specifically. But yeah, no, Andrew's absolutely right here. Those two statements don't correlate at all whatsoever. Just like Candace is allowed to think that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, Erica Kirk, above everyone else, is allowed to think about whoever killed her husband. It's her husband. She could think fucking Israel did it. Who cares? It's why do you fucking care? It's not her doing the prosecution. It's not her deciding whether or not Tyler Robinson lives or dies. Like, it's just ridiculous. But only Candace can think about everything. Excuse me. Only Candace. Only Candace is allowed to have opinions. Only Candace is allowed to ponder and question and think about the narrative surrounding Charlie's death. Never mind his widow doing that. No. She's not allowed to think and ponder that it may be Tyler Robinson, and she's 100% convinced that it is. She's not allowed that. No. But Candace is allowed a 0% rating when asked if Tyler Robinson did it.
His death?
I didn't say implicit in death. You added those two words.
Okay, so what's she complicit in?
Yes. So sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence to come
Okay,
in
well,
and
tell
debate.
me,
So
what
now
does
you're
that mean?
chopping
What
it
does
up.
complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview. And Erica, when she is asked, do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this? And she says, I do. Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? Like I'm like, this is why I did not engage in any like Erica, everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm going to wait here because I don't know, just it feels weird to think that, did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her and I was expecting for her to say, well, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. You know, that's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay. So this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit. And again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie
Complicit
Kirk.
in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you?
Okay, let's just take note of that. Let's go back it up. Take note how she just dodged that fucking question. I'm gonna answer that if you let me finish my sentence. Pivots. She does it right here. Watch.
Again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie
Complicit
Kirk.
in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great.
For the record, she didn't answer. Let's see if she answers in the next couple sentences. Because she said, let me finish my sentence and I'll answer, and she didn't.
I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all of this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show.
Okay.
So we call her lawyer, and her lawyer says to us,
For the record, she still hasn't answered the question.
she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Jeff.
The statement right now is that Erica Kirk was complicit. That is a statement from Candace Owens. She is now attempting to convince you that she did not mean complicit in the death of her husband. Let's see what she convinces us of. What did she mean?
And strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. We're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen?
Mm-hmm.
And he says no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such
First of all, that's not even going to be entirely true. There's a lot of things that have still been sealed within the court records. So she's being disingenuous here. And then even then, yes, that's what we've been saying almost the entire stream. That's how preliminary hearings work. It's the bare minimum to get it to trial. She's still missing that point.
a degree of certainty. Like she was sent out to convince the public, and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They made an arrest.
I don't understand. How would any of this make her complicit and in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying.
Okay. Let's see if she answers it now. She said she's complicit in. We'll see where her sentence goes. She said she's complicit in. She has not, for the record, explained a single time what she means by complicit. Let's see if she does it now.
Trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut case.
How is she trying to fool the public?
She is okay. This is exactly what she has finally given us an answer to what she believes Erica Kirk is complicit in. Let's have her repeat it one more time. What is Erica Kirk complicit in? It's to the point now her voice makes me angry. It's just ridiculous. So what is Erica Kirk complicit in? She finally gives us an answer. We are what is this? 2 hours and 47 minutes into the stream. And keep in mind, there was about 30 minutes or so that have been like ad breaks, so like dead air. So again, 2 hours in, she's now finally given us an answer to what Erica Kirk is complicit in. What is she complicit in?
Then how would any of this make her complicit and in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut case.
How is she trying to fool the public into...
She's guilty of trying to fool the public into thinking this is an open and shut case. 2 hours in, and that's she finally makes the claim. What she's... We all know that that's just a lie. What she actually meant in the initial claim is that she's complicit in the conspiracy to some extent. And even then, she's kind of saying that when she says this here. She's saying that she's complicit in fooling the public into thinking this is an open and shut case. Okay, so that means she's in on the conspiracy. That's just fucking ridiculous. If your significant other gets murdered in a gruesome and very public way, and then the government is like, this is the guy we believe it to be, we're going to charge them, we're going to get them. Are you as the spouse not going to have very strong feelings about that? Very strong feelings about who they're saying had killed your husband? Like, it's just ridiculous. A black woman is speaking. Shut up, listen, and learn, says Physic. I might read a Physics comment towards the end here. He told me that I could read it on stream, but I just haven't found a good time yet because we keep going back and forth and pausing. But maybe at the end I'll read it.
This, if she believes
Like,
it,
don't look
if she
anywhere
believes
else.
that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are
believe,
you saying that you think
Excellent question.
she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right, but so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy.
Okay, so he just nailed her right there. That's such a ridiculous standard to say that she is complicit in a cover-up of her husband's murder because she agrees that Tyler Robinson, which has the most evidence out of any other theory, that's just ghoulish. That's fucking ghoulish from someone who considers herself a former friend of this guy. It's just downright ghoulish. Like, you know the ghouls from Fallout? That's Candace, dude. That's disgusting. Like, that's evidence of nothing, man. And she finally, like, very, very opening here.
Was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it
No
seem like I
strategy.
said
You
she
can
was
explain
complicit.
everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like, why?
Because we don't have like infinite amounts of time, I'm guessing. You probably don't want to
Well,
watch.
I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was over.
I'll defend Candace that it's always good to have more time on clips, but I'll also agree with Andrew that you're on a show, and it would be kind of rude to be like, hey, let's play this 10-minute video of Candace talking. Everyone shut up. Let's play the video of Candace talking. Like, in the middle of a debate.
Overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting
Well,
me to
there's no
respond to
doctor in
it.
anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right.
Yes,
That what you're actually
yes,
saying
I
is
do
that
believe
Erica is just complicit in believing it.
when I re-examine her actions backward, because I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him, and I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that for sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly. She told me some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, you go, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler.
Yeah, let's go back.
So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and get some.
Right. Be complicit in anything.
I do.
Are
believe,
you saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right. But so
Her opinion is that. All right. So that was a good point to pack it up to. So she just stated that her belief is that Erica Kirk doesn't actually believe Tyler Robinson murdered her husband. That's just her opinion. Oh, okay, I mean, look, everyone's got opinions. It doesn't mean it's a good one.
when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it
No
seem like I
strategy.
said
You
she
can
was
explain
complicit.
everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why? And
You could elaborate your point, and I feel like you elaborated yourself quite clearly, even though you tried not to. An interesting time to pause it.
Because
When-
we don't have like infinite amounts of time, I'm guessing. You probably don't want to
Well,
watch.
I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your your claim that
So instead of defending her points or clarifying or elaborating her points from the video and what she may or may not have meant by her statement in the video, she then attacks the fact that he would even bring up a clip. Okay. Like that's just, I'm sorry, that's just not a way to convince me that Andrew's wrong about anything. If he pulls up a clip and it's out of context, sure, but like explain how it might be out of context.
there was overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting
Well,
me to
there's no
respond to
doctored-
it.
There was nothing doctored there. That's a sad attempt to play victim again.
Anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right.
Yes,
That what you're actually
yes,
saying
I
is
do
that
believe that
Erica is just
Erica was
complicit in believing it.
when I re-examined her actions backward, because I did not have this perspective of her at
Mm-hmm.
the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him, and I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't.
Look, I don't agree with her doing that, but that's absolutely her choice and her decision. Who are you to make that claim? Like Chris said in the chat, why not play the whole thing? Maybe because you ramble for 42 minutes before ever making a point, Candace. Exactly. But he also said, wait a second, a Christian forgiving him is a problem? Yeah, as far as I'm aware, I've seen many cases of gruesome attacks happening to people's family members and even children, and forgiving the perpetrator to the point of giving them hugs. Do I agree with that? No, but like it's a religious belief in forgiveness, and I can respect that in the very least. So it's just ridiculous to be like, you have no. She's basically saying that she doesn't have the right to do that, and I'm gonna hold her to the same standard that she holds Andrew. What she's essentially saying is that she can't do that.
Address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that for sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly. She told me some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, you go, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told by Charlie. We can find that,
In
I'm
the
sure.
meeting with her.
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, and I don't know who to trust at the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like I didn't know. I didn't want to.
So she went in with her own preconceived notions about everything that was going on. She was hoping. Let's get this straight. We'll back it up just so that Candace can say for it myself. Iron Man, I don't know where he's at. Why don't you go ask him, man? Man, I'm just here vibing. But what's called what she's saying here is, God damn it, I lost my train of thought. Let's have her go back.
A list of lies that we've been told by Charlie. We can find that.
Okay, I just remembered. So I'll let her speak for herself. But she went in with her own preconceived notions about everything that had happened with Charlie Kirk. And what she decided that she was going to do, or not what she was going to do, what she was hoping was going to happen, was that she was going to go in, talk to Erica Kirk, and Erica Kirk was just going to come out with the whole conspiracy, be like, oh my gosh, the organization is so unsafe right now. I feel like I can't even speak up. Like something and insane like that. That's basically what she's saying. And she's like, none of that happened. Yeah, maybe because none of it happened. Crazy.
Whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told by Charlie. We can find that,
In
I'm
the
sure.
meeting with her.
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, and I don't know who to trust at the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and Erica?
Not very close.
So there's not a relationship.
No, I would say it's totally normal. Like, it's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is.
This is PBD injecting his own questions into the conversation again because he's curious because he's heard his own conspiracies apparently that I'm pretty sure he's covered on his own show where Candace and Charlie had this relationship and now she's spiteful and wants to go after Erica. Like, PBD, shut the fuck up, dude. I don't care about Candace's and Charlie's relationship prior to this.
Our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I've been pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building at home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie? Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
This is just such a ridiculous moment from PBD. Physic in the chat has an excellent point, and I have to completely agree. He should have been locking her down on questions. As a moderator of a debate, your job is to make sure that they're not talking over each other and that they stay on topic. Your job as a moderator is not to ask them questions with follow-up questions. And, oh, hang on, a person that's here to debate. I have a question.
I was, engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erica and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage. So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of his wing woman throughout that phase. And I was just happy. And I never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious, I really need to get to know this person. And so it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending any time getting to know Erica per se.
So the complicit part about Erica to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
it transformed when she lied.
you can take the lead? I'm just asking questions.
Yes.
If you want to
I
go for it.
I actually don't. I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah. So when I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband, would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, the guest has arrived. Let's pull him up here. Hang on. I got to turn off his auto gain. He's going to yell at me. Hello, Mr. Cannoli.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure.
I got to turn off the
I
auto
didn't get
gain.
my
Hang on.
haircut.
You were supposed to go get a haircut?
I didn't get it. It was closed. I literally got there like 3 minutes late.
Well, that's unfortunate.
That's what I get for trying to be respectful and cleaning my hair before I go to the place. I should have just showed up all greasy and shit.
Neurodivergent said you're going to crash the show.
No, I'm here to play spot up shooter. I'm not here to be ball dominant.
So what we were just talking about is Andrew has just trapped Candace in the claim that Erica Kirk is involved, and she wouldn't clarify what she meant by that, and she finally gave a clarification for it. Her claim is that Erica Kirk is involved in the conspiracy that Tyler Robinson is 100% guilty, slam dunk. That's her claim. That's what she meant by she's involved.
All right, so can you like in like 3 minutes catch me up on everything that I missed? There probably wasn't really that much substance to any of this, though, so I assume it shouldn't be that difficult. Can you?
No, so basically, Candace keeps deflecting a lot of questions. I think Andrew is failing at pinning her down on a lot of different questions throughout the debate. He gets her on points when it comes to like the fingerprints and the DNA and the evidence that we have for Tyler Robinson, and she shifts the goalpost or changes the topic, and he allows her to do it.
Right. Why do you guys think? I want to ask a practical question now that I'm here. Why do you guys think? Well, I'm not saying you're not practical, but why do you think Candace has taken this route? I feel like she wasn't like this until. Do you think Charlie Kirk's assassination just fucking broke her?
I don't know. And then you have PBD ruining the flow. So where we just left off is PBD ruining the flow of the debate by asking
hate-
Candace questions about her relationship with Charlie. He asked her about her relationship with Charlie. This is where we are. This is where, before we brought you in. This is exactly what just was said. And it's coming off of that. So PBD just asked her, what was your relationship with Charlie before the assassination? She explains that. Then he goes on to ask, did you ever go on a double date with Charlie and Erica?
Okay.
Like random
Now, is
fucking
that-
questions.
Is that the question that Cyber Valkyrie said was a valid question, or was that a different question?
That's her jam. So why she's being so literal also is retarded.
A little bit.
Where was that one? I actually
Around
think
the time
PBD's
I popped
question
in.
was valid. I don't think it was a valid
Which
question.
one though? Like which one is she referring to?
Yeah, if you're referring to like what the relationship was, I don't agree that it was a valid question. It seemed a little off topic because she's answering questions about how she came to the conclusion that Erica Kirk is involved in the cover up or the conspiracy involving her husband, and her answer is yeah, and so her answer wasn't good. And my point was that, and what I've been saying is PBD, instead of asking questions, should be holding her to topics.
I don't like PBD. I think he's a false prophet in the movement. I think he's here to just. I mean, he even explains his business acumen. I think he's here to just make opportunities off of the chaos.
I've said it repeatedly. I think everyone at the PBD podcast is a bunch of meatheads. I mean, there's people that have gone on the people in his circle have gone on Piers Morgan and they just made themselves look like fools. It's ridiculous.
All right, physics confirmed it was about that. Okay, interesting. I mean, so let me ask this question though: is there like any legs to the fact that there was like maybe some like Candace secretly wanted to be with Charlie type shit, like, because that sounds like a conspiracy to me too. Like that's the other side sort of flipping on her.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, that's also a conspiracy, and that's another reason I don't like the questioning from PBD, because it's tying into that conspiracy narrative where they had some sort of relationship, and I don't like that conspiracy either. I've seen no basis for that.
It also sort of allows her to like stop talking about what she's being pressed on too, because now she can kind of like flip to
another opportunity for her to shift topics. Yep.
Yeah, she could act all sassy black woman on him.
I wonder what Charlie would think if he knew that his close friend Candace was actually trying to make the kids lose both their mother and their father by accusing the mother of being involved. Yeah, I mean, the whole thing is just ridiculous. She hasn't made any convincing claims. She hasn't presented any convincing evidence the entire debate so far, Joey. I mean, I've been going for what, 5 hours now. I keep pausing constantly because I'm addressing like everything point by point almost. And I said last time that I think both of them look bad in the debate, but what I meant by Andrew looks bad is he doesn't do a good job of holding her to certain topics where he could have forced her to concede. Like she gave no concession. She was forced to give no concessions at any point in any of the, like, he did a good job of presenting the evidence, but he did not do a good job making her hold to that evidence and admitting that that's factual. Like she conceded no point.
You think she's using the reasonable doubt thing to sort of
Joey, she said that there is a 0% chance that Tyler Robinson did anything.
Well, that's quite reasonable in the other way.
Yeah, so in other words, she's 100% convinced that he's a patsy. Like that's her. That is her mission statement from the beginning of the podcast. Her mission statement is Tyler Robinson didn't fire the killing shot and that he's a patsy.
All right, so Cyber says it's not a conspiracy. Anyone who knows conservative news space and okay, I see where you're coming from. Okay,
I mean, it could be true in like the back circles, but
think about it like in our think about
I know.
Like,
I immediately thought of that stuff.
Think about the shoulders we bumped on and that shit happening on such a small level. It's very possible that it happens on a bigger level.
It's entirely possible. I haven't seen evidence of that, and necessarily there would be because it would be like private DMs no one would be sharing.
Right. So maybe she has more experience on the ground of like seeing it like in person or something because she seems very definitive about it. So, but
our sergeant with the $1 Rumble rant, he said exactly what Candace does the entire time: leave open-ended and vague options or opinions, and could possibly be a possibility in some universe with no evidence that supports it, like how Iron Man is Doctor Doom now.
Very
Well, there
ancient alien
actually
type of
is an
stuff.
explanation for the Doctor Doom stuff, but we're not going to go into that. As far as what he's talking about, yeah, he's absolutely right. She's giving like open-ended questions and stuff. At one point, and I'm actually going to clip it because it was so ridiculous, Joey. She's talking about just asking questions, and Andrew asked her, well, can't we ask you questions? And she does like a full 3-4 second dead air pause. And then she's like, well, who's asking the questions? Like, do I need to go to a police station or something? Like, she goes like way off the deep end with, oh no, she's being asked a question. And then she's played the victim a lot during the debate as well. We haven't gotten to the part where she's kind of made Andrew look a fool. We haven't gotten there yet. But so far Andrew has made her very much look like a fool. And my only criticism of Andrew so far at this point of the debate, we're at 2 hours and 52 minutes. My criticism of Andrew is, again, he just doesn't hold her to the topics as well as I think he should.
Okay.
But anyway, another Rumble rant from our sergeant. Also, good word from Crowder, whose team was there, and Candace had an earpiece in the entire time.
Interesting.
I think both.
We got to be
both did.
I will say though, I think we have to be careful to make sure we're not making up things about her as we combat her making up things, because that's not the way to like.
Yeah, we can't point
combat
out
that.
We can't point out that she's a hypocrite by saying that they're using hearsay in the trial and then use hearsay against her. Like, then we are the hypocrites ourselves. So just keep that in mind, folks.
Yep.
I can hear myself a little bit from you, Joey. Triggered. What is he doing? You good? Are you good? I could still, yeah, I still did.
What?
I can still hear myself.
Well, then this is a bigger problem. It has nothing to do with me.
Well, whatever. It's not that big a deal. All right, here we go.
OBS video issue, not a Joey Canola issue.
It might be. All right, that's fine. We're gonna go back to
Slacker.
the debate.
Okay.
Sure. So
Yeah.
I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're
Oh, jeez. Here, let's go
That's a
back a
good
little
start.
bit.
A good spot to jump back.
Gut feeling? You think
it transformed when she lied.
you can take the lead? I'm just asking questions.
Yes.
If
Yeah,
you want
I
to
mean, well,
interrupt,
I
go
don't-
for it.
You can take the lead. I'm just asking questions. Everyone's just asking questions. Everyone's just asking questions nowadays. So they just finished their little conversation about the double date. Now we're going into the next topic.
I actually don't I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah, so when I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband,
Yeah.
would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that
my
Erica was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So
Yeah.
I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? So
You
and what
just
and by
asked
the way,
me.
and
Like,
what dramatically transformed your opinion of
All right, it's been
Erica
fun
after,
being on this show, Tyler.
going
I
to the
already
head
can't
coach?
handle it.
You already don't want to talk about
How
this?
have you done how have you done this for 5 hours? I'm 5 minutes in and I can't do it.
Joey, it's been a fun ride. I don't know what you mean.
I need to take more edibles.
Clearly, I've been smoking the entire time. That's probably why I've been making such great points. But, but no. So Andrew's a little retarded for saying that, but it's also funny because it's just funny because she's complaining about him making a claim without evidence when she's done that the entire time.
Keep going.
First, because you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards them.
You don't think calling
Physics agrees with Andrew's statement.
somebody too retarded?
No,
Is-
come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue in cheek.
Usually when I call someone retarded, I'm being tongue-in-cheek, yeah. Like for
Yes, apparently Candace has never heard of edgy people on the internet. Like,
No, she's just being a sophist. She's
no,
just being
she is.
sophistry.
She's just trying to pinpoint something he said and take it out of,
Yeah.
not even out of context. She's just trying to use it against him.
for instance,
And that's why he answered the way he did, because he knew what she was doing.
you got supporters. I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names and called your husband bad names. Are you just you're just like, well, that's no biggie?
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think
I'm
she's
not
too,
her biggest defender.
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about
Still
the
do.
feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the
Still think
headquarters.
it's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point
Well,
USA.
I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down, and then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate.
It's like you got
training.
two people doing
That's literally what I-
cross-examinations and they both suck at it.
It's good observation, Joey. That's 4 hours of it.
I know, dude. Like they could have had me or you debate her, and we would have ruined her career because like we're not retarded. It's
Dude,
tongue-in-cheek
give me
comment, Andrew.
$300,000.
Give me $3, bro. Give me buy me lunch. What the hell?
Buy me lunch. I'll come sit down for an afternoon. Like, fucking,
Right,
what
what
the
the
hell?
fuck?
What, and that's the funny thing too, right? Is like
Pay for my ticket and like 3 nights in a hotel and
Candace is she's so insulted by being questioned that she required $300,000 to even sit down and take basic questions and still bitched about it.
we call that queen. She is the queen bee grifter, bro. She is
No, that
really
is
showing.
Dude,
She's got a black belt in grift jitsu.
Yeah, respect the game, but holy fuck, dude, that is quite the grift.
Maybe she's actually there's like some level of like she's right about all this. Like maybe the limits are just off, bro. The limiters are just fucking off. Just forget about it. Just go hard in the paint. I don't know. Maybe she's onto something. Maybe I continue. I don't want to keep talking.
Ridiculous.
I was invited there to do
Mm-hmm.
on recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay, and then you said you sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay. Is
I
that
don't
when you
know,
gave her
maybe-
the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay,
to
so
her.
at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
Oh,
that
I
you-
just reached out to TPUSA and said I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for, basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they
It's
instantly...
amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that
Candace got $300,000 because nobody would consider her credible if she passed it up, or she was offered $300,000. I guess, but again, to Joey and I's point, that's just the ultimate grift, man. Like, lie and obfuscate the truth to the point where these internet sleuths want to fucking debate you, and you're like, no, I'm not gonna have the debate. And then so they start offering you all this money, and you're like, to the highest bidder, $300K, you win. And then you go to the debate and you just dodge questions the whole time.
Try. You know how when I was growing up and I did music with my friends, I felt like we were so much better than a lot of the people that were getting rich off of it. And I'm having flashbacks.
Yeah,
I'm having flashbacks about this. Yeah, I feel very similar.
The issue, Joey, is that we're not willing to screw over enough people like they are to get.
I know
where
it
they are.
really is that, isn't it? It's like, I mean, how many people in this game are successful because they're just genuine people, or how many of them climbed over a mountain of dead bodies to get where they are? These are the the problem with the new news, the new media, as all the flapping heads called it. The problem with the new media is they have to make money the same way the old media does. These people keep giving her attention, bro. They paid her $300,000 to do a debate that nobody even cared about.
Yeah,
who cares?
If that's not incentive, I don't know what is. Like, that's absolutely incentive to keep going with my bullshit. Someone just gave me $300,000. How much more can I get?
Exactly. I mean, listen, you got all these people we've dealt with complaining about Candace Owens and the grift, and all they do is talk about it because they need to get some of that gravy train too. They got to get some of that money too. Everyone covered it. I know. That's what I'm saying.
I'm covering it now,
Stop.
Joey.
I get it because you're playing the fucking game, and I understand, and I encouraged it. But at the end of the day, the people who are at the top that have all the influence, they're the ones. It comes from the top down. People emulate success. So people who are mid-level creators and small creators, they see what the big dogs are doing, and they're like, I got to comment on that too. These people need to stop giving attention to Candace like this. You just gave her 300. You gave her $350,000 to sit down for what, 4 hours and have the worst debate of all time?
More like 3.5 because of all the ad breaks and dead air.
Crazy, man.
Almost no way Andrew didn't accept money from TP USA to pay for it. I can't make that assumption, but I would assume they gave him something. I have no basis for that. So, but at least I can admit that, unlike other people.
Perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I, just think
don't have the
I
best
feel like if I was
intentions.
going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't know
They
where
just don't have the courage to have the conversation.
Like, I don't
if they
see
were
this-
just releasing something in
Let
good
me ask you a
faith to
question.
answer
Do
questions.
you have any?
He's bringing up, I believe it was a message that he had sent to his security team that had not been released prior to this debate. He received it from TP USA, someone at TP USA, and he presented it at the beginning of the debate. So she's now complaining that she tried to talk to TP USA about evidence, and they didn't give her stuff like a basic text message to the security team. And now,
I'm sorry.
and now she's trying to make it seem like there's some grand conspiracy between Andrew and TP USA. And notice how she's doing this to obfuscate from all of the points that she's made.
Yeah, I disagree that she's going to siphon off Charlie one last time. We're still in the pre-trial, baby.
Oh yeah, no.
There's more where this came from. You bet your ass.
There's already people offering her more money. I already saw an offer from Brian Atlas of the whatever podcast, an additional $100,000 to do a follow-up debate.
At what point do we not wonder if they're all in on it together?
Yeah, they're all just fucking sending money around.
Bro, look how much money they're making off new conspiracy theory. All these creators that are in it, they all killed Charlie Kirk. Look how much money they're making off of it.
They're like, Charlie, there had to be a sacrifice. It's like that episode of South Park. They saw the famine coming, and they're like, we raised him up from childhood. We brought him to this position that he's now in, and now he has to die. He has to die so that we have a good crop for the next 4 to 8 years.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking ridiculous. She's playing into it, Joey.
Yep.
Anyway, this is where we're at. She's complaining that Andrew had conversations with TP USA.
I've never demanded. It's not evidence. You're sharing your opinion that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion that I think it's going to register as really obvious to the public. That rather than presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise.
Well,
do you think the public's not smart enough to see through that?
Do you think that if you
talking about terrible PR,
if you know that there's a huge
look at PBD in the cuck chair.
to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise.
Well,
do you think?
And that's why he's jumped in on He's jumped in at least 3 times now, Joey, to ask his own questions to Candace.
You know what it sounds like? It sounds like Andrew's unprepared, and it sounds like she's full of shit.
Kinda. Like, Andrew does have a lot of good points, but again, he just doesn't hold her to any of them.
The public's not smart enough to see through that.
Do you think that if
it's
you
talking
know
about terrible PR,
if you know that there's a huge debate that's coming up that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, "I'm taking this position. This is the position that."
He's got such a humble ego, Joey.
So do I, actually.
I feel like there's the most evidence for, and Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I definitely like take a look.
What is
It was actually amazing to me It really was
Pertinent.
actually amazing to me how if you
Got to use those big words in the debate.
What a
Approach people in
lawyer word.
good
Pertinent.
faith and just say, hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this, they actually do talk to you. It's amazing.
Yeah, I just do not believe that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization. You
Still am.
were critical of Erica, and now you're sitting here going,
Well,
Candace,
first
I
of
want to
all,
interrogate you for
have
an
you
hour
ever
and a half
been-
about
hang
everything
on,
you've
hang
ever
on.
said
Have you
about
ever been
Erica.
critical of somebody that you hadn't met?
She's been playing the victim the entire debate, Joey.
It makes sense. She's a black woman. I'm kidding.
And then you meet them and you're less critical of them?
And the inverse has happened too. I was
You're right,
less critical
exactly.
about Erica, and now I'm more
But I'm
critical about
asking
her.
you, but I'm asking you, isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of and then you've met them and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too retarded. I feel like if you think that she's dumb and you let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person that has spent time in what most people would term to be the manosphere, talking about
Kind of.
Well, yeah,
I debate against the
against feminists.
and red pillars.
Okay.
And a lot of the actual. So I'm a Christian.
He's
ethicist.
letting
Okay.
her frame the argument, and he has to defend himself constantly. Total leftist sort of tactics.
Well, and
Can
she's
you
been
stop?
she's been very successful at doing that during the entire debate to like flip it on him instead of
Strong
her
black woman.
Yeah, instead of defending her positions and her claims, he's flipping it on, or she's flipping it on him. So now he's in defense.
Take
go
the
on to
ethics
Joe
position.
Rogan and you're like soft explaining away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
Yeah, I'm actually
You're in
no.
the
This
biggest
is
of the girl boss positions. Like you don't have to do this.
Look,
You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But
I
you
don't-
still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because Erica's husband.
A comparison that cannot be compared, Joey. Let's go back. What was said? What's the comparison that can't be compared? Let's go back a minute.
Asking you, isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of and then you've met them and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too retarded. I feel like if you think that she's dumb and you let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person that has spent time in what most people would term to be the manosphere, talking about
Kind of.
well, yeah,
I debate against the
against feminists.
and red pillars.
Okay.
And
I
a lot of
debate
the
against them.
actual. So I'm a Christian ethicist. I
and then
always
you
take
go
the
on to
ethics
Joe
position.
Rogan and you're like soft explaining away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your
Now she cares about
That's
his
a
kids.
bizarre criticism. Like nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
Yeah, I'm actually no.
You're in the
this
biggest
is,
of the girl boss positions. Like you don't have to do this. You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be
He
fine,
said doo-doo.
right?
I
But you
don't-
still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because
I still don't get it.
So what she's saying can't be compared. What she's saying is that Charlie Kirk was assassinated and his widow took his position to an extent within the company, and now the children are at home, and Andrew is one of the people that argues for two-parent households and such things like that. So
Logically.
she's arguing that by supporting Erica in taking this role in the company, that he's actually supporting the children being left at home alone,
Actually,
which is ridiculous.
Well,
Your significant other
I-
builds up a company, and then they get
I
fucking gruesomely publicly executed. And then, what are you supposed to do? Just be like, yeah, sell the company?
I suppose in the sense that Candace's spouse is still alive and hers is not, that perhaps maybe that's what she's saying when she says
just
it's
said
a
it in a
comparison that
weird-
can't be compared.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that
She said
is
it like
what
she was
that's what I
reading
was getting
lines.
to. That's what I was getting to. She's saying that, so she is technically right. She just said it in a very weird way.
Erica's husband was just assassinated in front
Yeah.
of the world.
Which
The
makes sense why
parents-
she would take the organization
No,
over.
that it makes sense why you would go home to your kids. Just so you know.
Wait a second. That's bizarre.
Yeah,
You
they, 'cause
wanna
they don't.
She did. Like, what is it? What is this like? This is so weird. This notion that like, so your husband dies and then you're just never allowed to work again. Is that the argument?
Yeah.
Yeah.
have a
protect-
parent.
I
They don't have a
guess.
You wanna
parent, and they've
protect-
just suffered a trauma. You don't
Yeah.
go into the office.
You
6
want to
days later.
protect your husband's legacy,
Yeah,
right?
No,
Our sergeant said she was at home with the kids when it fucking happened.
And you're trying to find some
the
new
legacy
normal.
is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
No,
Yes, it is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to
Nope.
believe that it would be both Turning Point USA, that is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole life
I think
for
this
it.
is why people think she's sus.
and his children. Now, for you though to say that anybody's a girl boss, right? That's like the pot calling the kettle black.
That came out of your mouth.
No, that was you. You brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm telling you. That
gotta be
you
a
brought
cat
up
dad
this
and feed him.
idea
Hold
that
on.
I'm defending some feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing out that they're. By the way,
She's not qualified
always
to take over
objective-
his company.
There's always objective outliers to each situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the interesting thing here is like, I'm still just as critical of feminism inside of TPUSA as I've always been. And I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed. By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erica is underqualified from to
Perhaps.
run the organization.
Sure.
And on the more emotional aspects, I agree with what seems to be a majority opinion, because I'm not gonna say it's scientific, that any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight.
Okay, well, I understand that you can have those criticisms,
Yeah.
but I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't have
Yeah, Andrew's dead on there. I don't understand how this. So he ropes it back into how is she complicit in anything? How is she? You can have all these criticisms about what she should or should not have done after her husband's death. We all grieve in different ways. Maybe she felt like she wanted to secure her husband's legacy with his company, as well as secure her children's future by having a company that she runs and owns and makes money from. Like, it's just kind of weird that, like, you would even find it weird. It doesn't seem like a far-fetched. It's not out of the realm of things that people would or should do. Like, that's just, it's a weird criticism to lob at Erica.
have to keep answering the same question.
Okay,
so
but
let's
do you
let's
feel
get
like you
team
got
is
an answer
asking
to how
your-
it's complicit?
Your team is asking to play a clip. So if we
Okay.
want to play this clip to just finish this segment on the Erica
Your
Kirk topic,
team.
we can spend some time on that as well. So
Okay.
if you guys are ready in the back,
So he just brought it back around to how does this correlate to Erica being involved with anything? And PBD, of course, shuts it down. So
Leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erica is underqualified from to
Perhaps.
run the organization.
Sure.
And on the more emotional aspects, I agree with what seems to be a majority opinion, because I'm not gonna say it's scientific, that any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight.
Okay, well, I understand that you can have those criticisms.
Joey, do we not all grieve in different ways? Like, what kind of criticism is that to lob at someone? Like, oh, she
No.
should have done this.
Well, that's like that backseat Monday morning quarterback type stuff. Like, oh well, she should have done X, Y, and Z. We all grieve. I mean, you can't really understand someone's pain until it happens to you, and until then, you can only use comparisons that have happened to you as a way to relate. So, I mean, there's a lot of pressure on her in the sense that he just died, and then all of a sudden, the snakes are coming out of the swamp to basically get a piece of Turning Point USA as a influential avenue it was. And then she's probably got President Trump talking to her. She's probably got all these different people talking to her. It's probably incredibly overwhelming.
Yeah, so it's like Candace tried to say, it's a comparison that can't be compared. Like you're not Erica Kirk. She can make her own decisions. Like however she wants to grieve and cope with things. That's on her to do. She's not doing anything wrong by taking over her dead husband's company.
Right. And if Cyber Valkyrie is correct in the sense that that was the agreement, and that's the agreement, that's the husband's wishes, she's right. She's doing what the husband would want.
Yeah, so then it's ridiculous to criticize her over.
But I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't have to keep answering the same question.
Okay,
So
but
let's
do you
let's
feel
your
like you
team
got
is
an answer
asking-
to how
your-
it's complicit?
Your team is asking to play a clip. So if we
Okay.
want to play this clip to just finish this segment.
So instead of holding her to a topic, which Andrew tries to hold her to a topic, hey, do you think she's answered? PBD sidesteps that and says, hey, your team wants to play a clip.
On the Erica Kirk topic, we can spend some time on that as well. So
Okay.
if you guys are ready in the back, we're ready.
And causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a pet and explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. That ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables. They panicked. That was what then, that's why Terrell's nervous on the phone with me. Again, this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay. They panicked. It's the
Clearly.
reason Erica had to step out. Once that's why she would have gotten on the phone with Terrell so quickly, because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive, oh, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged it. He spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
So do you
Nope.
believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
I mean,
Probably
new
to get to where the clip
conspiracy.
is.
New conspiracy. She the dream she had was actually an alternate reality. So she thinks it's all true, but it's just another alternate
It's- yeah,
reality
it's just
where this
something-
could have happened.
It's just something that happened out in the multiverse.
Because fuck, like sometimes it's just like she's just like sticking to my guns, and it's like, man, even like the biggest conspiracy people like change the story whenever they start grifting towards the new news, you know.
Well,
Guess
and
not.
instead of addressing the point, she says, oh, hey, why do you start clips in the middle of sentences? And we've said this during the whole thing. I don't know, Candace, maybe because you spend 45 minutes before you actually get to your claim. Like, it's kind of hard to not start you off in the middle of your sentence when you have run-on sentences.
She's like a football team trying to hold until the last minute instead of, continuing to be aggressive.
No, it doesn't
Playing
seem
not
that way,
to
because
lose.
you can always start a clip at
Yeah.
the beginning of a sentence. Like, you're just it's completely out of context.
Wait, I
But
didn't.
yes,
I didn't
so
prepare the
in
clips, but
yeah, I think
that's-
like,
I
it's
didn't.
like you
But
were
it's
kinda
fine to
ready.
ask it to back
Like
it up.
I said, I don't need to say what's happening here because the internet will clock it. But in this episode, we
And I'm clocking that you're not addressing anything.
are now going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative theories. I made it very clear that this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe, because I don't have every episode on my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in
I
the
do.
car, the photos of what was in the car,
Mm-hmm.
right?
You do what, Joey?
I remember, for the most part, if I said something on an episode and like you bring it up to me and I see a clip from it, I'm gonna exactly remember where I was for that episode.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
what I
you know
find
what I mean? Like-
interesting. Yeah, like
Right.
when you have clips of me and I'm watching them, I'm like, oh shit, I remember that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like
How
when
is
when I
she-
see the bike lane stuff, I'm like, yep, I remember that.
Like, I can't name
Right.
the exact episode, but I could be like, yeah, I remember vaguely what happened in that conversation. So,
Mhm.
and that's something she's done multiple times during this, Joey, because this isn't the first time Andrew's pulled up clips of her. She's complained a few times about him pulling clips out of context. But like you have just pointed out and acknowledged, you and I, we do shows. If I see a clip of myself, I can, in the very least, elaborate around what was shown in the clip and maybe explain what I was trying to convey. She doesn't even try to explain what she was trying to convey.
Does she even do like as many shows as we do a week? Like, and she's
I don't
it's
know.
all overproduced and like reworked and scripted. Probably not even live half the time or most of the
I have no
time.
idea. I
She
don't watch
can't remember-
Candace.
Whatever. I don't watch anything honestly, other than like you
Yeah.
and fucking other people once in a while.
So she's explaining. So now she'll go into explaining the clip, hopefully.
And so
Yeah.
we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that we are see a bunch of shattered Rode microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I say at the beginning of the episode, like it was just not my expertise, and I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now introducing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically exploring it,
and
that's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they like pull up random clips and they're like,
just making
"What's
sure.
this? What's this?" You watch the episode, you
I'm
know
just
what it is.
trying to make sure. Do you think that your alternative theory?
I think John Bray's theory should be explored. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility. Yes.
Okay.
And it
good.
should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work, and I think that that's why that theory is now starting to gain steam since we released the second set of the photos of what was in the car. I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the explosives too.
Mm-hmm.
What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times,
Mm.
and the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. there's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos when the shot rings out that kills Charlie.
Yeah, you and I saw all the videos that were going out that day during our show. There was at no point was there a poof.
Wasn't happy about seeing any of them, by the way.
No, I was not. I was quite traumatized by seeing a lot of those.
I like the fact that when I see the life leave somebody, I'm not used to it, and I don't ever want to get used to it.
I like the fact that most murders are not in 4K because that was fucking horrifying to watch in 4K.
Mm-hmm. Just think that they'll have AI enhanced footage like they do with JFK's assassination soon.
No, thank you.
Already. God, have you ever seen that? The AI enhanced. Oh my God.
No, I'm okay.
Ugh.
At least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually.
But yeah, in regards to the explosion though, it's just never made sense. It is just never the explosion
It's
theory
like
has
the
never
fucking
made sense.
stupid magic bullet theory shit. Like it's retarded.
Yeah, when they're like it came from the other roof actually, or it
Yeah,
came
it's
from
a-
the audience. I don't.
With people who lead you astray. So I won't say conspiracies, and I won't say people who run the mainstream media. People who would seek to lead you astray always want you to believe the most fantastical coincidence.
Absolutely.
Like looking up towards where the gun is being fired. They're looking away for where the sound is. Like, where's the actual explosion?
Well, for every person that you say looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have former Marines that have gotten on and said, it looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt, right? You obviously saw.
Right. What have I said about
Rob
people who say
O'Neill
right too much?
Go on to
Right.
to
They're
I'm
right,
forgetting
right.
which
They're full of
platform it
right
was, where he
shit.
said it's the first thing I thought was it looked
Rob
like.
O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin
Yeah,
Laden.
and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw. We should actually, since they're pulling clips,
You're gonna love
we should
this,
run
Joey.
that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what
And
he
that's fine.
observed and his experience.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna take that, and also there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to like my first episode when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? It doesn't make sense to me. And I'm
That's
not.
because of air dispersal from the bullet. So whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can.
She's talking about when you slow down the video of Kirk being shot, you can see his shirt ripple.
No shit. You're getting hit with something at a high velocity.
Yeah. Hey Joey,
I've been hitting it.
what are you gonna feel first? Are you gonna feel the bullet, or are you gonna feel the wind that it's pushing?
Well, no, it's not even the wind that it's pushing. You know what it is? Let me tell you what it is. If someone throws something at me and I reflex, my body moves. When my body moves, my clothes move.
That too.
When you get shot in the fucking neck, your body, it has a tendency to move.
Well, no,
And
they're
especially when you're getting hit with something that's moving super fucking quick.
No, they're saying that before the bullet struck him, you can see the shirt move. And what Andrew's explaining here is that it's wind dispersal. It's from the bullet traveling, like you said, at a high speed. It's moving the air. Like, soldiers have explained this when they're in conflicts in like Afghanistan and shit. They talk about they could feel the heat and the wind of the bullets passing by them.
Right, but just not just that though. Like you like before he has any time to like consciously react, his ears are gonna hear a fucking gunshot go off, and instinctively that's gonna make you fucking move too. It's gonna make you jump, or it's gonna make you turn in the general
so many
direction.
explanations.
Right, like
the explanation that
what is this, like Nintendo 64 graphics? Like your shirt just never moves, and every time I'm doing something, my fucking shirt is moving, bro.
And it's crazy how there's an explosion under the shirt, but the shirt's undamaged. Yeah,
that's because it was a
and the wound
Louis
is in the
Vuitton.
neck. The wound is in the neck.
Yeah.
Because earlier in this, Joey, we
Sorry.
went over the preliminary trials medical examination, and they even
this
describe
fucking cat.
an injury that goes into his neck. So, okay, there was a theory that his shirt was moving and there was an explosion. Okay, how did the explosion go from his chest to his fucking neck? It
You
was a
see the nanobots
projectile.
inside of his veins.
It was a magic projectile that popped a Yui halfway through the tent.
Some sort of magic bullet theory.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
Actually, run this experiment
Yeah.
yourself if you have a rifle.
Mhm.
Take like an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table, and then fire it near the muzzle, and that box will actually blow off the table.
Okay, so
Are you trying to get me killed?
question for you. Does that box go sideways off a table?
It can.
It can.
Yeah, you can. It depends on the
You,
dispersal.
you 3,000 pounds of energy or
Yeah.
2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well,
a
it's not
30-06.
2,000 pounds of energy.
Well, we can.
She's
fact check
wrong
that.
on
How
that,
many-
but yeah.
how many pounds of energy
We
is
can
it?
fact
A
check that.
30-06 being shot 150 yards away. That's
I
a
don't-
great question for Grok. I'm gonna say when we looked at it, it was between 1,500 and 2,000. I'm pretty
I
sure.
have a pellet gun,
Pounds of energy coming
and
at you,
if
and you
I
just go upward and to the
put
side.
my
I don't really buy
gun
that.
up
I'm
against a
gonna- I'm
can
gonna
on the
just say,
table,
I just
it's gonna
think
blow the
that that's
gun.
not
Yeah,
It's
right,
gonna
but-
blow the
possible.
can
It
off the
doesn't go
table
through
before
on
the
top of
bullet
that,
hits
so it's
it.
another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. You didn't
But
go
if
through.
air is-
But I also want to say that you're saying this
Yeah.
can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Oh, now
And
she's doing the fucking.
well, because he's actually
Now she's doing the experts thing. The
credentialism, yeah.
experts, yeah. Oh boy, we're starting to see the patterns, bro. If you can't see the patterns, I'm sorry, can't help you. I notice patterns. That's my specialty. I'm a black belt in pattern noticing.
That's our crime.
shot
Yeah.
and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Well,
Did he
because
slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if their clothes moved?
well, why are you able to assert your position as a fact?
Because I'm gonna tell you how projectiles work. He's not even gonna I guarantee you, this guy's not even gonna disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass, and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
What?
Not
I'm
only am I
sorry.
not BSing, I'm
think-
telling you the
you're just-
truth.
no,
If a bullet
I
is
think
moving,
Whoa, Joey, are you telling me that things can move the air? What's a fan, bro?
Like an airbender.
Dude, you ever heard of a fan? Those don't exist. Propaganda.
The only fan.
That's where she's headed. That's what someone said earlier in the chat.
Oof. Wow, I thought that's probably where Ashley St. Clair was heading to.
Oof.
They
One
could
of
do
your
like a
air
has
collabo
to-
for $300,000.
I don't know. Maybe some of the people from Timcast are headed there too. Anyway,
move out of way of
Okay.
bullet.
But maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that. I'd like to say, for the record, I've watched some of you do these sorts of things where you assert something with a lot of confidence, and it's
You can fact check
my
it's
it.
God.
your
Fact check if
shirt-
bullets displace air.
not about whether it displaces air. It's
by the way, Joey, she's
Wait,
complaining.
are you on YouTube, Tyler?
I am, but I don't care.
Never mind.
Um,
No, I'm not doing that then.
Joey, she's complaining about things out of context and like not being able to fact check. They have 3 people in the background the entire time. They could look up anything they need to look up.
Ooh. I
That's-
like that conspiracy, Cyber Valkyrie. Maybe
That-
Israel really is involved and Charlie Kirk faked his death and is now in witness protection. And that's why Erica is so quick to forgive. That's all as viable as anything Kansas is saying, and it's more interesting, infinitely more
Yeah,
interesting too.
and you know what? There's more evidence for that, Cyber Valkyrie, because Joey, at the beginning of the stream, we actually covered a letter that I had not previously seen that Charlie had sent to the Prime Minister of Israel, talking about improving the image of Israel within the United States and how he could work to do that.
You know how you can work to, I don't want to make it about Israel, but you can work to improve your image by, I don't know, maybe taking the fucking boot off the neck once in a while.
Maybe not
Anyway.
killing your neighbors. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe not trying to involve us in a war and then gaslight us for the reasons. Maybe just try that once in a while, like chill out for a decade, give us some time to fucking breathe, man.
But again, that has more weight behind it than anything
does.
Candace has said.
It really do.
Where it dispersed the air. It was underneath his shirt here.
It's not underneath the shirt.
The bullet's this big, and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck,
Candace,
and then
it's not
it is
underneath
beneath
the
his
shirt.
The
It
shirt
starts
puffs.
up here, and the collar's moving, and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah.
That's not true.
It's not.
And we
the-
obviously
the
can't show that
idea-
clip. I disagree with you.
Okay, I understand you can't show.
She's just wrong here, and that's why she even said it. We can't show the clip here. Yeah, because it's gruesome and horrifying, and it'll also show that you're wrong. Like Joey said, you get hit, and then you react, and then the wind dispersal and everything. Like, it's just so ridiculous.
Dude, like if like my cat had hands and he threw something at me and it hits me here, I'm gonna go like, and then my shirt's gonna go, because that's how physics works. Well, not the person in chat, but
Especially if you're
that's how
outside and you're getting
physics
hit.
works.
Joey, now imagine getting hit by something that is not only killing you, but it's traveling at like what 3,000 feet a second.
I've been like somebody's thrown a baseball like the whole length of a park before, and I was so drunk I didn't feel it. But like I would hit in the back of the fucking head with it. It's probably why I'm so retarded. And it's like you get hit with the back of the head like that, and you project forward, your shirt's gonna move. Unless you got the skinniest, tightest shirt on imaginable, which
So for
Charlie
TOS
didn't have on.
Right.
Purposes,
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
fine.
I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate it.
I don't
Whether
wanna
or
watch
not
that again.
It was the first thing I said was, why is his shirt moving first? That didn't make sense to me. It almost looks just like this. It goes across. His necklace breaks first before Charlie even reacts. If you watch it in
No, Cyber Valkyrie, I'd much rather you get the 300K anyway.
slow, his necklace breaks first, which I thought was very odd. And then you see a puff here, and then the next thing you know, there's a.
She's got to give us
there's
at
the,
least some of
entry
that, though.
You see
wound
smoke?
I
on
need
his
at least a
neck.
third.
I would not confidently assert
need
that
about
I see
350.
smoke. I've never said it on my
Do you
platform.
think that an explosion generally has smoke?
I don't think that there's any quality version of video that would get us to be able to answer that question other than
Okay, this again, she's just lying because we have 4K video. There's no explosion.
You know what's not 4K? That fucking video you made me watch the other day.
Which one?
That stupid ass lopsided surveillance footage that looked like it was filmed in the 1960s in Technicolor.
I wasn't telling you to. I was telling you to read it.
No, I just thought about it, bro. I thought about it, like, because you showed it on the show, and she was like, unequivocally. And I'm like, unequivocally? You don't know what that word means.
Anyway, I lost my train of thought here. What was she saying?
Sorry.
smoke. I've never said it on my
Nothing.
Do you think
platform.
that an explosion generally has smoke?
Okay, so that's what I was gonna say. We began this portion of the topic with her saying that this is just a conspiracy theory that she explored, and now she seems to be vehemently defending it for a conspiracy theory that she was just exploring. Did you notice that, Joey, or is it just me?
That she's.
She said
Repeat the
it's just
question?
she said it's just a conspiracy theory that she was just exploring and didn't like.
She's doing okay.
But
yeah,
now
yeah,
she's defending it.
right. Well, she explored it, and now she's like, you know what? She might have convinced herself on it. I've done that one time or two. I'd be like,
But
"Yeah,
she's
I'm just
talking
asking
about
questions and
it's
like,
the
wait a
one the conspiracy is that Charlie was that they had an explosion on his
oh
microphone.
god,
Come on, I mean,
so fantastical. Sometimes the simplest solution is the thing.
that's what we were saying earlier. Occam's razor, just like sometimes the least amount of assumptions.
Now, in fairness, though, the globalists do take advantage of that principle. But all things considered, let's look at the landscape. Let's look at the game board. Let's look at the box score. The box score is leftists wind up their audience and get them to have general frustrations with the system. They make them think that everything is at the tipping point, and now it's their duty to do something about it. So they sort of manifest this sort of anger and behavior so they can have random terror cells do shit. All these trans shooters are basically that. They've activated something inside them to let them know that they're trying to take your rights and your life away. You have to do something about it, but they're not given direct orders. So there's the simplest solution makes the most sense here. This guy was willing to be a fall guy based off all the text messages that we saw when it first started to come down. Either he did it or he wants to take claim for it. It doesn't matter to me. Bury them all with a fucking 6 feet deep for all I care if they want to take credit for doing stuff like this. You know, there's a reason why everything is so difficult right now, and it's when you get talking heads who make it seem like everything is the end. Once you keep doing that fear mongering, you're going to keep pushing people to start doing stuff like this, and that's exactly what their plan is.
Well, and then you have her pushing narratives like that the Robinson family is all of a sudden. I was talking to you about this the other day. Now that I've rewatched this, Joe, and we've been breaking it down point by point, do you know what her evidence is for the Robinson family has actually denied all these claims that they turned their son in and whatsoever, that he did this and whatever? You know what her proof?
Like a Facebook message or some shit?
An anonymous source within the Robinsons family.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's how she knows.
Yeah, that's
trust me, bro.
Like just from me being in here, I'm already on strike 4.
You're already on strike 4. What does that mean?
Strike 4 of like noticing the Marxist patterns that one goes through in the course of having dialect with another human being. That type of behavioral pattern of just using leftist tactics, I guess, is the easiest way for me to explain it.
Well, as someone, multiple people, I believe, have said in the chat now, she was a leftist and she never was not a leftist. But look, we had a big tent. We included
leftists
under this tent.
A lot of people, though. You could say that about a lot of people. I mean, like even Beanie Boy uses those types of methods when he debates people. You know, he does a lot of the misrepresentation. He'll do the gotcha moments, and experts only matter when it's something he's arguing in favor of. You know, they're a lot of people are leftists. You know why a lot of them are leftists, though, is because real people who have real values that they claim to have, they don't seek the spotlight like this. So that's why you almost have to be some sort of a leftist to even get into these realms. Like, it would take a very exceptional person who's a constitutionalist, principled person to be in these positions and rub shoulders with 95% of these people are just full of shit.
No, absolutely. And again, I've been trying to look at this whole thing from an unbiased perspective. I've repeatedly said if I have any bias, it's actually in favor of Candace over
But
Andrew.
I've told you too. I completely understand where the people who support Candace are coming from. I do. There's no trust in the system, and they're not going to believe anything. They've defaulted themselves to that no matter what. They will not believe anything. And that's that. So I get where they're coming from, but you got to be able to understand how to chop up that nuance, man. If you can't chop up that nuance, then you're basically a sellout for big plays. So every time someone does some like a hesitation move, you're going to go jumping in the air to try to block the shot. And he's not actually doing anything. He's going to get by you and he's going to score. Very simple. Sorry, I keep comparing things to sports, man.
No, you're fine.
I know you're probably like, woo.
Actually, I used to play basketball in school, but that's besides the point.
There you go.
Even though I'm short as hell, I could jump. I got hops. Anyway.
Nice. Not anymore, but.
Fuck you. Yeah, I can.
I don't think that there's any quality version of video that would get us to be able to answer that question other than Terrell's 4K footage that he has from the front. So
there's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a similar, if not the same type of explosive that was used inside the pagers that would have been used inside of this road mic.
I think that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months, and ask those sorts.
He paid $300,000 to debate you, lady.
Man,
questions of how she.
Man, what?
I just like I don't even know what to say. Like, I'm almost like, what's even the point of being a streamer? I'm just gonna become like a reality TV star or some shit. Just
you were saying it last night.
Turn my brain off.
Yeah, you just gotta start drama. Just gotta start fucking drama. Like, fuck you, Joey.
Bro.
You're a piece of shit.
Fuck you, Tyler, man. I don't even want to be on this show right now. You a bitch. You a bitch.
It's all fucking scripted. That's it, Tyler. I'm publishing your script.
Yeah, I'm publishing Tyler's script. All the people he's been arguing with on Twitter, it's all fake. It's not real. They're actually friends. They play video games together all the time. It's all fake.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Oh, jeez.
Candace would be great on Ancient Aliens. Actually, Kansas, what happened with the bullet was it hit the femur of Charlie Kirk and it bounced up and it hit the microphone, which is what's causing the explosion that you claim to see. And it was really sent down from the radiation of the sun by the Anunnaki.
Joey, but that's all hearsay.
No, it's actually not. If you read the hieroglyphs inside of the pyramids, it really details in crystal clear hieroglyph exactly what we're dealing with here.
Joey, no, just no. I don't see Candace Owens being good at this.
Well, she has to be scripted, so she'll be fine.
She can't even handle questions. So if you started questioning her about her beliefs on the Anunnaki and stuff like that, she'd get upset.
Oh, right. Well, how could you say the Anunnaki don't exist? They actually do exist. I have a
Actually.
text message from the leader. the ancient Emperor Thoth has texted me. I have his number. You could see it if you want, but I don't want to have to publish it. It's an anonymous source.
The Illuminati had a meeting with the KKK, and after the meeting, they all got together and they actually messaged me telepathically.
Oh, I got it. Another show idea, Tyler. Ancient Aliens.
They came to me in a
Owens
dream,
edition.
Joey. I spoke with the
me in a
council in a
dream.
dream, and they told me this is what happened. This is what needed to be done.
I spoke to the Council of Nine inside my dream, and they told me, "Go, young woman, you must." Oh, let me stop. Okay.
All right, let's see where the because we still haven't gotten to the debate yet, where she's made Andrew look
Oh
like
my
a bit of a
God.
fool. Joey, I was telling you because you're like,
I really
"Oh,
underestimated
you'll
this.
be done soon. You'll be done soon," is what Joey messaged me. This fucker.
I feel like we haven't gotten through anything. We've probably gone through like 3 minutes.
Joey, I have an hour left in the video.
Abakar says Candace Owens looks like an ancient alien.
We're continuing.
Charge would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the car, and I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this, and I think he has debated a ton of people actually regarding this topic. So that's the route that I would send you on. For
Yeah, that's fine. That's fair.
For the purposes of my show, I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's two clips your team wants to show.
In other words, she believes it's a legitimate theory that something exploded and killed him.
One of them is the Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
Don't worry,
Another
we're
ad break.
skipping
dude.
through
it's
it.
It's like we're watching like pro boxing or something.
Joey, the
There's
first
45 minutes between every round.
The first, let's see, 25 minutes. About 25 minutes is dead air. Oh, sorry. The first 25 minutes is dead air. And this, I believe this is going to be the now third or fourth ad break. And each ad break is about 7 to 9 minutes.
Well, our sergeant in the chat said skip to the 30-minute mark. You'll thank me later is what he said. But Tyler's not going to do that. He's going to suck in every ounce of everything.
That was the
sounded-
plan. Because I don't want to take it. I don't want anyone to claim that I'm taking anything out of context, because at the end I'm gonna give my analysis of how I felt the debate go, how it went.
Actually, Tyler, if you didn't watch the advertisements, then you don't understand why they're arguing the positions that they're arguing, bro.
Okay, so
Catch them on Rumble Premium watching the ads.
I'm gonna go back so that we can play this clip. What is PBD saying?
I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's two clips your team wants to show. One of them is the Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
Can we stop making shitty people famous?
A lot of things.
What, Joey?
I said, can we stop making untalented, shitty people famous?
No, impossible. Andrew Wilson sold no ads on the Crucible live stream, but he did have a GoFundMe to help him pay for the 300K, to be fair.
It bothers me. About
Which the quartering gave $5,000 to.
Well, at least he didn't buy more
nothing-
takeout.
And good to see you, General Holt. A lot of things bother me. It bothers me about this. Nothing in particular, and it's not like I'm out there saying big lie or conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a
I've
shirt
killed
move like
people.
That looks like an explosion to me.
Because he's been in war. He's a veteran.
Yeah, I know. It's just the way he said it. Been around the block once or twice, killed some people.
Our sergeant said he gave $10 to the donation for Andrew Wilson.
The fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up. And then, I mean, I've been told they paved it over a couple days later. And then you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but then she can't.
Oh, give me a
forgive
second
Candace
with this.
Owens.
Give me a second with this alleged dude. She was on stage in front of 80,000 people with the most important people in the country backstage. She was obviously she probably didn't write every aspect of that shit, but secondly, like she was trying to portray that we're not going to feed in to the hatred that killed Charlie Kirk. Like let's stop misrepresenting the "I forgive you but don't forget" thing. Okay, it was all metaphorical. It was poetic, romantic language. It's
also a religious thing.
Yeah, that too.
Which we did address it earlier, but yeah, thank you for saying that, Joey, because it's a completely personal. It's 100% personal decision to do that.
Come up, just come up.
For having an opinion or asking questions, and they mock people by saying, "Oh, I'm just asking questions." Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to ask.
He's actually said very.
Okay, he literally said fucking nothing in that clip from the Candace team. What did he say there? That he's what did we get from that, Joey?
I've never seen a shirt move like that.
I've never seen a shirt move like that. I've killed a lot of people up close, and Candace forgave the suspected killer, or not Candace. Erica forgave the suspected killer.
Make that a rap lyric. Be like, "Damn girl, never seen them pants move like that. Move like that. Move like that."
I'm pretty sure that is a lyric, Joey.
Probably is.
I'm guarantee you.
Probably
I've heard a song
replace
like that.
pants with ass.
But anyway, so yeah, very little, as Andrew said, very little was shown in that clip that the Candace team just shared.
Little about the explosive there. So
I'm
he
just saying he observed. He said he's shot people up close, and he's never seen a shirt move like that, and it looked to him like an explosive. That's what he just said.
But when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming this, right? If I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation, and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like 5 minutes.
I mean, that's an excellent point, right, Joey? Like this guy's saying, like, "Oh, I've never seen a shirt move like that. I've killed people closer than the camera." Haha. Are you like looking for little details like that? Like, "Oh my, when I shotgunned that guy in the chest, his clothes rippled." Are you?
No, there was blood squirting everywhere, and they're like, "Oh my god, his shirt hasn't moved yet." Oh, come on, bro. You can't possibly want to eat more. Come on.
Joey's got to deal with this fat cat. But anyway, we'll carry on while he does that.
Minutes ago, you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's if you slow it down, the disbursement of.
Okay, so she's arguing against it like as if that disproves the claim, which is ridiculous. Again, I'm trying to look at this from an unbiased perspective. If Andrew says something stupid, I'm going to point it out. I'm going to be pointing some stupid things out that he says very, very soon. We're getting in the last hour. We're getting there. But Candace is saying that both can't be true. It can't be both true that here, let's go back.
Well, I just feel like
both can't be true that the bullet had air dispersal that caused the ripple, and that it happened so fast that you didn't see it. She tries to she tries to get you to the conclusion that those disprove each other. No, those go hand in hand. What are you talking about?
Like 5 minutes ago, you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's if you.
Joey, you just missed this. We're gonna play it back.
Put him in the room.
So Andrew's pointing out that the bullet hits Charlie Kirk so fast that the ripple would happen so quick that you don't even see it happening, especially if you're like in a conflict situation. And the Candace is about to say something so fucking ridiculous. Watch.
Yes.
Would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like 5 minutes ago you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's
So does that cancel that out, Joey? Or am
No,
I just
he's
fucking
speaking-
retarded?
I think he's right now he's speaking generally in the sense that when you are killing someone or whatever, you're not like noticing if their freaking shirt moves. What kind of-
Wait. Just to clarify, Joey, what she's saying is that she's referencing the conversation that they just had where he was talking about the bullet having air dispersal causing the ripple in the shirt, and now she's saying, oh, but now you're saying that it happens so fast that you just don't see it. She's trying to say that the earlier conversation cancels out the conversation they're having now.
But isn't that what he just said? He's like, you only see the shirts rippling when you slow it down anyway. You don't see it when it's sped up.
Yeah, and that's exactly what would happen with air dispersal because it happens very quickly. So she's trying to say that it cancels it out when they would actually go hand in hand.
Well, I gotta tell you, the average human reflexes is so bad that they tend to notice things after it's already hit them. So, yeah, nobody's gonna notice that shit happening live in person in time. Like, come on.
Especially if it's an air ripple from a bullet. Like, imagine how fast it's going.
Right.
You're not going to
Like,
see
you
that,
can't
and you're
even
not
think
looking at
fast
that.
enough.
You're not looking
You
at that. You're
can't-
looking at the man who just dropped dead in front of you.
You can't even think quick enough to react to seeing something like that. You can't just be like, "Oh shit, that air dispersed," because the time it takes you to even think that it's already it's over.
But that's why I said
Now
she-
you're not paying
she's-
attention to the shirt.
But that's why I was saying that was just ridiculous that she would even say that. Because she's saying it as if, oh, haha, why would you say that? That cancels each other out. No, that goes hand in hand with each other. That makes actually that if you follow the train of thought, that would make exact sense. The air dispersion rippled his shirt, and you can see it when you slow down the video. That makes perfect sense to me.
if you slow it down, the disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick, very, 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 very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's
over.
not what I saw, and clearly it's not what he saw, and he thinks that there could be an explosive. So I'm just saying to you,
When you,
people disagree with you. Your opinion's not a fact. That's all.
I
I
understand.
think that's a good place for us to, if we have another a break, and then we can keep answering your
Another
questions.
break.
Yeah.
Oh
I
yeah,
mean,
that's
I
right. You
think,
didn't even
We didn't even get to it, Joey.
oh my god.
Perfect. We'll do a quick 3.5 minute ad break. We'll be back for the last segment.
All right. Thank you.
So notice how they say 3.5 minutes, but it's actually not going to be 3.5 minutes. I'm going to skip through this. But what are your thoughts thus far with joining us in here, Joey?
Well, I'm thinking if you weren't on YouTube, I'd take that object that's on top of my Dragon Ball manga collection and I'd put it in my mouth and I'd pull the thing.
Simulate ending this early.
Yeah. That, yeah.
Understood.
Mhm.
Yeah. Well, how do you feel about the arguments that have been presented?
What arguments?
Question. Good question.
What is, dude? They're just having like an 8th grade fucking discussion about generic conspiracies, basically. She's throwing. I said this. I literally said this. Don't you remember me saying this as this shit started to happen? All she's doing is asking the most preliminary, basic. There's a greater conspiracy question. That's all she's doing is asking the most generic, open-ended, vague conspiracy-related questions. People have asked these same questions when 9/11 happened. People have asked these same questions about,
10-minute break, by the way.
Ugh, so it's just lying across the board here.
Yeah, that was a 10-minute ad break.
Just everyone's lying across the board. It's crazy.
So we went from for reference, everybody. We went from 3:13 to 3:23.
3.5 minutes out. I'm gonna need about tree fitting.
Need about tree feet.
So he-
it's 10
So
minutes
he is
later.
like the Loch Ness monster. He is the Loch Ness monster. He says he just needs about 350 of your time, but really he needs 10.
Yes.
Okay.
Give an inch,
Bro,
they take a
Joey, I
mile.
love you. Wait, what did you say that you love our sergeant? You didn't love me enough to. Be
Pretty
in
sure
my
everybody was
street,
distracted
I'm
by the
kidding.
loud bang and then the giant fountain of blood that shot out Charlie's neck like an old fucking faithful. That's not what I saw because it was in slow-mo and the shirt rippled very slowly. Candace, probably. Bro, Joey, I love you. Yeah, I don't know the context on it. Anyway, should we continue with the debate, Joey?
I'm gonna do my own live reenactment of Charlie Kirk getting killed, and I'm gonna just take a ketchup bottle and just like put it near my crotch and just go. "Ah!"
There's such a mess everywhere, though. Is it worth it?
Yeah, probably.
I'll give you 3K to do it, Joey. Okay, now get ready, guys, because after this break is when Andrew comes in hard. I know there is a part coming up where he kind of gets dunked on a little bit, actually. So,
Okay.
All right, fantastic. So, Andrew, if you want to go with your last couple thoughts.
Yeah, so I just have two more clips.
So this is the last like 40 minutes, 30, 40 minutes, and they're going into like closing arguments now.
Mm-hmm.
Play.
Okay.
Right, and then we can do final thoughts. I'm guessing. I feel like we got where we were trying to go, or at least for the most part. So the two other clips, I do want to play the Twigs clip. That one is important to me. The Twigs DNA clip.
Yeah.
And they're gonna pull it up. Just
He said no. It was Joey saying what fucking argument. That's essentially was my whole thing. I wasn't convinced by Andrew or Candace by the end of this. After breaking down everything, I again think Candace is an absolute idiot. And my one criticism is Andrew just didn't hold her to anything. He did a good job of presenting things. He just didn't hold her to any of it.
to have you respond
Well,
to it.
you don't have to play it because, like, if you're saying that when I initially watched it, I thought that Lance Twiggs' DNA, like, he was directly responding to that because the testimony was a bit confusing. They started by saying that they were going to, like, explaining how they got the samples, and they said Lance, Matt, and Lance, Matt, and Amber Robinson, how they got their DNA samples, and then they started speaking about the gun and said, multiple prints were found on them. And then they moved and they said Lance Twiggs's DNA was found on the screwdriver. When I went back and rewatched it, I realized, well, they haven't officially said that Lance or Amber are on the gun. So I think I've already conceded that we don't know that. So I think, like, but if you want to play the clip,
this is directly you saying it is on the gun. Twiggs' DNA
I'm saying
is
that
on
I
the
feel
gun.
like I've already said to you, like, I've made that concession. But just to be clear, whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why when you were asking
That's not true. But
me 3 times, I've already said we don't know yet, and I've corrected.
that is literally the whole point. She said it right there, Joey. We don't know yet. The trial hasn't happened. We had the pre-trial. That's it.
Yeah. That's what Valkyrie said earlier about, like, this is she's getting her last payday. It's like, Oh, no.
She'll have
she's
her
gonna
own-
get a lot more money.
Yeah, when the trial doesn't go the way that she's conspirizing it will, she's gonna grift off of that too. Don't you worry.
Mm-hmm.
That mistake. So if the purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes when she's taking in a lot of information and she's reading through legal documents and she's trying to remember
No, it's not
9-hour
actually.
testimony.
It's just demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've
on
already
the case.
I've already
You're going to make
conceded.
mistakes on the case.
Yeah.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on the gun itself.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that it's not ruled out. We know that there's 5+ prints. I've said this so many times. I had to rewatch the testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day. It got very scientific when they were speaking about this, and I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all 3 of them were on the prints when the only person they officially named was Matt Robinson. So we don't know yet if Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
That's fine. And then the last one is
Yeah.
one with Erica Kirk.
sure. This is like the Erica Kirk. like all right,
Well, this
Erica,
just
you
goes
could
back-
just sit down.
Yeah, I didn't pause it all there because it's like, yeah, we just if Lance Twiggs has DNA on the rifle, it will be interesting, but like we just don't know it at this time. So, like, this is something we talked about earlier in the stream, Joey. There's supposedly more than just Tyler Robinson's prints and DNA on the weapon, but we don't know where on the weapon. Like, it could be the fucking, like, barrel and the buttstock because they lifted it up to put it on a mantle. Like, we don't know where the prints are. And her argument was that Tyler Robinson's prints are the most degraded. Well, yeah, he had a towel with him, and he was probably wiping down his prints.
Down with me, Erica,
This
but we
just
can do it
goes-
this way.
This goes back to a previous claim that you made.
Yeah,
That's why
sure.
I'm bringing it up.
Straight to jail, straight to jail. We're questioning at least Erica. I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who wants to be upset after this episode. Really, you will be wasting your breath. You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you. Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed, and there were this many.
Look at her
verifiable
laughing at her
lies.
own fucking quips.
Straight to jail.
Yeah, so that's the show intro, and straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Okay.
Like, you know.
So do not pass go.
Yeah.
We should murder X person in Minecraft, Joey. It's just a game reference. It's just
We should just make it. We should just ruin the economy. Monopoly.
like that is such a ridiculous deflection. We've seen it repeatedly on the internet. I've never bought that. I think most rational people don't. I think she said what she meant, and she's playing it off like, haha, that's a joke.
Do not collect $200.
Yes, it's
You're going straight to
obviously
jail.
tongue in cheek, and then we explain that actually I think that she should be brought in for questioning because of inconsistencies. So this is the exact episode when I started to think that she should be sat down and questioned.
She doesn't elaborate on that either. Like, what inconsistencies from Erica Kirk requires her to be questioned in regards to her husband's death?
Well, the conspiracies she's been exploring, those inconsistencies. So, in her mind.
Oh, the consistencies, like she went back to work at the company her husband built?
Mm-hmm.
Inconsistent. I just don't.
I still believe that. I still hold the perspective that Erica should be sat down and she should be properly questioned.
Do you know that she hasn't been?
No, actually, that would be a great thing for the spokesperson of Turning Point USA to say that she's already
but
sat through.
why do they?
I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her.
Yeah.
But
Why do they owe you that though? Why
they don't owe me
yeah.
anything. That's my show you're watching. Just the clips that you're pulling are
Yeah.
from my show. So if I want to say something on my show, I can
arrogant.
say that. I didn't say they owe me something. I don't think that's ever. Unless
Yeah, Joey, on my show, I can just say whatever the fuck I want. Fuck you.
You should just mute me whenever I start talking too much. If you didn't mute me then that was a missed opportunity.
And then, like, things I say on my show, if you ever came at me legally or, like, wanted to question me on another show,
you mean like that one show that I have? You mean that one episode that I have privated because you said a certain word 60% of the 60 times and I just was worried about you? I like, if you want me to unprivate it, I will. I don't care. But like, remember, it was the first month. Of
I know.
knowing you.
I know exactly what you're talking about, and I don't care. But the
I'd
point,
have to look for it then.
the point being is that it's just her whole stance on this is ridiculous. That you can't criticize her like, oh, it's that's something I said on my show. Like, yeah, you have quite a large audience too. Like, it'd be the same as me coming up. We currently at this time we have 20 people watching on Rumble and like 30 on X. I think, I don't know. It says 53 total, so I'm just trying to do math here. It doesn't give me the actual
YouTube as
number. Well, YouTube, I know we
I've
have at
seen
least
some
one
comments.
guy. Yeah, we've had a
I've
couple
seen
comments.
some comments.
Well, now we're
Shout
up
out to
three.
the YouTube guy. You should try giving Rumble a shot.
he said again 0%. Yeah, she believes that Tyler Robinson 0% is guilty. In regards to doing the kill shot, she's tried to clarify, but I think she said otherwise as well. What was I saying though, Joey? I feel like I was saying something else. I had a grander point.
Probably were. It's my fault.
Oh, I remember. I got it. You have a responsibility that when you go and speak publicly, to have the ability to back up any of your claims. You can't assert something and then get upset when someone asks you to clarify or elaborate on your assertion. Is that fair, Joey? If you make a claim to me that X is real and X exists, is it fair for me to ask you how you came to that conclusion and like you to elaborate on that?
Yeah, it sounds like you're just like gatekeeping at that point. Like you're like no, like you're just throwing like a fishing line out there for what? So like the whole point of like having a thought like that is to tell other people about it and then convince them on it.
Right, and I've said this repeatedly to you. If you have an argument contrary to one that I'm making, if you want me to make the same argument that you're making, you have to give me the ability to argue that to other people. If you don't give me the ability to argue this new belief, how am I supposed to take that to the next person?
Right.
I just don't. I've never understood.
Kansas said this. Yeah, Kansas said this stupid shit to me, and she didn't explain it. So yeah, but that's what she said, bro.
Yeah, but like if you want me to be convinced of your position and to go and convince other people of your position, you need to.
Well, doesn't that tell you all you need to know then?
I guess they just don't. The people that follow this just don't want to be convinced. They don't want others to be convinced. They just want to be in their little bubble, I guess.
Well, they are so sure that what they believe is correct in the sense that they believe the grander conspiracy of the times, which is technically they're right about. However, they're applying it to something where it doesn't make sense in this instance. So people get into that whole we gotta question this, we gotta question that, and it's like, dude, yeah, we do. But however, like you got to know when to like push and you got to know when to pull. What's that song? You got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to walk away. You know?
Apparently, well, Joey, you get offered 300K. You walking away?
What? Are you saying are you gonna pay 300K to keep doing the rest of the stream?
Oh yeah, yeah. No, you're
yeah.
leaving us, Joey.
No, I said I put in all my posts that I'm here until the end. Maybe we can put
We got 33
But,
like 30 like we got like 36 39 minutes.
I assume there's going to be some closing, like we're done, see you next time commercial thing.
Well, like here, let's continue so you can get
Yeah,
to
but
your
if you say-
to your Vigima games.
Like you need to be sat down for questioning,
Yeah.
and you don't even know if they haven't been. That's strange, right?
Do you know if they have been?
No, I have no idea.
So you're just saying, what if they haven't been?
Yeah, if your
You're just kind
entire
of filling the air.
if your
with
entire
just
thing is
junk.
if you're no, it's not junk. If the query is why is it that Erica Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or not. What that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an inference. It creates out to the ethos that this should be happening because something's wrong here when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
I just think that my opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
But you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah, and you're not sure if she has been either. So, like I said, I feel like now you're just kind
Again, a question about what? I feel like we're missing this. Like I feel like it's a crucial point in the conversation. We're missing what would Erica Kirk be questioned over exactly regarding the death?
Like I said, it's she's saying these are just conspiracies I thought about, but she's thinking about them and asking questions as if there's like the assumption that they're real. So she's not just, again, what is this, like strike 6 or 7? Let's strike 6 or 7 here, man. She's just like, I'm just debating these things. Tyler, I've put myself in the mind of why Luigi Mangione might have done what he's done. Like I try to explain how people get to that point, but I don't like then use that explanation as to like, well, this is why I think so-and-so should be questioned. It's like, no, I'm like sort of exploring how we get to the points that we get to. But now she's saying that's what she's doing, but that's not what she's doing. That is what she believes is going on. And she's just going to assume that, well, why wasn't she questioned? She should have been questioned because in my mind, she has something to do with it. Oh, I've watched all these murder documentaries and every time, they got to question the wife. It's like, yeah, when they're all when it's both of them home alone versus clearly getting shot in front of 10,000 people.
Yeah, I would like for her to
Like she said before, you can't compare it. It's uncomparable.
It's literally not comparable. Like what exactly did Erica do that requires questioning surrounding her husband's? I'm just so lost here. I'm just so absolutely lost, and it's disgusting. I earlier I said it was ghoulish. Like it's just disgusting. It's ghoulish, like the Fallout ghouls.
Yeah, hey.
Yeah, that's what I think. But Physic has an explanation for why Tyler Robinson would even be, pleading not guilty after turning himself in. I mean, there's so many different reasons for that. But Physic says it's because he's trying to avoid the death penalty, which obviously
Right.
no one wants. He did threaten to commit suicide, but that doesn't mean he still wants to. Like,
it's called
even
leverage.
even then, I don't think anyone wants to sit in a room and be murdered by a government official. Like, no, thank you. But
If
anyway,
she's guilty of a conspiracy to commit murder, then what is the conspiracy and who are the players?
Mhm.
If Israel was involved first, name that. Well, she does name Israel probably for
she
everything.
she named a few things, but she also claimed that the French Legion is there, and we talked about that. So I think you missed that one.
Well, I suppose that's probably an easy thing to sort of create some sort of motivation off of, considering what she's said about.
No, she's saying that the French
Macron.
Legion was on the ground that day when Charlie was killed.
Right, probably as like a sort of they were part of it thing.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. It's easy. That'd be an easy thread for her to.
And then she's
sort of
also
make up.
claimed that they've made a threat on her life.
Oh, I'm sure. Well, again, that makes sense considering the things that she said.
Yeah, about the
But
Macrons.
that would be interesting. It would be interesting if there was like some of the movers and shakers involved. If they were really using
Just to
like
go back
other
to that
countries.
for a minute, though, Joey, her only evidence for that is that she was contacted by somebody within the French government. Doesn't say what kind of position he would even be correlated to at all.
Right.
Not even hinting
Yeah.
at. And doesn't
Well,
say
how do
who
we
it
know-
is. And she said her claim is that she contacted 3 different sources within the Trump administration, including I believe she made a report with the FBI, like emailed them or something. And she said, no, I didn't include the email or the name of the individual. So
How
it's
do-
like it's just
does she have evidence? Does she have evidence that this was a like how do we know she's just not saying it?
well, how do we know she wasn't duped by somebody into thinking it's someone from the French government? How do we know
Right,
that
like
the
a-
message even happened? And then if you're a government official and you get a message by an influencer and they're like, hey, this crazy thing happened, and you get no evidence and no names attached, are you even going to follow up? Like, what
I
are your
mean,
thoughts on that,
I've-
Joey? Like, are you even
well,
would you even follow
when
up
I-
with that?
When I was in Atlanta going back to the airport, I actually got I got a random call from someone who claimed to be from the bank that I was using. And like I was very able to sniff out these retarded questions that they were asking. So, they're like, oh, I was like, oh, like they're basically trying to tell me why I need to approve this thing that happened at the bank, even though, and I'm just like, well, that's retarded. So I hung up. That was that. They kept calling me back though, so I had to block their number, cocksucker. But yeah, sort of like that, I guess. I don't know.
All right, let's
Can
continue.
you keep going.
Kind of
Yeah.
filling the
Well,
air
to
with
my
nonsense
knowledge,
because
this
turning
is
points
to-
like we want
To my
make
knowledge,
sure that you go in there and you
nobody-
defend Erica. And I have to say, I don't think you've done an extraordinary job
Great,
at that.
but I'm not here to defend
Um,
Erica. The
Yeah,
thing
well,
is,
I
though,
would
is
say
like
that since 4 out of 5 of the clips that you
Yeah.
had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead
Mm-hmm.
of time, I mean, I want to just assert how professionally we have dealt with this debate. As you can see, we have not planned any gotcha clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what we were going to do was just to use people for fact checks, and because I might not remember something, or I do remember something and you're saying no, and that is what I think will register to people as very
Well, wait,
fair.
She's just
expressly-
killing
We did not
time.
take out of
Wait, what?
context clips.
She's just killing time. She's gloating, and she didn't need to do any gotcha clips. She already won on the offset. She got paid $300K to even be here.
Of Andrew
But
to
I
try to
expressly said
please
that
don't
I
cut
was
me
going to
off.
bring
We
claims,
did not.
right?
No, when you said you were going to bring claims that
Your
you would want me to
claims.
speak to, you didn't say I intend on sitting you down with out of contexted clips to which we said to you before in an email. Any clips that you want to share with us, send
Mm-hmm.
it over. Let's assert a debate claim so that we can both be ready to respond to it. This just
That's not really what happened.
well. What didn't
yeah,
happen?
the way that you're framing the exchange, that's
do you
not
mean?
that's not actually what happened. We were negotiating. It is true we negotiated out the claim itself, right? Which one's going to take which position? I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine, and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning, I did not take an hour and a half to just pull out of context clips with Andrew. I actually debated the substance of what's going on in this trial and this hearing. And I do think that
There's-
I think you fell short of that.
She's done a lot of complaining about questions.
There's nothing
And you-
out of the hang on.
And
There's
I did
nothing
not
here
say,
except
I'm
holding
just
you to
gonna
account
get
for
you
your
to say
claims.
yes or no. Well, hold on. We were
Yeah.
supposed to be debating the case,
This is
whether
part of
or
the
not
case.
there was overwhelming evidence.
These are your claims about the case.
Freudian
no,
slip.
you then admitted that
Which part?
Go back. It sounded like she was about to start saying dating instead of debating.
well, hold on. We
Yeah.
were supposed to be debating the case,
This is
whether
part of
or
the
not
case.
there was overwhelming evidence.
These are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere and you want to talk about the transcendentals and things that I've
And we
said.
got through-
And like 4
yeah.
out of 5 of your clips are about Erica Kirk. So the general
I
perception
don't think 4 out of 5 even
is
were.
your turning points horse.
Oh,
I
so
think
you just-
quite a
just- you
few
just-
of them were.
you
Was
just-
there 3
just made it
Ericas
up?
or 4?
So you're just making stuff
Can
up?
we get a count of how many were about Erica? I feel
I
like
think it was
Yeah.
3.
3.
Three.
Okay,
Yeah,
3. I
3.
said 4.
But those are extraordinary
sorry.
claims. That's which is why
Sounds
you're
like
asking.
Donald
Okay,
Trump.
well,
3. I said 4.
Okay, but the point being is now you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk responsibility
Your
when I
claim.
point.
Oh no, Joey, You're trying to get me to defend my opinions.
She's like berating him like she's his mother.
And what's funny is, if she hasn't already said it, she makes the opposite claim that he's berating her like a parent.
But those are extraordinary
sorry.
claims. That's which is why you're asked about
Okay,
them,
well,
right?
okay, but the point being is
Right.
now you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk responsibility when I point
claims.
out yours.
Sure.
No, they're not claims. When
No,
you
they're
tweet Erica
claims.
is too retarded, you go, that's just whatever, and then you move on.
That's a claim that I
That is also it's not a clip, but it's a gotcha tweet. If you wanna play the you're playing gotchas, that's a gotcha tweet to pull up and be like, what do you mean by this?
Yeah, Valkyrie is saying that he would need to name names. Like she's doing that I'm an independent journalist thing. I need to say anonymous clips. Like, no, bro, you're trying to take down the system. Name fucking names. Put your balls where your put your money where your mouth is.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're getting information from this guy that this fucking atrocity was carried out as a grand conspiracy, you start against conspiracy. Start naming names.
and I'm responsible for the claim.
Well, earlier when I brought it up, you said that it was tongue in cheek.
Yes, sure. That's me responding to your criticism
Okay.
of the claim. That's all I'm doing here.
I was interested, and
And I'm happy to get into also the Patsy stuff now, if you would like to.
well,
Your
that
team
was
has one more
supposed
clip
be
they want
the
to play
whole
They want
from
more.
7 days
Okay,
ago.
sorry.
They got one
They
more
had
clip.
to.
and
We
then
were
can
getting
go
into
to
the Patsy stuff, and you stopped it, and I was explaining to you. Oh, they have one more clip. Okay, let's go.
They want to hit the minimum of
Okay,
4
let's go.
clips you were saying with Erica. So
100%.
This is absurd.
okay.
I'm just gonna.
Okay.
We're gonna
I'm
hold
skipping
to
ahead so we can
the
get to the
action.
clip.
You've been able to respond to every question I've asked you.
Oh, wait.
And by the
You are allowed
She does say
or
something
like,
funny.
Can I
See, that's why you got to watch the
Okay.
ads too.
While they're
I know.
looking for that, do you want to continue?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
can I
yeah.
ask a question? I know it's been, or like, can I ask a question? Or are we
Not
just in
really. I'm just gonna.
Okay.
We're gonna hold to the actual contract itself.
the contract does not say that you are allowed to just question me without me being able to respond to you
I've never said you
or
can't
have
respond.
a conversation.
You've been able to respond to every question I've asked you. And by the way, the other thing is like
Let's
I'm
have it your
still-
way. I want it to look like
still happy
we've
to have
done
the
everything
debate.
Andrew wanted to, so that people can fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I
Totally
will not
fine.
ask a question.
Totally fair with me.
So are you good with her asking a question or
He
no?
said no.
Waiting for the clip.
Okay. So you want to wait for the clip first. Okay. You guys have it in the back? Okay, beautiful.
I hope that's not the slam dunk.
No, it's definitely not.
Okay, thank God.
It
I was
is
about
kind
to
of
say our
it is kind
sergeant.
of funny he wouldn't even let her ask a question while they're waiting.
I'm sure people have used that one to say like he's a bitch or some shit.
You need the Jeopardy
Your team
thing.
told me they had it. So
That's what I heard. Okay, there we
come
go.
on,
This
guys.
was one of the
Get this
awkward
right.
moments.
Okay.
This is pretty
Because
great that me and
Lance
Tyler
Twiggs
could do a show all
has
on
his
our own and
DNA.
have everything ready, but this big professional fucking ordeal can't.
Yeah, when we say that something's ready, like it's ready. Whatever.
We would've
On the
said
towel.
longer, it's fine.
Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the rifle.
Lance Twiggs
And to
has
be
his
clear,
DNA on the
Lance
right.
Twiggs'
Said this- conceded this
DNA
4 times,
was
but I don't
not
know why they feel
as
like they need
degraded
to-
as Tyler Robinson's DNA was on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle.
Oh, you
but
also
Lance's
said, yeah, it's
DNA
not as degraded on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things, but I've already that's what I mean when I say that. Like, it just seems like you're not actually here trying to engage, because even before you got to this, and I knew that you had some secret clip planned, I said to you when I rewatched the testimony, I realized that they didn't explicitly say Lance Twiggs. They said 5 other profiles were on.
Joey, the things I say publicly on my show are secret.
Well, that one show, yes.
Well, guess what? I actually, a bunch of my coworkers think I said it at work now because I like had a word slip, and I didn't even. I said like not even the first syllable. I stopped myself, and they all think I finished the word.
It's a gamer word.
Yeah, no, they've all said that I finished the word, and I'm like, I swear I didn't. That doesn't matter. The narrative's been set. So they think it's
That's why I gotta-
hilarious, though. So
That's why I got to follow it up with Nick and Poop.
no, thank you.
on it, and that his was the most degraded. So I hope your team feels fulfilled in playing that. Is there any more? I'm happy to play every clip that he has on the ready. Anybody?
You said you had some new evidence at the beginning of the.
Oh yeah,
debate
we should
you had
show that
something
text
new.
message that you read,
Did you
just
wanna
because
share
I
that?
think that's important for the public. You shared it out of context.
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the.
Dude,
the
I-
text
So you're going to
message.
read it on my show, but not show it.
Wait. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say how I can't stand Patrick Bet David's fucking voice.
Yeah, no, he's been pretty annoying during this debate. I appreciate him hosting it, but he should have stayed the fuck out of it.
Like he has a completely unserious voice to me, and he's trying to be serious.
Here, wait, there was something I was gonna say. Let's play this again.
Correct.
Okay.
So I'll show it on my show, but that's what I'll do. I'll show it on my.
Can
show.
I ask why?
I'll do it on my show.
You said you had some new evidence at the beginning of the.
Oh yeah,
debate
we
that
should
you had
show that
something
text
new.
message that you
Did
read,
you
just
wanna
because
share
I
that?
think that's important for the public. You shared it out of context.
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the text
So you're going to
message.
read it on my show, but not show it.
Correct.
Okay.
So I'll show it on my show, but that's what I'll do. I'll show it on my
Can
show.
I ask why?
Well, because I want to drip out the evidence. You know, that's got to drip out that evidence, keep people coming back for the show, right?
I don't know if snark serves you so well.
I'm just saying, like,
What are your thoughts on that, Joey?
Snark? I mean,
No,
my
at
snark's-
the beginning
Oh.
of the show, I told you he read a text apparently from Charlie to his security team about being worried about leftists trying to kill him that day.
Mhm.
And she just asked for him to provide the text. And he said, "I'll do it on my show." And then he
I
said, "I
mean-
got to drip out that evidence." Like he's making fun of her.
Oh,
But what do you
yeah,
think
right.
about doing that?
I think it's funny. I could see myself doing something like that. But
Something
then again,
petty
if there
like
was this,
that?
But if there was this kind of money on the line, I'd feel bad though. So I probably would ultimately make the joke and then say what I was gonna say.
Well, would
Sort
you
of-
show the evidence though? Like
Yeah, I probably would. I mean, like
it
you
just
could
seems
show
kind of
the-
silly not to, right? If you have it.
right? Because then it kind of makes it all look like a game too. Like everyone's in on it, like the dog.
I muted it. Keep talking. Sorry.
No, I was done talking. That's why I added "and the dog" part in there.
Oh, well, it's called. No, it's just it's kind of weird that he wouldn't share it. I just thought it was interesting.
Yeah, makes him look bad, but
yeah, I'll release it there. Yeah, that's my intention. But yeah, I'm fine with closings if you want to do closings.
Yeah. To be fair, like Physic is saying, and so is Howie on YouTube. She didn't really provide any evidence the whole debate for
Yeah.
any of her stuff. So I guess it's fair that he would give her a taste of it back.
you know, people have made a real big. They don't make the distinction between evidence and what sounds like the appropriate narrative. Like she's shaping a narrative. She has no fucking evidence. She's trying to shape a narrative.
All right, let's watch this.
I also would just, if I may ask a question, is that permitted?
Go ahead.
Just so I also have clarity, since your basis has been evidentiary, you keep saying that you have evidence or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges?
Ooh, okay. All right, I think I'm gonna start recording this segment, Joey, because this is the part.
Okay. All right, let me get my game face on.
Get your game face on.
My intention. But yeah, I'm fine with closings if you want to do closings.
Well, I also would just, if I may ask a question, is that permitted?
Go ahead.
Just so I also have clarity, since your basis has been evidentiary, you keep saying that you have evidence or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah, so what I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah, can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges that he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But I
Can you-
want to
can you
make sure
name
that we
one?
have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following
Is that
the
it?
case.
That's the
Yeah.
question. You're
Yeah,
just
but-
not
but, I mean,
following
it seems,
enough.
It seems pretty like if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty. I just think that you should,
All
like,
right.
can you tell me one
Then let's do the
charge that
counter.
he's...
You can really, hang on. This is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play
Yeah.
clips out of context,
Yeah,
put me
yeah.
in the hot seat. So please just answer the
This
question.
is fair.
So he's obviously refusing to answer the question. I personally believe, Joey, when I saw this part, like she did get him pretty good here. And if you're going into a debate where you paid $300,000, I would assume you would look into things like what the person is being charged with. I personally didn't know the exact charges, and I'm free to admit that, but I also didn't spend $300,000 to debate someone about the case.
Name
you
all
name-
7 since
can-
you've been
In
following.
his in his defense, though, he's been pretty consistent with the "I'm not going to answer your questions" thing. I'm not going to answer your additional questions thing for like the last 2 things she's tried asking. He's been consistent with that in his defense. So this is a clip that they're taking out of context. When you see what happens before, he's staying.
No, just wait, Joey, because the clip is far from over. He doesn't know a single charge.
The case.
Okay, sure. You
Go
name
ahead.
you name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like.
Name all 7.
And I.
Can
I
you
think
name all 7?
I can.
Then do it.
Sure, you don't have to
Do
put
it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't
Name
have to
'em.
put your fingers up. I
Okay,
can do
hang on.
that.
Name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries
Okay.
a death sentence
So
in the
murder.
state of you. No,
Next.
that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And so
Next.
just-
And she is correct. That's not the same as murder. The difference being aggravated murder gets you the death penalty. So, and then regular murder would get you life in prison, depending on
Right.
the degree of murder. So she is technically right.
Just for people.
And it's also interesting that it's a weird debate tactic. I've seen Andrew do it before. This is why I don't like the way Andrew debates. This is where my criticism of Andrew Moore come in. He has a very aggressive way of debating when he's on the back foot, where you can see here he's like, "Great, I failed at answering your question. Now here's a higher bar for you. You do this bar."
Mm-hmm.
But what's funny is she actually names all 7, Joey.
No, I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. And just to
Our
explain to people
sergeant
the
waits-
difference of why that really.
waiting for the earpiece.
So, stalling, waiting for her earpiece. See that's the claim that Andrew makes. So it's like I said, this is far from over, Joey. There's more to this segment.
Matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined,
Just
and because
avoiding
it
the
carries
question.
a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay,
You're
I'm
just going to
waiting.
recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work,
Yeah.
and you'll be better the next time you debate
I got
someone.
it. I got it. Give me the other ones.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference? So that
That's the kind of shit I would do. Like, I'll be completely. If someone's rushing me to like answer them, I'm gonna be a dick about it. Like, Candace, I totally understand where Candace is coming from here.
So you guys know that Tyler sometimes acts like a black woman.
Absolutely. If someone's rushing me, fuck you. I'm gonna stall longer. You wait for my ass.
No, I
People
just
don't walk
want you
away.
to list the charges.
yeah, I'm gonna do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them,
Then
and I'm
tell
going to
me
say
them.
again because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I
Okay,
actually
well,
am
I
under
got
no
one.
time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering, and the
And what's
final
the specific charges though?
that is them: obstruction of justice,
Both of
obstruction
those-
of justice, witness tampering, witness tampering.
Okay, and there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being
No,
charged
no,
with
no.
it.
Just the charges and then 7.
Yeah, see, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay, got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just
So she named all of them, and the claim is this is a conspiracy because there's no proof to this, that her team they have an earpiece and that their team gave her the information.
Okay, well we can't prove that though.
We can't prove that, and I don't. Even if that's the case, they could have done that for Andrew. to, but he just failed to do it. Anyway, it's
Well, it does sound like she. I mean, like I did say before, it sounds like she's stalling. So that would. I figured
she
was
definitely
just
stalled.
stalling. Yeah, I figure she's just stalling to run the clock out, not necessarily to listen. Like, she's if she's going to go against the grain that she's doing, she's obviously going to know some of the details about things that she needs to know the details about. But like I said, she's not trying to present evidence; she's trying to shape a narrative. So, like, it doesn't shock me that she knows vital information to the case.
She's been steeped in it. She's profited heavily from it. Do I have to
Right,
say that she's made 300K? Yeah, like, so
has she done any other news other than this?
I don't know. I don't keep up with her. But point being, like, I doubt that she rehearsed this or whatever. She probably did know the charges. She's been covering it very thoroughly. That's why she's been in the news. And to make the claim that she had an earpiece, whatever, I don't think she would have done that. I don't see it.
Vile people are good at things too, bro. Like,
and the
just because
stalling,
they're evil doesn't mean they're not good at something.
And the stalling, again, I would have done the same amount of stalling the same way she did if someone was rushing me in a debate the way Andrew was.
Yeah, like right now, Tyler's stalling to keep me on his show longer.
Exactly, because Joey's late all the time, so now I get to keep him here. Anyway.
Just say aggravated murder. That's the distinction. You just want to.
It's a massive. It's like you cannot
Massive.
say murder versus aggravated
Massive
murder.
distinction.
This gets to the entire crux of why him being up for the death sentence. And I actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. I actually think that if the state was going to even try to pull this off, they should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster.
Wait, hang on. Joey, right there. There's no earpiece.
Wait, do it again, because I still only see one of the ears.
Or
like look at her.
And then
her left ear are right
again,
when she's turning her head. There's no earpiece.
That debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster.
Sometimes they're very good at hiding them, though.
Like, unless it's an over-the-ear one.
I've seen it before. Sometimes they're good at hiding it, but I don't know. Like,
I don't know. Again, we can't confirm. Even if there is an earpiece and I just can't see it, again, I'm trying to be unbiased. We don't.
Like,
we can't confirm.
Can't make that determination without more views of the ear. And quite frankly, I don't want to see more views of Candace Owens' ear.
Your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, but at least be genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to know one of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty. If you would like to move to final statement,
definitely got him there.
I want to make sure Andrew has.
That was the part I was waiting for, because I knew that it was going to happen, because it was one of the parts I remembered. Like, for sure. And
yeah, well, I mean,
he failed there. He should have known that. He paid $300K to be here.
But based off the 45 minutes that I've been
no, he got, if you're talking about the grand scheme of the debate, he definitely got her. Again, my only criticism otherwise up until this point has been that he didn't hold her to a lot of these arguments well enough. But he definitely presented far more evidence than she did at any point.
Yeah, but I'm talking about, like, if this is like an MMA fight, this is going to be the biggest clip moment, though, is what I mean. Like, this is going to be the thing that everyone's going to circulate, because it's significant. How do you not know any of the charges? You know, I mean, it is, like everyone's saying, it's irrelevant. Like, we know he killed them, so like the charges are just like
it is irrelevant. It's just it's a clippable moment because he paid $300K to debate her, and he didn't know the charges for the case he's debating.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't know the charges. I'm 100% being honest with that. But I also didn't spend $300K to debate it. So.
Had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If you guys want to pull that up, just to confirm the 7 you went through. Can you guys zoom in a little bit? For
aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, and count 7
violent.
I said offense in the presence of a minor.
In front of a child.
Yeah. So 5, 6, tampering witness, 3rd-degree felony.
So they're proving on stream, this was live, that she was 100% correct. She named all of them.
Now, I did notice something I just was curious about. If I'm just wondering, when you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
So this is another interesting part. This is exactly where I'm still recording the segment, Joey. He now is claiming that she pulled her phone out at some point and asked her, or someone from her team sent her the question. So this is another claim. And again, guys, this is a big L for Andrew, regardless of how you fall on the side of this debate. Andrew making that claim, it's just it's like a sore loser argument. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Even if someone on her team sent her that question, I'm sorry, dude. It made you look a bit like a fool, and you just have to accept that.
Because the idea is if he did his job in this debate, it wouldn't even have mattered if somebody texted those questions to her.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone? I'm happy to do it because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You want to see
it?
it?
I'm just curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that. Here you go. PBD, you're the moderator. Take it.
Let's see
See
it.
if anyone was
Look at her face. Wait, Joey, go back.
just
She like
curious.
licks
You
her
can literally
lips,
do that.
big
Here
old
you go.
smile. Look at her face.
PBD, you're the moderator. Take it.
Let's see
See
it.
if anyone was texted at all during this debate
All right.
about the violent charges.
That's
or
so
anything.
funny.
I will say she has traits that
I'm
I
looking
do
for
very
this.
much. Like certain mannerisms that I do, unfortunately. Find
No, I
amusement
get
in.
why people find her entertaining. I've never once said she's not entertaining. I just think she's dumb.
Need permission, so
You
I'm
have
looking at
full
the- I'm not gonna
permission to
give
go through
names.
my phone. I don't need to
So
cheat.
the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's
so
a compliment.
he's reading them.
You're okay. You'll give me permission. I'm
Yes.
just going to read 3 of them
Yes.
to 1132.
It's a picture of your husband's cock.
And you know their texts. Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
All
like
I
that.
have is Signal. You can check that too. I only have Signal. Telegram I used in Russia, and that was a downloaded for
I'll
Russia.
take your word for it.
Yeah.
Then-
I don't need to like. I
Okay.
deeply care about this case. I don't need to
I
pretend
get
to
it.
know
If you
stuff that
deeply
I
care
don't
about
know.
the case, I
Yeah.
just, I have my other question is about the steakhouse receipt.
You just said that you were done asking all your
Nothing, just so
questions.
you know,
Yeah.
nothing there.
There.
So
You
so
like that
notice,
little thing he did afterwards.
yeah. So now he's pivoting, like she's done it the whole debate. Let's be fair. She's pivoted away when she's got cornered, but now he's pulling her tactic, and he got cornered a little bit on that, and he's like, all right, well, let's pivot to your other thing you said earlier.
I don't
Yeah. Do you
need to
have the
that.
steakhouse receipt? Is my question.
I have said several times that I have never said I have the receipt for the steakhouse. I have said the person who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the receipt, and that was what I was responding to. And he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it, and I said, "Stay tuned. He's the one working on that story."
Okay. So you you haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said earlier in this conversation, was I spoke to the owner when I broke that story. I think it was back in January. I spoke to the owner, understood what had happened, and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
So her whole argument against this thing, Joey, is that it's all been hearsay, and her argument that he was at a steakhouse hours away is that someone told her that it happened. Yeah.
Well,
Okay,
trust her.
so-
She's a journalist, bro.
Oh, trust me, bro.
To be clear, there's no receipt. You
No,
don't.
She's such an expert. She got paid $300K on the topic. So
I just did the opposite.
And
I
here
said
we
there-
are.
there is
Well,
a
you don't
receipt.
have a copy of the receipt.
The receipt was published online.
Yeah, right. With blurred
The
out.
person working on this story
Yeah.
that blurred that out
Mm-hmm.
is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff, because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse.
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence if that.
I agree with that,
Yeah,
but-
so that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now,
he paid. If you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that is behind that story.
Well,
It's
the
more
reason I'm
something
asking
that-
you is because you always include it in your timeline that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we feel are
But is there any actual
Utah 1102
evidence?
approved. I think speaking to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the receipt is good enough to put on our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question.
So she has no evidence for this receipt existing. He has successfully pivoted away from the topic that he got
Yeah.
cornered on. So Good on Andrew. He at least was able to successfully pivot. But
he got knocked down, but he started hitting some shots once he got back up.
Right. But it was a little embarrassing to ask, like, if she got a text message, and it was kind of funny that she had PBD go through the phone. But anyway, we'll carry on.
I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like, if I've ever had a merchant account, I just call the merchant account processor and say, "What's the name on this?"
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that having spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of what took place on that day. That's where it's gonna stay. And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works. Like I said, I did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule, for sure, for certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
Yeah, beyond that, because they didn't even have receipts. They were like, Bob told me this.
But the question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler Robinson's.
I just want to say you're holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding you. I'm just
prosecution.
asking specifically.
Yeah, I've been very forthcoming. I've told exactly what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip, and
so should that be added in an official timeline that you give?
It's in my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If we get
can do
something
what you
wrong,
want, sure. But I'm
I just wanted to
asking,
make sure.
should you include?
I can do whatever I want, Joey. I can do whatever I can make.
What I want.
I can make.
do what I want.
I can make a timeline of events however I want to, Joey.
I want a timeline event on the downfall of Tyler.
Fuck you.
Include a thing that you know has
then he got a
actually been
job.
verified to be Tyler Robinson.
Yes, you should. If we're trying
And then he became employed.
to build a timeline, you should. Yeah.
A job application.
You don't think that falls
And then
under?
you should remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that there is very strong evidence that is where he was, and that
What's
is,
the strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him?
You know, I'm actually all good with being. I feel like I've sufficiently answered your question about how I got
All
the
right, fair enough.
information, what happened next. Would the next stage of this investigation being somebody accessing knowing what his debit card was and confirming it? Yes, and I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show.
That officer, the first officer that was up on the roof. Do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley.
Yeah, what was his first name?
Christopher.
Christopher. When Christopher got up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during the
About
preliminary
his camera
hearing.
died.
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No.
No. Who do you think planted it?
If we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Of course.
At this stage, I would say that
Are you allowed to have an opinion? Yes. The whole point of this is to get to the basis of your opinions. Is that not what debates are for, Joey? How did you get to? I understand you've come to Y. I'm just not understanding how you've gone from X to Y. Can you explain to me? Isn't that not what debates are for? It's just weird.
This is not a debate.
It's not a yeah. Well, she's made it very clear throughout this whole thing that she doesn't want to be questioned.
Mm-hmm.
I don't buy his assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there. I do think that it's possible, it's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should be evidence of a police body cam. But like I said, you accept that stuff and then are like, did you call the merchant and get, like, it just seems like you
Well, I'm not adding.
hold,
I'm
like
not
I said,
adding
you
this
hold the
to
prosecution to
Well,
a the
wait a
state to
second.
a higher standard
I'm
than
not
you do
adding
to people.
unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting out either.
What do you mean an official timeline? This is my
Well, this is
timeline. I made it at home.
That was kind of his whole point. He said, I'm not adding unsubstantiated claims to my timeline. Yeah.
My timeline.
Yeah, that's his whole argument is that your official timeline, Joey, if I make something like my channel, is this my official channel?
What?
Like, is Joey Cannoli, is that officially yours?
Yes. My channel.
So if you create, yeah, so she's saying that it's not official because she made it and it's personal. Like now she's
right.
arguing semantics.
So like, yeah, he's like, I'm not accepting your framework, and she's like, well, you have to.
So then it would be official to your show?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, great. So then your official timeline, Candace Owens' official timeline,
Yeah.
includes a steakhouse stop that has not actually been confirmed at all.
Well, yeah, it hasn't even been discussed by the prosecution, so it's not like you're debunking that it happened.
Well, there's no evidence for it. There's no good evidence for it at all. There's no camera there. And the steakhouse receipt itself has never been confirmed to be Tyler Robinson's.
I'm assuming this is just like a talking point they gave you, and you got to like keep pushing this, or like
I've been following it very closely on X.
the receipt. You weren't even following the.
No, this is a good point to push her on because she's arguing that Tyler Robinson wasn't even there at the time because apparently he's at a restaurant and there's a receipt to prove it.
You could easily just give somebody your card and say, buy this to make it look like it. Just that literally, all that happening literally sounds like they're trying to cover their tracks.
If it even happened, right?
Right, like they're trying, like she's getting fooled. Like, see, he wasn't actually there. It's like, yeah, they're trying to cover. They're setting him up to potentially escape. Right, that's the whole thing. Is why did he run away? Why didn't he just let them catch him? Because listen, you're probably going to get caught, but we're going to make it so that if everything goes the right way, you might be able to escape and get to some fucking island in the Bahamas or some shit.
Well, and then she's complaining about him staying on this topic, but it's like, yeah, you haven't conceded anything or proved anything. So he's going to hold you to the topic. This is finally one of those topics where he holds her to it.
Charges
It's
of
the
Tyler
easiest
Robinson,
one.
but you really
You
wanted to
think
know.
that
I've been
because-
following it
do you
very
think that
closely on
because-
X.
Wait, you think
I'm calling owners of
do you know
steakhouses
that-
and having a
wait,
conversation. You're following combo
Yeah,
on
I
X.
literally followed the entire trial or the preliminary live. I was live with an attorney. We covered all of it. You think because I have a momentary or lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the.
And to Cyber's point, exactly, has Andrew ever demonstrated that he's not a sore loser? He is on brand. No, that's exactly right. And that's exactly why I've had a dislike. Like I said, going into this, I have a dislike of Andrew because he is a sore loser when he's losing debates. He gets very aggressive and he likes to lob insults. He hasn't done so here. He's been quite professional here. But anyway.
That's
charges.
splitting
You
hairs.
didn't. No, that's not splitting. It means you didn't follow the preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't
Like
mean
you
that
don't
at
know
all.
any of
That's
the charges that are
ridiculous.
against him. When this is like getting literally to the crux,
Oh,
aggravated
man,
murder versus murder.
It's
a death
ridiculous.
sentence.
And not only that, let's point this out. One of the major things here is that this is your official timeline.
It's mine.
Yes. Who else could it be? Who else? There would be Candace
What's your
Owens.
issue?
She says it as if it's like, yeah, it's mine. I don't have to prove or argue anything about it.
I just don't know what
What's
his
your issue with
issues with my.
What'd you say, Joey?
No, it's funny because she's basically like, this is my timeline and it's true. I don't care what you have to say about it. It's like,
This
well,
is
you're
my
trying to
truth.
argue. This is you're trying to argue why the things are as so, and it's like we're telling you, well, if you want that to be the case, you got to present some evidence, bro. Because if it truly exists, then what are you doing not showing it?
Right.
What's your issue with that?
Well, so the issue is that the entirety of the evidence revolves around two people who claim that he was there and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson paid for his steak and his soft drink. No alcohol, right? No alcohol, right? You know nothing about the case. But anyway, this particular receipt, they could have called the merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing. To date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm whose receipt it is. We have to date, nobody has confirmed that this was actually Tyler Robinson's receipt. And yet inside of Candace Owens' timeline, which she states over and over again, when she says, this is the longest 13 hours, this is 13 and a half hours, the requirement for about what, roughly 5.5 or 6 hours of that is that he went to the steakhouse. And so, and that's not been confirmed at all. Not even a little bit.
I feel like saying that I spoke to the owner of the steakhouse is me, like, not just being on X looking at opinions, but actually doing the legwork. And that's why like I said, if you think this builds up a rapport with your audience and makes you seem like a serious person, we don't have to keep belaboring the point here. I feel like I've demonstrated that I did as much as I could to confirm this when it came in. I spoke to the owner of the restaurant.
But she didn't record that conversation, and it's all hearsay.
Well, I didn't do it out of respect for the person that was calling. I didn't want to get them in trouble.
Sure.
I'm a journalist.
You know,
Oh,
obviously
absolutely,
took
Joey.
down everything he said, noted that there was, in fact, a receipt that he pulled. That receipt that was published is real. A debit card and a credit
Israel?
card was
What?
used. If for some noted that there was, in fact, a receipt that he pulled. That receipt that was published is real. A debit card and a
It's
credit
real,
card was
right there.
used.
Clip that.
If for some reason somebody misidentified something down the line, or we find out it's a different Tyler Robinson, I'm happy to remove it from my timeline.
Send that
But
to
for
me
right
too,
now,
please.
I think that there's enough under the Utah 1102 rule for me to keep it there. I don't really think we need to keep going into circles about this receipt. It's my timeline.
I don't know why the 1102 rule would apply here for your
Because
timeline.
you will constantly cite things that are said in that courtroom that have less evidentiary support than me contacting and speaking with the
Yeah, she again earlier in the debate she claimed that the entire preliminary trial was based on hearsay. So that's what she's referencing here when she says that her phone call has more evidence. We have a Rumble rant from our sergeant yet again. He's been funding the whole stream, except for Mighty Pete, who sent my first ever donation or whatever I'm not sure what you would call it, to the Rumble wallet. I don't know if you
The crypto thing.
the crypto stuff. Yeah, I thought that was really cool. I hadn't seen that yet. So big shout out to Mighty Pete and big shout out to our sergeant. He says, I feel like I should point out now that it was pointed out earlier that the steakhouse owner has already debunked this on social media and the receipt did not belong to Tyler. Yes, Howie Moth has been like screaming about that over on YouTube. So shout out to Howie because he's been saying that almost the entire stream. So big shout out to him.
How the fuck is that? How is it that like just people who watch shows can see this shit? People who do these shows like we do can see this shit, but these guys are like being paid money for a pro debate, and like these aren't threads that they can bring up in the moment. Like, this is embarrassing, bro. I would fucking wipe the floor with either one of these two.
Yeah, like neither one of them is bringing up evidence to disprove the other.
This is just like street basketball, dude. Most of them fucking suck, and there's a couple of them that are really good. Like these guys, they don't have no clue what they're doing, bro. They've just been lucky, and they've been put in this position. Like, oh my god, this is embarrassing. I'm stoned as shit. Took 300 milligrams, and I'm still better than these people. It's crazy.
It would be difficult to be a Chick-fil-A and the steakhouse at the same time. Yeah, what's the that's the other thing too, right? Is a part of her timeline is that he went to a Chick-fil-A beforehand. So he went to a
He's really
Chick-fil-A and a
hungry.
steakhouse?
Yeah, it's really exhausting pulling that trigger. Or running away from. It's fucking ridiculous, dude. Like she's clearly getting. I'm sorry, she's clearly getting duped by that. Like, literally just like
Or
misinformation.
is she intentionally obfuscating because she's profiting?
Like at this point, I gotta wonder if like her dad was Johnny Cochran or something, and she's in the tank for Tyler Robinson's defense or some shit. That's my conspiracy.
Shit.
restaurant. It's not like I dreamed it, as to use your expression. So it's in my timeline, and I'm going to keep it there if that's cool.
Sure, you can keep whatever you
Great.
want there. I'm
Okay.
just saying that there's no evidence he was ever there.
Okay, thank you. I think
No
we
hard
covered the
evidence
point.
anyway. Yeah, I'm fine with closing.
Okay, so the last thing we're going to do before we go into ad break, right after this will be final thoughts. I'll
Another
be asking
final
both
ad
of
break,
you
Joey.
If anything, if
There's like
anything on your
10 minutes
opinion,
left.
thoughts changed on the case, and then we'll finish it up from there. So with that being said, a 3.5 minute break, and then we'll come back for final thoughts. When we set out to create a shoe that blends comfort.
Oh jeez, Joey, they have shoes. See, that's what you gotta get on, Joey. You gotta get on this this shoe branding. You and I gotta make the Tyler Today shoe. What are you wearing today?
Yeah.
I'm wearing the Tyler Today brand.
Yo, I gotta say though, bro, if I can come up with a cool shoe design with my color scheme, that would be a pretty cool looking sneaker.
the
I think.
Joey Cannoli basketball shoes, bro.
Oh, fuck yeah, bro.
Oh shit. All right, there we
I
go.
need me as a let me talk to you real quick. You guys got any Jews in the crowd that can help me out? I need some financing.
You need some financing. Joey needs his shoes financed.
I need someone with connections and financing. Yeah, I'll be generous. You can keep 60% of it. Fuck it, I don't care.
Did you hear the other
What a grift, bro.
Did you hear the other branding thing that I had earlier? It was like clip it, post it, grift it.
What was it?
It was GG grifting and gaslighting.
Nice. That's good.
Yeah,
that's got it. You got to make that a shirt, dude.
No, I thought that was a good one. GG.
Just like GG, and then grifting again, like in parentheses next to it. Have like some sort of cool design.
Grifting and gaslighting. I thought it was funny. I thought you saw it earlier because I messaged it like right after you were talking, but you probably went to go do whatever you were doing.
Yeah, I went to go see if I can get a haircut.
Right, and you didn't.
Fractional reserve shoemaking.
Let's see. This is the like closing argument stuff. I think finally. Okay, here we go. So they're coming back.
Oh my god.
There is literally 10 minutes left.
All right, we are finally at the end. For those of you that are watching it, maybe a good commentary for you would be the following on if you're a Andrew fan and you are still saying
0%
you know what, Andrew's arguments
interest
were
forgivable
solid, great.
loan.
Candace, great. But did anything change your mind? Did you watch and say, you know what, I had this position over here. This would be an interesting commentary to hear. And of course, for all the people that are watching, I was just whispering to them here before we wrap it up. I think whether you're a fan of Andrew or not, whether you're a fan of Candace or not, nobody can dispute the fact that these guys agreed to sit down and talk live. Others were thinking this was pre-recorded. This is not pre-recorded, just so everybody knows.
He just feels like he hasn't been able to talk for the last 4 hours, so he's got to get it out.
This is purely live. This is a little bit scarier than pre-recorded. Because pre-recorded,
a little bit scarier than pre-recorded. It's a little bit
Joey,
scarier than pre-recorded.
I'm terrified. I might say something live that lives on the internet forever.
Oh no!
It's a little bit terrifying. Okay?
Nigeria.
I'm Patrick Bet David, and buy my shoes, because if you don't, then it's a little bit terrifying.
You know, I didn't have those promo pre-recorded, so it's a little terrifying.
Fuck, man. Like, this is the arena, bro. This is what I gotta do. Like, this is the competition. Are you kidding me? This is easy, bro.
It's scary.
I wish I had all this fucking luck that these motherfuckers had. Like, they're not talented. You can't sit there and be like, oh, you're just hating. These aren't fucking talented people, man.
Carrying on.
Let's make sure we respect both of them.
I'm
for having to sit down and before the
I'm
final
sitting in a
thoughts.
broken fucking reclining chair, and these motherfuckers got shoe deals and shit, and they're like as untalented as like my fucking toenail. It's embarrassing, honestly. What am I fucking doing?
I want to make sure you guys hear that from me as well, for inviting me here as well.
Of course.
I do know one day, I think it was last week, you sent a message on one of our accounts. You said, can I talk to Patrick? We got on the call. You said, Patrick, can you moderate this? And then I said, great, let's do this. And so before we wrap up, final thoughts, I'll come to you first.
Yeah, she had nothing. Just nothing.
I mean, I agree. I've told Joey this after the first time I watched this. She didn't have anything that convinced me at any point. She had one really clippable moment against Andrew, but Andrew had quadruple, if not more than that, on her. So
but she's literally just doing bro, she's just shaping a narrative, man, and people keep giving her the platform to do so. And stupid people are going to see the narrative she's shaping, and they're going to, you know, like the whole thing that she's doing is she's literally using hearsay, just like she claims that they're using as hearsay. So she's basically just making things up. So what's her motivation behind doing that?
300K.
But it's probably more than that. Like, is she just doing it for profit? Is because, like, if she was really serious about the innocence until proven guilty, why is she using literal hearsay? Like, let's not get it's literal hearsay. Like, she almost says so in her own words that it's hearsay. So I really don't.
But are any of these theories worth losing friends over, Joey? Because I'm still baffled. I'm not gonna say anything about anyone. I'm just like, losing friends over shit like this has just always been ridiculous to me.
No, listen, bro. Like, like, again, this is what I'm saying. Is like, if it was something that you really cared about, you got to show it, man. You got to show it, and you can't. If she's coming with this weak shit, then that's not the hill to die on. Like, there's been many instances that I've had with people over the past couple of years where I have to make a calculated decision on if I'm going to, you know, dig my heels in the sand and hold ground, or if I'm just going to let it go because it's not that important at the end of the day. Like, not saying that this isn't important, but what I'm saying is like she's sort of. I think this is why I asked earlier, like when I first popped in, I was like, do you think she just got broken by Charlie Kirk dying? Because I think she's been broken. She sounds like someone who's broken to me. I
That
think
and leaving
maybe
the Daily Wire, she's on her own now.
Maybe, well, I think that leaving the Daily Wire thing was a very smart thing. I knew she was going to have a big
I know. I'm just saying
following
it's a
and she wasn't
contributing
gonna need
factor.
them. I don't think as much. I think this seems more trauma based. Like she's been let go of from places before, you know. So this is a trauma based thing to me. It has to be. Like she's always been sort of like, but she's never been like defiantly this obtuse before. She's being extremely obtuse. Nothing she says is evidence either. She's just asking questions, and now maybe you could say she's trying to point them in the direction to look into it, but it's like, well, anybody can do that. Anybody can do that. The authorities aren't going to pay attention unless you have credible evidence. So if you have no credible evidence, like they would have looked at it if you had credible evidence, even if it was a show trial. That's what they don't understand is like, if you truly believe they control the outcome of all these trials, then it doesn't matter if you actually present the evidence to them. They're going to do what they got to do. So they would have no reason to not seek out the evidence because they would fix the game anyway. So why wouldn't they do that? Like we've already admitted to ourselves that we believe the deep state has the power to steal elections and whatnot, allegedly. We already admit that they have that power. So what, you think that they wouldn't just stop some shit in court just because you gave the evidence? Like they could do, like if they truly have the power you claim, they can do whatever they want. So it's like, what is the motivation for them to not look into something if there's something was actually there? It's clear. She's like holding this standard, like it's clear misdirection that they used whenever they were setting up him and getting a potential escape. You always have an escape plan. Doesn't mean it's always going to work. You always got an escape plan, though. And that was the escape plan. That was the reasonable doubt thing that they were trying to cast. Here, bro, use my card so it makes it seem like I'm somewhere else, just in case I get away. And they lose my
Joey,
trail.
you might have a deep relationship with someone. You might get married to someone, and then they have access to your passwords and stuff. And her argument earlier was, how do we know that Lance Twiggs didn't send the messages? And it's like, so one of them did it, is what you're saying.
You know, the answer to that question is we'll never know. So what's the point in thinking about it?
Well, no, we would know because Discord would be able to share the geolocation because it's Discord messages. So we would be able to know who sent what.
But if this is this person's significant other, boyfriend, girlfriend, like what they could very well be wherever Tyler Robinson would have been anyway, right? So just because you have the geolocation, that still doesn't technically.
Not necessarily. You'd be able to get their location from their phones that day.
Yeah, but what? Like, okay, so like if Tyler Robinson sends a text message from his house and this girlfriend boyfriend is there at his house, like how do they know it wasn't actually Tyler Robinson that sent the text message?
That's why it's ridiculous. Because like, what kind of argument is it?
You can't prove it. You're just saying ambiguous things that you can't disprove or prove because,
and then tying them all together for the grand conspiracy.
There's no evidence to push further. If you don't have the evidence, then you can't push further into something.
Yeah, but she takes all these little things to make a grander conspiracy from it.
Yeah, you might be able to use this narrative to like sort of reinforce new evidence that comes along down the line or something. But like, if there's no bait, there's no bait. If there's no trail, there's no trail. You could keep going down the forest. If there's no trail and you get lost in the wood, you can keep going in a direction. And hey, you might be right once you get there, but that doesn't mean you know where you're going.
Let's continue playing this. We're almost done.
For all of her claims of Patsy, nothing. She didn't have a single claim. She didn't have a single solid piece of evidence. She had no positive evidence Israel's involved in anything. No positive evidence that France is involved in anything. No positive evidence TPUSA is involved in anything. No positive evidence that Erica Kirk is involved in anything. When I ask her about her claims about Erica Kirk, it's just funning. It's just funning, you know? Or, yeah, I do think that she needs to sit down and ask some questions, or answer some questions. But you know what? I don't even know if she has. Like, maybe she has. I have no idea. Yes, I'm going to have an official timeline with unconfirmed evidence. That's just fine. hey, it's hearsay. If that's good enough for the state, it's good enough for me. But my biggest problem with the state is that they're admitting all this hearsay. It's like she's a contradiction machine. On top of all of this, the thing that I wanted to get out of this more than
So yeah, he's just going off on her now, and he's exactly right. Everything's been hearsay. She won't elaborate very much on anything, and then she gets angry when you even try to question her.
Right.
anything else was to just demonstrate one thing. Yes, it's true. I'm not perfect on the case. I'm not going to ever pretend that I am, and never did. But what has been made very clear to me is that there's nobody with an alternative theory that has any evidence for it at all. None. Zero. And the continuous kind of expression, we're running an investigation. What kind of investigation builds a timeline out on a receipt that they don't even confirm? What kind of investigation tries to make these bold claims that Israel's involved and France is involved and all these different players are involved and never shows any evidence? We're just asking questions. It's again, like I said in my opening, it's always intuition, my feelings, how I feel about things, how I think about things. Andrew, how many times did you hear this today? Andrew, you can't tell me how I'm supposed to think. Yeah, nobody's trying to tell you how to think. But you should
She did say that multiple times, like, you can't tell me how to think, you can't tell me how to do this, that, or otherwise, and he never at any point even put those words together in a sentence. So she just kept like playing the victim. Again, I'm coming back from this. The first time I came to this, Joey, I said both of them look like idiots. But now coming back to this a second time, looking at it again from trying to look at it from a middle ground, Andrew looks way better the second time around when I look at this.
Well, aside from that blip he had in the previous portion of the programming, yeah.
Yeah, she got him on one good clip, but like the rest of the debate, if you've been through the whole thing, he had her. She would. The only thing that people are missing is that she successfully was able to slip away from these conversations that she was losing. If you acknowledge that, Andrew was absolutely winning.
Well, think about it like one of those fucking Jake Paul celebrity MMA boxing fights. Like, it's the same level of posturing. Like, you know, Jake Paul's like, well, if I go to a decision with them, I look good. If I go to a decision and win, I look really good. But if I get knocked out, I look really bad. So I think it feels like Kansas is playing to not get knocked out. Like she's playing for the decision. You know what I mean? Because then it becomes ambiguous. Then it becomes like, well,
she's just running the rounds. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like it's all subjective now about who won since it went to a decision and there wasn't a clear knockout. People are going to pick and choose what they want to be of the 3-hour ordeal, and they're going to show that. And that's what she got before. But now he has one too. So now we're really at a stalemate.
Yep.
The fucker is really hit the fan.
Andrew, how many times did you hear this today? Andrew, you can't tell me how I'm supposed to think. Yeah, nobody's trying to tell you how to think. But you should rationally come to your conclusions based on evidence and facts. And the truth is that 90% of what you're saying is simply intuition based. It came to me in a dream. It's intuition. Almost none of it has any evidence at all. Just, I'm skeptical because these people over here said things, and that makes me skeptical. It's like, but no evidence. Note this to the audience, to everybody watching. You might hate my guts. That's fair enough. I get that. I'm not the most likable man. I understand that too. But there was nothing. I mean, no evidence at all that Tyler Robinson was a patsy that was ever put forward by Candace this entire debate. Now, maybe you could say that.
Yeah, keep in mind her mission statement, her mission goal, her what is it? Her prompt in this debate, Joey, is that Tyler Robinson is 0% responsible for the killing shot, and that he's 100% a patsy. At no point did she even attempt to provide evidence for that claim.
Yep.
She's stalemated when
crafting a narrative.
Like, yep, we've said it, crafting a narrative.
When it came to whether or not Robinson did it, she says, I found the evidence convincing. Unconvincing. Andrew says he found the evidence convincing. Okay, fair enough. Maybe you can't do too much about that, but there was nothing. She had nothing for Robinson being a patsy. Nothing for any of her conspiracies. Nada, zero, zilch. And she backed away on a bunch of them. This is the first time I think she's ever really backed away from the Twigs thing. First time I've heard her back away from the Erica thing, back away from TPUSA, being very cautious about making any of those claims now. Whereas on her show,
Yeah, you saw that part, right? Where she was like afraid to make a statement regarding whether or not Erica was involved. She's like, "You're trying to catch me in a legal trap."
Mm-hmm.
Because he asked her directly, like, "Do you think Erica's involved?" And she's like, "You're trying to catch me in like a legal thing." Like, no, like, what's your position on that? That's a yes or no fucking question. Like, you answering it that way is kind of, I guess you give us your answer, I guess.
Yeah.
much more likely to be making those claims. So she just had nothing the entire debate. Zero.
Candace.
Well, I think that is quite a conclusion. Admitting somewhere, maybe we stalemated. It probably signifies what I've been saying from the beginning, that you didn't feel that you were strong on the actual facts and the evidence, which
They stalemated so far as you successfully were able to slip past a lot of the conversations, Candace. So congratulations in that regard. You ran out the clock.
Yeah, but you know, it is a stalemate because he was unprepared.
He
Like,
should have known a little bit more.
If you had
yeah.
somebody else, if you had somebody else in this position that actually like has been paying attention to it, you could have probably even had Jack Posobiec in there and he would have done better.
Yeah,
than
but
that, you know what I mean?
Andrew's propped up as one of those like debate bros. Like he's supposed to be
Right.
like the top of the line debaters that
Right.
that the streaming community has right now.
So
So
knowing
that's
that-
why
knowing
people
that,
are like, "What the
yeah.
fuck?"
Yeah, knowing that, I'm going to say that this is a proper stalemate. Then you have someone who's just trying to snake away, and you have someone who has no fucking clue what they're doing.
Right.
was willing to engage with you. I wanted to go over the screwdriver. I wanted to go over the towel and the things that you've mentioned, and you wanted to then move the conversation into a defense of Erica Kirk and her character, and what I've said about Erica, which is my opinion, and I have not edited that opinion after discussing with you. I would like to extend a compliment to you for being willing to sit down and to have the conversation. I still walk away feeling that the people who are jumping on the bandwagon about this case don't care about this case. They don't care about Erica Kirk. It tends to be follow that they take a meeting with Turning Point USA and they come out and suddenly have a lot of junk to say about Candace Owens. And I do want to also stress that Turning Point USA.
So there you go. It's personal. It's personal for her.
It's a personal thing, and she has her own narrative about how the debate went.
You know what it is though? It's funny because like, you know, there is a little bit of truth to what she's saying in that sense though. That I don't think a lot of people actually fucking care about the, you know, they're acting all outraged with their what would Charlie think stuff, and it's like that shit's annoying too, you know. But I don't think she's entirely wrong with the point she's making. But that's what a lot of great manipulators do is they typically assign a well-reasoned point to the shit that they spew. You got to know when to look and see when there's fuckery afoot.
Yeah.
To pepper him with something as a surprise. He showed clips that were meant to be
Excuse
a
me.
surprise. I did no such thing. I stressed to PBD from the beginning that I was grateful he was taking this on and that I wanted this to be a clean debate because I believe I can win this on the merits, and I believe that I did win this fully on the merits by engaging the evidence of what has happened. I do still believe that there is more evidence which supports that there are more people involved and that Tyler Robinson has been set up. And that none of the evidence that was presented was in any way overwhelming, which is why I think you wanted to move to end that discussion quickly and to speak to.
No, she moved to end a lot of the discussions quickly, so that's a
Right. I mean, quite literally, if
everything.
If he's asking for evidence and she won't say it, that's her ending the conversation.
Right.
He's asking a question that can get her to talk about the subject more, and she instead decided not to go with it. So
It's even
that's
more than
quite
that.
literally her ending the conversation.
He was asking for her to substantiate her claims. Like it's
Exactly.
funny. You know what's funny, Joey? I just realized something. The Candace crowd is saying that it's the state's job to prove the guilt of Tyler Robinson. Exactly. You're exactly fucking right. That means it's not Andrew's responsibility to prove Tyler Robinson's guilt. You know whose responsibility it is to prove shit? The claims that Candace is making. It's her responsibility to prove the claims that she is making, not the
Right.
claims that the state is making. So they have this
like-
entire fucking thing flipped.
Yeah, like show us why this is supposed to be compelling evidence. Like, Why should we look into this narrative, Candace? Like whether you're like, isn't the goal for it to be seen? So like if you have something, you have to show it. If it's just a narrative, then you're just creating. You're basically, it's like when you do AI upscaling, you're adding pixels that aren't there.
Right. Let's finish. Finish
Yeah, that's a
up
good
this
one. Can you
debate.
clip that too?
I'm
about
clipping all of
France
this.
and, to talk about
I've got at
this
least
Penguin
one.
receipt and my timeline. I want to remind
We're at
people
like 10
that
clips
a
at
lot
least
of
minimum,
the
plus a segment.
at-home investigators, which you were open to, as you called them, internet sleuths. I think it was on a show that you did right after Charlie was assassinated that internet sleuths would solve this. This is the reason why Charlie, a year on, is still a conversation every single day trending on Twitter.
Because of you. Because of you. Because of you. But it's not for good reasons. It's because there's conspiracy bullshit and people arguing with friends.
I knew Charlie. I cared about Charlie. I care about finding out what the truth is here. My heart is in the right place. I think anybody who watches my show or even just watched this debate knows that if I get something wrong, I'll instantly correct it and own it. I'm not arrogant. I don't need to sit here and pretend that I didn't misspeak on the Lance thing. It hasn't been ruled out. But you saw that he just really wanted to hammer that point. You know, part of being a well-meaning person is to concede when you are wrong, to take something off a timeline when you know it's not right. And I would like to think that that is why I have earned the audience that continues to follow me, because they know my heart's in the right place, that I deeply cared about Charlie and I deeply care about the answers. I want to thank Andrew's team who are providing the fact checks. It's a very small room that they're in. I want to, as always, thank my team who worked really hard to make this happen and flip this set.
Again, not saying anything regarding her evidence. This is supposed to be closing statements. She's now gone into thanking teams and stuff, which, while nice, it's obviously a deflection to not address anything that she's claimed during the debate.
And to you, PBD, just for being a great moderator, I think very fair.
She reasserted nothing other than Andrew was wrong, haha. Like, it was just
letting us
this
both
is
speak
ridiculous.
and making sure that Andrew got out of this what he wanted, which was a little more than what I wanted. But I'm very content with how I dealt with this, and I trust. I don't need to convince the audiences with the magic trick.
I'm sure she's very happy with how she dealt with this. She got $300,000.
Beautiful. Fair from both of you. I think the audience won. And again, from the beginning, all of this is because of how much love and respect we have for support. Happens, you want a lot of to more this.
There. Debate is over. So, Joey, from the parts that you got to see, you stuck around for quite a while. So, just from what you saw, your closing thoughts before you leave here.
I think that I'm ashamed that these people make more money than me, and I'm gonna work really hard every day for you guys to try to get to this point. Only because I want to give you guys hope that like you actually can be talented and make the most money from something. It doesn't always have to be the most shittiest slop somehow makes all the most money. I want to like work hard towards that goal, which I probably won't achieve, but like I'm always gonna keep trying to get to that point, because I can't believe that these untalented people get paid millions of dollars and I'm out here worrying about how many times I can order out to eat because, you know, I don't make that fucking type of money doing this shit. And I'm like, how, bro? I'm sorry, bro. I'm more talented than these people. I can think on my feet. I could not even be fucking paying attention and like still do better than them. Like, and I've proved it time and time again. Whenever I go on shows with people, immediately I have something to say about something that's going on, even if I don't even know the details about it. Like she's crafting a narrative, and then this guy's unprepared. Like she's getting fooled by the simplest diversion tactics, the whole debit card thing. I could literally give my debit card to my brother right now and tell him to go to Times Square and buy something, and be like, "Yeah, I was in Times Square last night. Look, I bought something." And people give, like family members give each other their cards all the time. People who are in relationships give their significant other their cards all the time if they need it for emergencies. Like, it's not like this is like some far-fetched thing that someone else can use somebody's card.
Right.
And this guy is just like, I don't know why they chose this guy, because Candace has the type of tact to basically sort of, you know, lyrically spar with somebody like this who is just like as emotionally like unbalanced as
our
he is in the
sergeant.
way that he argues.
Our sergeant, no.
What?
Why don't y'all reach out to the quartering and guest commentate on shit? No. That's too much. I can't do that kind of grift. No, thank you.
Maybe we can have a debate, me and Tyler, where the quartering is the
moderator.
The person in the cuck chair.
Oh, there. Yeah, whatever you want to call that. But no,
He's got experience, I hear.
I agree with Joey for the most part. Again, my biggest complaint to Andrew is that he just didn't hold her to a lot of these points. They're saying that he let her do this in the chat, but I don't know if that's true, because if they had some sort of contract where they're supposed to have a timed debate, well, if she leaves mid-debate, then wouldn't she have to give the money back or a portion of it back? So actually, he would be incentivized to push her into trying to leave. Isn't that not the case?
Sorry, I was reading something. What?
God damn it, Joey. There was a contract for this debate, and they were saying in the comments that he approached her with kid gloves so as to not leave the debate. But if you have a contract to do a timed debate, wouldn't she have to give some of the money back if she left early?
Probably. I would. That sounds logical.
I don't know. I don't know if
I got it.
I don't know if I
gotta say though. I think what probably happened was to a certain degree, and I think he started to get more comfortable at the end once he had that desperation of I need to do something here. I think he underestimated like how she acts, and she probably appears very confident in person, and he probably thought he can break her will easily, and he realized he couldn't. It was not easy to break her will. Like she is refined at what she's doing. Like I would not underestimate Candace Owens. If I went to debate Candace Owens, I would actually prepare for that, because I know she's going to come with some sort of setting up of sassy moments that make her look aesthetically good to the untrained drive-by news listener. Like I know she's going to be trying to do stuff like that. It's easy wins. It's easy dunks. It's the lowest common denominator shit. You got to have a defense for the lowest common denominator shit, man. And that's the easiest thing to do. It's the first thing you do.
I agree, Physic.
Pump out the jab.
He normally is a lot more aggressive in other debates, and he wasn't as aggressive in this debate. That's I wonder why that is. I don't know. But I appreciate everyone who's hung out. I appreciate Joey who's coming to the stream. Guys, I've given my opinion throughout the whole thing. My closing opinion is still that there really wasn't a winner here. Andrew convinced me of one thing, that Candace Owens really does have nothing. He did accomplish that, at least.
Well, now we can stop giving her money, please.
Hopefully. I don't... Shit.
Like, enough. Let it die, bro. Let her fall into the ether. That's what I literally said back in October. I was just like, let her yell into her own echo chamber.
I basically said the same thing, too. Like, why does anyone pay any attention? Who cares what Candace says? I don't...
Right.
I don't.
Let it drop. But you know why they do, Tyler? They're grifting.
Just like I've been grifting for the last 7.5 hours. No, just
And I'm gonna be grifting by saying I'm getting out of here, and I can't wait for the wonderful raid from Tyler today.
What if I was gonna raid Chris from the Quiet Part Pod?
Oh wow, bro!
Wow,
I dedicate
bro.
my time. Wow, bro!
Is you know, I raided you earlier, Tyler.
Hey, man, I gifted you a sub that one time, bro.
Oh wow! But Physics said grift maxing. Look,
grift maxing.
Grift and gaslight. GG. Have a good night.
Yeah, grift and gaslighting.
Gang.
Gang.
Are you gonna go live right now, Joe? Because I was gonna raid Chris.
Yeah, I am gonna go live.
Fuck.
I told you I was.
Well, start your stream then.
I told you I was like, how about I raid out to you, and then I'll hop on until the end, and then you could raid me, and you agreed.
Okay.
That was the script, bro. That was in the script.
We did. That was.
Do I have to publish
this? You're exposing me.
Do I have to publish this? PBD, do I have to publish this? Here's my cell phone. Here's my cell phone. Look at my cell phone.
Fuck,
Go check our messages.
Guys. All right, I concede. I concede.
Go check your messages.
That's at least like 3 different clips.
Holy shit! I hit the start button on my thing. Nobody can hear us probably.
That's fine. You get out of here. I'll raid out to you.
You get out of here.
Get out of here. It's just
get out of here.
It's just silly goose. You need to get out of here. All right. Well, thank you to Joey. Always a blast having him on. And then I like how when I type in Joey for the Rumble thing, it pops up Joey Salads before it pops up Joey Cannoli. But guys, you've been great. I appreciated the comments from everyone throughout the stream. You guys have been freaking amazing. I appreciate our Sergeant with all the Rumble rants. I appreciate Mighty Pete with the donation to the Rumble wallet. That's the first one ever, by the way. So fucking big ups to you, man. You guys have been awesome. This has been a fantastic last 7.5 hours. The time honestly flew by. I had a blast. I hope you guys did as well. And yeah, I hope you guys have fun over with Joey. I believe he's playing Hogwarts Legacy, so we're writing out to him. If you want to go and watch the debate without my commentary, it is in the description down below, regardless of where you're watching. But again, thank you guys so much. You guys are fucking awesome. How many? Let's go before Joey's gonna be setting up or whatever, so we can take a moment here because you guys have been so awesome today. Let's go through. Well, we had a lot of people reposting. We had a lot of people commenting. Let's see. Let me go pull up everything. I want to get this. We had 30 likes on the stream today. You guys are awesome. I believe we got a few new followers. We're at 953. We're almost to 1,000. And then as well, we had a bunch of comments from everybody. My girlfriend, of course, commenting. And then we got Sick of Shitty Gov, Musically Medicated, Introspector, Sick of Shitty Gov, Rebel with No Yell, all commenting. Guys, if you're watching this after the fact, if you're watching it now live, before you go comment your thoughts down below. I do care about your guys' opinions. How do you feel the stream went? How do you feel about the commentary? How do you feel about their debate? Who do you feel won in the debate? Also, was I unbiased? Was my take unbiased? Do you feel like I was biased? How do you feel as though I was biased? Let me know in the comments down below. Anyway, we're gonna get out of here. Let's right over to Mr. Cannoli, who is getting. I think he's waiting for me to fully finishing. All right, we're getting out of here. You guys have a fantastic rest of your night. Thank you so much. Again, you guys were awesome. Later. Let's get the raid going. Hang on. I do it. Confirm raid. There we go. All right, go over to Joey Cannoli. You guys have a great one. Later. Play some music on the way. Play some what song do I want to play? Let's do Feathers Fall. I haven't heard that one in a little bit. You guys have a great one.
Feathers fall, but the sky won't care. Red and blue banners in the same stale air. Truth's a shadow you can't hold. It slips like sand. It's bought and sold. Left wing, right wing, same old bird. Chirping lies that we've all heard. Flying circles, never higher. Two sides feeding the same fire. They preaching suits, they howling ties. Behind the mask, the same disguise. Promises crumble like a brittle stone. The stage is packed, but we're alone. What's the cost of hope's decay when every side feels the same gray? Left wing, right wing, same old bird. Curbing lies that we've all heard. Flying circles, never higher. Two sides feeding the same fire. They draw the lines, we take the bait. We fight each other while they orchestrate a cage with bars we cannot see, built by their false dichotomy.